Chapter 241, The Bell Space. Chapter 241, The Bell Space. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin held the bow-knot-shaped casting tool in his hands. It was one of the two casting tools that Wizard Bell had transfigured to work together. The bow-knot-shaped casting tool began to let off a warm energy. It seemed to have encountered another component. It was important to note that the bow-knot-shaped casting tool was an assembled casting tool, which meant that it was made of multiple components to form one whole. Thus far, Merlin had only collected two components which then fused to form the bow-knot-shaped casting tool. When Merlin only had the first casting tool, the bell pendant, it had the ability to store spells. Once he paired it with another casting tool, it formed the bow-knot-shaped casting tool and became an enhancing casting tool. It was able to increase the defensive strength of his first-level spell Guardian Monument drastically, making it comparable to that of a third-level defensive spell. Now, the bow-knot-shaped casting tool was transforming once more. It was clear that inside the ring of either Weiss or Reason was another casting tool that could be assembled with the bow-knot-shaped casting tool. Searching through both rings again, Merlin found a peculiar triangular casting tool. He took it out and immediately, the bow-knot-shaped casting tool emitted a fierce bright light. It would seem that this casting tool is the third component to the assembled casting tool. Merlin did not know if many components were left to be added to the assembled casting tool, but he knew vaguely that with each addition, a completely new casting tool would form. However, as a new casting tool would form, the original effects of the casting tool would immediately disappear. Merlin pondered for a while. He was unsure if he should fuse the third component and lose the effects of the bow-knot-shaped casting tool. Once assembled, it may no longer be an enhancing casting tool and therefore would no longer be able to increase the strength of Merlin's Guardian Monument. This would greatly impact Merlin. Despite his offensive strength being powerful, he still lacked in defensive capabilities, but with the enhancing casting tool, this had not been that big of an issue. I already have the robe that can withstand third-level spells. The enhancing effects of the casting tool on Guardian Monument are not as important anymore. Merlin weighed the pros and cons. The strengthened form of Guardian Monument was not as useful anymore. Moreover, if he increased his mind power slightly, he would be able to construct a second-level spell. If he constructed a defensive Earth-type second-level spell and strengthened it, it would be in no way inferior to the strength of a third-level spell. With that in mind, Merlin had come to a decision and was prepared to combine the bow-knot-shaped casting tool and the third component together to form a completely new casting tool. Merlin took a deep breath as he placed the bow-knot-shaped casting tool and the triangular casting tool together. Immediately, a bright light emerged from the bow-knot-shaped casting tool and enveloped the third component with it. Merlin could not see clearly what was happening in the bright light, but he knew that the two pieces had to be fusing together. After half an hour, the bright light from the casting tool flashed quickly then dissipated. On the table lay an extremely glossy oval-shaped casting tool. On the top was a small eyelet. It was as if a string could be pulled through and it could be worn on one's chest. Merlin picked up the new casting tool. It was still warm. However, the surface was a bit uneven as there were a few mysterious runes etched upon it. There was no way to tell the benefit of this casting tool just by looking at it. It was best to use one's mind power to find out the true capabilities of this new casting tool. Hence, Merlin shifted his mind power and examined the new casting tool. Boom! Merlin's mind power had just enveloped the new casting tool and immediately it was as though his mind power entered a vortex. It was transported to an unfamiliar space. The space was pitch black, but Merlin's mind power was not affected, and he could clearly see his surroundings. The space was very big and unlike the space within a ring. Merlin's mind power could sense a particular distinction, but he could not tell what it was exactly. Is this the effect of the casting tool? Merlin was curious. He did not expect this to be the function of the casting tool. Suddenly, a memory appeared in his mind. The memory was very unexpected. It was almost as if it appeared out of thin air. The memory held information about the new casting tool. It was clear that the memory and this casting tool were somehow related. The information described the space created by the casting tool to be a place that could only be entered using mind power. It was a space that was able to simulate any spell or even demon ability. Additionally, it had another benefit. It allowed mind power to exist independently inside and would eventually increase one's mind power. Merlin was astounded. Although it was just a few bits of information, it was certainly something incredibly astonishing. This space is truly real. Spells and demon abilities can be simulated in this perfect space. One must have possessed incredible strength to be able to produce a space like this. Merlin was still in shock. Even the great wizards could not master spatial strength. It would require the runic circles arranged by the great wizards to reach the extent of this space. However, it would be impossible to control its spatial strength for even the slightest use. Many spellcasters' rings already possessed a type of spatial strength, but this was quite common. Most of them were passed down from many generations before. Merlin had never heard of a spellcaster organization that could transfigure a spatial ring. Perhaps, there were only a few spellcasters during the peak era who mastered spatial strength and transfigured the rings. It would seem Wizard Bell was quite a complicated figure. Merlin had originally believed Wizard Bell to be a historical great wizard, but he was in fact, an even more powerful great alchemist. Now, the three casting tools had assembled and formed a space. This was much more advanced than any great wizard's capabilities. Merlin could not even imagine how powerful Wizard Bell must have been. After all, Merlin knew that Wizard Bell was the most powerful great wizard. The creator of the dark magic region, Great Wizard Fidel, or even the creator of Sterling House, Great Wizard Sterling may have been powerful great wizards, but they could not master spatial strength. The space did not depend on elements but instead obeyed an unknown law of strength. Let's test it to see if the Bell space can truly simulate anything. Merlin focused his mind power on the Bell space and within a few moments a figure had formed to look exactly like Merlin. Construct a spell model. Merlin's mind power duplicate immediately attempted to construct the zero-level spell, Fireball. Khak. Merlin's mind power duplicate had just tried to construct the spell model of Fireball, but the duplicate collapsed immediately. Merlin furrowed his eyebrows. He tried a couple more times, but like the first time, the mind power duplicate would immediately collapse. However, with each attempt, Merlin slowly began to realize the reason this had happened. Fireball may be a zero-level spell, but it still requires a bit of mind power. Perhaps this is because my mind power in the space was too weak. It could not meet the mind power requirement of Fireball and therefore had failed. This was Merlin's guess, and so this time he increased the force and sent an incredible stream of mind power into the space. Merlin's original mind power was only 1% of what he had now. It was just a mere fraction, but now, Merlin possessed mind power that could rival that of a third-level spellcaster. This 1% of mind power was able to construct the zero-level spell, Fireball. In reality, Merlin would have preferred to send through even more mind power into the space. However, during his attempts, Merlin had noticed a problem. Each time his mind power entered the space, it would decrease immediately. This meant that if the mind power Merlin sent into the space collapsed, it would truly disappear, and Merlin's mind power would eventually decrease into nothing. If Merlin had dared to send a larger part of his mind power into the space, his mind power would immediately descend a level. Eventually, the spell model would collapse immediately. Merlin realized this and did not take the risk of sending too much mind power into the space. Merlin's mind power duplicate quickly attempted to construct the spell model of the zero-level spell, Fireball, once more. Buzz! This time, Merlin's body vibrated and soon his body began to fluctuate with faint fire element. This was constructed purely by his mind power duplicate. Merlin's mind power duplicate had indeed constructed the spell model for Fireball, and it was no different to when Merlin constructed it outside the space. Merlin realized the simulations in this mysterious space were realistic. He could not help but shout out, "I could use my mind power freely with the help of this space. Could it be possible to build spell models in advance? If I fail, it would not be life-threatening." Merlin had finally realized the true function of the space. Chapter 242, Simulation. Chapter 242, Simulation. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Fireball. In the Bell space, Merlin's mind power duplicate extended his finger and immediately, a fireball flew out and exploded. This spell was no different to any other fireball. However, Merlin knew that this was just a simulation and it could only exist in the Bell space. Once out of the Bell space, there would be no mind power duplicate or spells. Within the simulation space, spellcasters could attempt spell models without any threats. One could even send in a few mind power duplicates to attack each other and test the strength of the spells or demon abilities. Simulation was the function of the Bell space. Perhaps there were more uses. After all, Merlin had only just begun to understand the space. There could be other abilities that he did not know of. However, the ability to simulate the construction of spells was a very important ability. Many spellcasters would waste a large portion of their mind power to construct spells. Without the simulation, if the spells failed, there would be heavy losses or, in the worst-case scenario, death. However, with the Bell space, there was no need to worry that the construction of the spell would fail. Many different spells could be constructed and simulated in the Bell space. This could greatly increase the success rate of spell constructions. Merlin already had the matrix to analyze any spell model, so he did not need the Bell space for that purpose. However, the mind power duplicate in the Bell space was able to cultivate mind meditation, which would gradually strengthen the mind power duplicate. Merlin would then have his mind power duplicate re-enter his own mind power. This method would rapidly increase his mind power as long as the mind power duplicate did not collapse. This was perhaps the least significant use of the Bell space, but in Merlin's opinion, the ability to increase mind power was considered important. He could send a portion of his mind power into the Bell space to meditate uninterruptedly and increase his mind power. This would have a more significant effect than the potions he consumed. Spells can be simulated. What about demon abilities? Merlin thought about his biggest strength, the Pandora demon abilities. Hence, he began to simulate the 100 Years Ice Bone Marrow and used it to cultivate Glacial Finger. The simulation went smoothly, and he was able to successfully cultivate Glacial Finger. However, as Merlin thought about cultivating the second stage of Glacial Finger, he realized there was no way to simulate the required treasure for the second stage. Although he knew its name, Merlin had never come in contact with the treasure and therefore the Bell space could not simulate it. This meant that there were limitations to the simulations within the Bell space. For example, objects that spellcasters themselves had not encountered could not be simulated. Also, simulations of spells and demon abilities that can withstand the extremities of the space would not be able to be simulated again. The space must have had some extremities, Merlin had just not encountered them yet. Despite there being many different limitations, at the end of the day, Merlin would be able to allow his mind power duplicate to cultivate relentlessly and increase his mind power. This was more helpful to Merlin than any other casting tool. Merlin pondered about this for a while, then activated his mind power and sent a tenth of his mind power into the Bell space, where his mind power duplicate formed. His mind power duplicate began to cultivate Merlin's high-level mind meditation spell, and it was really working. In the Bell space, as his mind power duplicate grew stronger, the more mind power would be required to continue cultivating the high-level mind meditation spell. Of course, Merlin already possessed incredible mind power, and even if his mind power duplicate unceasingly cultivated the high-level mind meditation spell, his mind power would not double instantly. It would take a long time of accumulation until his mind power would increase significantly. There was a threshold and a large gap between a third and fourth level mind power. That is why Merlin's Dark Light realm was able to delude the third level spellcasters, but the fourth level spellcasters did not fall under the illusion. Merlin was not in a hurry to strengthen his mind power, as it would require a significant amount of time spent accumulating. Hence, he remained in his room, took out the ingredients for phantasmal magic potion that he retrieved from Sterling House and began to prepare the potion. The phantasmal magic potion Merlin had prepared before only had a success rate of 30%. Now, he was more familiar with preparing the potion and the success rate had increased to 40%. Although there was only a 10% increase in success rate, it was considerably higher than before. He had received 40 portions of potion ingredients from Sterling House. He spent many days in the Delman clan preparing the potion and had used up all the ingredients. In the end, he prepared a total of 16 portions of phantasmal magic potion. 16 portions of the potion would be enough to last Merlin a long time. He also had the Bell space now, and his mind power duplicate was relentlessly cultivating the mind meditation spell. By the time he consumed all the potions, perhaps his mind power would have increased enough for him to construct a second-level spell. Merlin did not want to linger in the Delman clan for much longer. He had left the dark magic region to sort out the issue between him and Reason and also to look for Lorinka to fulfill his promise. Hence, he decided it was time to take his leave. Merlin went to look for Elena and said calmly, "Elena, thank you so much for everything. I am afraid I must leave Floating City now." "You're leaving? Wizard Merlin, are you heading back to the dark magic region?" "I could accompany you. I have decided to return to the dark magic region to begin constructing a first-level spell." Elena was just an entrance-level spell caster. She had not been in the dark magic region for long, and so it would take about 3 more years until she could construct a first-level spell. Elena had not become a first-level spell caster, so she was sent to the dark magic region, just as Lorinka was. Merlin saw the anticipation in Elena's eyes. He shook his head and said, "There is no need. You can head to the dark magic region yourself first. I am not returning just yet." Yes, do you know where Toli City is?" Merlin recalled Lorinka mentioning that her clan was in Toli City. However, Merlin had been in Floating City for so long, he did not know where Toli City was. "Toli City? You want to go there?" Elena asked with a hint suspicion. "Yes, I do." Merlin nodded as Elena slowly raised her head. Her eyes squinted slightly as she remembered what had happened in Toli City. Toli City is very far. It is under the jurisdiction of Fire City. "In that case, I'll give you a map with a detailed marking of Toli City." Elena finished speaking and immediately walked off. She returned shortly after with a map for Merlin. The map was very large with detailed annotations. The influenced areas of the 4 spellcaster organizations, Dark Magic Region, Abyss Fort, Fire City, and the Ashes Region, were all noted clearly. Merlin noted that the margin of the Dark Magic Region's jurisdiction reached Prakosh City. Merlin had come from Prakosh City and traveled to Kurdish Mountains where he activated the runic magic circle, and finally ended up in the Dark Magic Region. The map also marked Floating City. It was quite close to Fire City but was not within its zone of influence. This area was isolated and was not within any of the 4 spellcaster organizations' jurisdiction. This was likely why Floating City attracted so many roaming wizards and was termed Free City. "Is this your clan's map?" Merlin whispered. He knew that it was very difficult to obtain a map like this. It had such detailed annotations and even marked the influenced areas of the 4 spellcaster organizations. The average spellcaster could never possess one. The Delman clan must have spent years and years drawing this map for it to be as detailed as this. Yes, the clan spent almost 10 years and many different methods on this map. However, this map was drawn from the tip of an iceberg in the Kingdom of Black Moon. The Kingdom of Black Moon is huge, so huge that many spellcasters wouldn't be able to name all the places within it. The areas of influence of these spellcaster organizations were especially hard to draw. The clan was able to find out news about the Dark Magic Region, Abyss Fort, Fire City, and the Ashes Region, news that many medium-scale and even a few large-scale spellcaster organizations did not know. That is why they could not draw an accurate map. Elena had briefly introduced the map's origins and it did not seem easy to draw one like this. A map of this sort was surely very precious to the clan and they would not give it away so easily. Merlin had visited the Sterling House but never saw a map as detailed as this one. Wizard Matthew must have agreed to let Elena give Merlin the map. "You're too kind, Wizard Elena." Merlin was barely courteous. He took the map and quickly studied it. He had heard Elena mention that Toli City was within the jurisdiction of Fire City, so he began to search within that area. Promptly, Merlin had found the position of Toli City on the map. It was very far from the Dark Magic Region and Floating City. If he sat in a horse carriage, it would have taken an upwards of about 10 days till he would reach Toli City. Toli City! Merlin's mind could not stop thinking of the familiar figure from the Dark Magic Region. Chapter 243, An Encounter. Chapter 243, An Encounter. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A horse carriage trotted along the uneven road. It wore bells that rang sharply as it moved. In the carriage sat Merlin, who wore a black robe. He buried his nose in a perfectly bound black-covered book. It had been 4 days since he had left Floating City. During that time, his mind power had increased as his mind power duplicate cultivated mind meditation in the Bell space. Hence, besides consuming a few portions of the phantasmal magic potion, he had used his leisure time to read. He found the book From Within Weiss and Reason's Rings. The book was an introduction to the 3,600-year-old Malta Empire. It mentioned notable events, particularly related to the powerful spellcasters and the collapse of the Malta Empire. The Malta Empire was an incredibly mysterious nation, especially as 3,600 years ago, spellcasters had developed significantly. This era was known to be when spellcasters were at their peak. Hence, many spellcasters were interested in the Malta Empire. They had researched it thoroughly, but to this day, no one truly knew what caused the collapse of the Malta Empire. When Merlin was in Blackwater City, he had retrieved a relief sculpture that could enhance one's physical attributes. Now, his physique was close to that of a 4th-level elemental swordsman. He was incredibly fit and his body could even withstand heavy damage. His physique was much stronger than that of an average spellcaster. This had also saved his life in past encounters. The relief sculpture originated from the Malta Empire. It was without question that there must have been many of those relief sculptures during the Malta Empire. Just as Merlin had suspected, the spellcasters during the Malta Empire were at their peak and they would not neglect their physique. It is possible that the mysterious relief sculptures were created by the spellcasters to produce perfect physical attributes. Of course, this was just an assumption of Merlin's. The mysterious Malta Empire was researched by countless spellcasters. They would investigate ancient monuments with many different methods and note down their findings. They used their clues and speculations of the Malta Empire to publish books for many other spellcasters to read. Merlin now read one of these books about the speculations of the Malta Empire. No one knew what had truly happened 3,600 years ago, during that magnificent and mysterious era. Perhaps Wizard Bell was a spellcaster from the Malta Empire too, and there are more than 3 parts to his assembled casting tool. Merlin lowered his head and looked at the bell space that hung at his chest. It was only 3 casting tools, but Merlin had a feeling that the bell space was not as simple as it seemed. Perhaps the casting tool was not complete and Wizard Bell's assembled casting tool may be far from reaching its final form. Perhaps there were 4th, 5th, or even 6th components that had not been discovered and Merlin would have to find them eventually. Suddenly, the horse carriage stopped in its track. The carriage driver turned and whispered to Merlin, "Sir Merlin, there are 2 people ahead blocking our route." Merlin furrowed his eyebrows as he opened the carriage screen and looked outside. In front of the carriage stood a man and a woman. On the side of the road was their horse carriage, but it was broken and there was no way for them to continue their journey. However, Merlin stayed vigilant. Not because of the woman's temperament and appearance, but because of her long black hair. Merlin had really stood out in Blackwater City because of his jet black hair, a feature that was said to have been passed down from his absent mother. The east side of the Kingdom of Black Moon was said to have many black-haired people. However, Merlin had been in the Kingdom of Black Moon for a long time and yet, he had never seen a black-haired person before. Hence, he was very surprised when he saw this woman. The woman bowed slightly at the sight of Merlin and asked him with aristocratic etiquette, "My apologies, we seem to have encountered some problems with our horse carriage and the next town is quite far. Would you kindly give us a lift there?" Merlin looked at his map. The journey to the next town would indeed take most of the day, but there was no way for these 2 to continue their journey with their broken carriage. Merlin sighed slightly and nodded as he calmly said, "Hop in." The man and woman smiled and quickly got into Merlin's carriage. "We don't mean to bother you," the woman said politely. The carriage was much warmer, and the woman's pale face began to flush with redness. Merlin looked at the 2 briefly, then continued to bury his nose in his black-covered thread-bound book. The woman studied Merlin intensely for a few moments, then finally, her gaze locked onto the robe Merlin wore. She had been calm before, but when she saw Merlin's robe, she stiffened slightly. "What is your name?" the woman asked cautiously. "Merlin," he replied. The woman rushed to introduce herself. "Mr. Merlin, I am Shireen, and this is my little brother, Haya." Shireen stared fiercely at Haya. He had seemed slightly reluctant as he shouted to Merlin, "Mr. Merlin." Merlin did not think much of Haya's forceful attitude and nodded lightly. Shireen noticed Merlin's calm demeanor and hesitated slightly before she carefully asked, "Mr. Merlin, where are you heading?" "Toli City." Merlin squinted with a forced smile on his face. Toli City was a huge city, and not many spellcasters resided there, but there were many Normies. However, as Merlin replied, he noticed that these two people were not Normies, but in fact, spellcasters. Shireen heard Merlin mention Toli City and immediately became nervous. The lazy hire also seemed more cautious now as he watched Merlin's every move. Merlin said no more, and the horse carriage was silent. The sky had turned dark as evening came. The horse carriage was slowly approaching a small town. A man and woman came down from the carriage, and the black-haired woman said, "Thank you, Mr. Merlin, for your kindness. We will look for another carriage now, we don't want to trouble you further." She finished speaking and the both of them turned to make their leave. Merlin watched the two figures leave, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He whispered, "How interesting. They got very nervous when I mentioned that I was heading to Toli City. Could they be going there too?" Merlin pondered for a moment but did not think more of it. He dismissed the carriage driver to rest for the night and they would continue their journey in the morning. Haya and Shireen had hidden in a corner and waited for the horse carriage to leave before they stepped out. Shireen relaxed slightly as she watched the carriage slowly leave. Haya stood beside her and furrowed his eyebrows as he asked, "Shireen, why were you so polite to a Normie? We're heading to Toli City and we can't delay much longer. That horse carriage wasn't half bad, even if you didn't kill him, couldn't you have just asked that Merlin to get out of the carriage?" Haya did not agree with how Shireen had treated Merlin. Shireen kept calm but soon, she shook her head non-stop. "You've never left the clan, so you can't have recognized Merlin's robe." "Robe? You mean the casting tool?" "Shireen, why didn't you say so? We are both first-level spellcasters, even the leaders of the clan don't have a single robe. Merlin has one, he must be a roaming wizard. We could force him to give it to us and we would finally have a robe." Haya itched to give it a try. He watched the carriage disappear into the distance, eager to chase after it. Shireen's expression was serious as she responded coldly, "Haya, if it weren't for my promise to father, I would not bring you to Toli City. Though we're only going to Toli City to check it out, I am worried your temperament will cause a scene. Do you know what that robe represents? It is the robe of an official member of the Dark Magic region. Every official member of the Dark Magic region is at least a first-level spellcaster. I was incredibly nervous in the carriage, I was afraid Wizard Merlin would not be too fair on us. It is a good thing you did not try to attack him." Shireen did not know whether to laugh or to cry. She had a few regrets bringing Haya out of the clan. She did not know how strong the official members of spellcaster organizations such as the Dark Magic region were, but to attack a spellcaster from the organizations would be suicide. So, he is a spellcaster from the Dark Magic region. "Shireen, our luck isn't so bad. We have just met with a stranger who turns out to be a powerful spellcaster. Our trip to Toli City will surely be rewarding." Haya was excited, but Shireen just shook her head. She made a promise to herself that next time, no matter how much Haya begged, she would never bring him out again. "Let's go, we need to find a horse carriage to take us to Toli City," she said as she took Haya and disappeared into the darkness of the night. Chapter 244, Toli City. Chapter 244, Toli City. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. On the rugged mountain road, Merlin was still seated in a carriage. He often stretched his head out from the window to look at the fallen leaves that had gradually yellowed. It was late autumn now, but he could not feel a single hint of cold. Instead, there was a surging heat hanging about in the air. "I heard the Fire City sits at a place that has an extremely high temperature. Its surroundings look as if it was encompassed by flames, thus giving it the name Fire City. I must visit the place if I have the chance," Merlin muttered in a low voice in the carriage. He knew that he had entered the influential area of Fire City. The obvious soaring temperature was the most obvious characteristic of Fire City. Merlin even sensed that the spell models of Fireball and Furious Flame in his awareness had quickened their speed in absorbing fire elements. Moreover, the increase of their magic power had an obvious development as well. The fire elements were even richer within Fire City than any other region. Merlin's finger slid across the map and finally halted at a place called Toli City. It seems that I'll probably reach Toli City in half a day's time. From the time Merlin had left Floating City, he had actually been traveling for nearly 20 days. He had initially thought that it would take him only a couple of days to reach Toli City. However, there were too many tough mountainous roads along the journey. On top of that, he could only travel during the day, he had to find a place to rest at night. Thus, he had wasted quite a bit of time on his journey. Fortunately, Merlin was not rushing for time. During this period, he had used up the few phantasmal magic potions on him. The rate of increase of mind power was less effective than when he had first taken the potion. This proved that the potion was slowly losing its effect on Merlin. Fortunately, he had obtained the bell space, which allowed Merlin's mind power to meditate in the space without a moment of rest. The mind power that Merlin had displaced into the bell space had increased by a factor of 10. Let's wait for a bit more before merging the mind power in the bell space with my own mind power. Then I may be able to reach the conditions needed to construct the second-level spell, Darkness Tide. Merlin had chosen the most complex and powerful darkness-type spells in Abyss Fort. Initially, Merlin did not want to construct Darkness Tide as his first second-level spell, because he would use up a lot of his mind power in the process of doing so. Moreover, even if he had constructed it successfully, its spell model would take up a lot of his mind power. However, since Merlin had not exchanged other second-level spells from Dark Magic region, he only had a Darkness-type second-level spell with him now. As such, the decision was made that if his mind power was sufficient later on, he would choose to construct Darkness Tide without a moment of hesitation. Soon, half a day had gone past. The carriage slowly approached a city that was surrounded by high walls. This was Toli City. Merlin could clearly sense that there were numerous spellcasters and Normies walking about busily in the city. Such a scenario was new to Merlin, as he knew that spellcasters were generally arrogant and proud. There was a distinct sense of pride that came from spellcasters, as they believed that they were completely different from Normies. Hence, in the case of Toli City, where spellcasters and Normies did not distinguish themselves from each other, was extremely rare. There were still some forms of distinction though. Take for example, when some Normies met spellcasters who wore wizards' robes, they would smile and bow respectfully, showing their respect towards the spellcaster. Interesting. Normies and spellcasters living as equals. Toli City is indeed interesting. Merlin's interest was piqued by Toli City as the carriage slowly entered past the walls of Toli City. Toli City was bustling with people. Many peddlers and spellcasters were loudly promoting their goods on offer. None of the spellcasters appeared to be arrogant at this place. Having seen such a scene, Merlin felt as if he had returned to Blackwater City. However, the fluctuations of elements that seeped out from some of the spellcasters made Merlin realize that Toli City was a very special place. It was completely different from Floating City, which required that one be a spellcaster to enter the city. There was almost no Normies in the Floating City. Even Merlin's carriage driver was hired from outside of Floating City by the Delman clan. There were no Normies in Floating City at all. In comparison, Toli City had many Normies around who only displayed basic respect towards spellcasters. They treated spellcasters like any other person, without fear and anxiety. Some of the peddlers could even bargain with the spellcasters. Merlin had never seen anything like this before. Moreover, the peaceful interaction between spellcasters and Normies was exactly what Merlin had hoped to have in his life. Spellcasters and Normies were fundamentally the same. The spellcasters might be more powerful, but they were still humans by nature. After meeting Lorinka, I could stay for a bit in Toli City. Merlin muttered. Following that, he sent the carriage driver to collect information about the Shadison clan which Lorinka belonged to. Sir Merlin, I found it. Shadison clan is just right ahead here. The carriage driver had obtained the information and now knew the exact location of Shadison clan. Merlin nodded with a hint of a smile. Let's go to Shadison clan. Then, Merlin let down the curtains and the carriage slowly began to advance forward. In front of a small yard in Toli City, a man and a woman, who had long black hair, seemed a little exhausted. However, they both heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the yard. It should be here. The place we promised to meet at. Higher, go knock. These two figures were none other than Shireen and Haya. They came to Toli City as well, but they seemed to have made a promise to meet someone. Haya nodded, so he knocked and loudly called out, "Tafel, Emily, quickly come to the door. It's Haya and Shireen." Movements could soon be heard from this seemingly empty house after Haya banged on the wooden door. A few young girls dashed out of the house cheerfully. They seemed to be spellcasters as well. "Haya, Shireen, why are you so late? We were just discussing whether to go back or stay for the disclosure of Never-Ending Book by Shadison clan if you didn't come." A brown-haired female spellcaster quickly opened the wooden door and welcomed Haya and Shireen. Shireen was the most mature amongst the few spellcasters, so she scanned the three young female spellcasters as soon as she entered the house. Her expression slowly darkened. "Tafel, Emily, didn't I tell you that only both of you should come? We won't know how many spellcasters are attracted by the disclosure of Never-Ending Book this time. If there's any trouble during that time, I won't be able to protect so many people." Shireen pointed to the tall beautiful female spellcasters. After sensing Shireen's frustrated tone, the cheerful Emily stepped forward and explained to Shireen while holding the unfamiliar female spellcaster's hands. "We met her along our journey here. She's Emma and a spellcaster. On top of that, she's really great and has already constructed 3 0-level spells." "Roaming wizard?" Shireen frowned. Her gaze scanned the unfamiliar spellcaster named Emma, piercingly. They were all from the spellcaster clan, so they knew each other very well. Since they heard that the Shadison clan of Toli City would disclose the legendary Never-Ending Book publicly, they sneaked out of the clan to have a look at it. However, with the addition of Emma, the cautious Shireen would not trust her as easily as Emily and Tafel did. Hearing Shireen's response, Emma shook her head. "Wizard Shireen, I'm not a roaming wizard. I have a teacher and he's a spellcaster of the dark magic region. I came to Toli City because I heard many spellcasters would be attracted to the disclosure of the Never-Ending Book at Toli City. So I thought I may find my teacher here." "Spellcaster of the dark magic region?" After hearing Emma's explanation, she glanced at Emma with added curiosity. In fact, the wizards from many spellcaster organizations would often give spells to some people who have the potential to become spellcasters for them to learn it on their own. Some spellcasters were able to become one just with these spells, but the majority could not successfully become spellcasters. Moreover, the wizards of spellcaster organizations were mostly doing things on a whim. They would not actually bring their student to their spellcaster organizations. Shireen had encountered many similar cases in the past. Thus, she did not find Emma's words hard to believe after hearing her explanation. Shireen heaved a long sigh. "Wizard Emma, please don't have such a high hope. The dark magic region is known to be mysterious. You must have a token such as the dark magic ring to enter it. Even the strongest spellcaster cannot bring other spellcasters into dark magic region without having the ring." After Shireen said that, Emma's expression changed as she bit her lips tightly. "Thank you, Wizard Shireen, for telling me this. But I still want to try finding my teacher. It's more than enough to find him." Emma could still recall clearly the young spellcaster who had saved her whole family back then. Before he left, he promised that he would take her as a student should she successfully construct 3 0-level spells successfully after 3 years. It was almost the 3-year limit now and she had constructed the 0-level spell successfully. However, the young spellcaster had never visited Dieter's town again. Due to that, Emma decided to leave Dieter's town in search of her teacher on her own. Having seen Emma's determined expression, Shireen did not advise her further. Instead, her tone became troubled. "Let's go in first. The situation at Toli City is a little complicated this time, we must discuss this carefully." After that, Shireen entered the house with the young spellcasters. Chapter 245, The Never-Ending Book. Chapter 245, The Never-Ending Book. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the dark room, the spellcasters were silent. Shireen took a glance at the spellcasters and asked in a low voice, "Emily, you had reached Toli City earlier than us. Have you heard any news?" Emily was a blonde female spellcaster with blue eyes and attractive slender fair legs. When Shireen asked her, everyone focused their gaze on her at once. After a few moments, Emily replied hesitantly. We didn't get any news. The information of the never-ending book is still the same as what we obtained before. 2 days from now, the Shadaisen clan will openly disclose the never-ending book. The never-ending book, huh? That is a legendary treasure. As soon as they mentioned the never-ending book, these spellcasters were overwhelmed with excitement. They had come to Toli City after so much effort just to see the never-ending book. The legendary never-ending book had 3 volumes in total. It had been passed down since the generation of Malta Empire. However, no one had ever seen the real thing. At most, many had only heard about the legend surrounding the never-ending book. The first volume of the never-ending book recorded a variety of first-level to third-level spells. The records were rather complete and many of the spells were extremely precious. If an ordinary spellcaster clan had gotten their hands on the first volume of never-ending book, the ability of the clan would surely be improved tenfold after a mere 10 years of practice. On top of that, this was only the first volume of the never-ending book. The second volume was even more intriguing. It recorded a variety of 4th level to 6th level spells. This would spark interest even more amongst spellcasters as there was an abundance of 1st level to 3rd level spells. Despite it being difficult to obtain the spells, roaming wizards were perfectly capable of doing so. However, 4th level to 6th level spells were a commodity and were very rarely present in the outside world. Even if many roaming wizards had become 3rd level spellcasters out of sheer luck, they could not level up to become 4th level spellcasters without 4th level spells. Furthermore, even the spellcasters in some spellcaster organizations had to fight for 5th level and 6th level spells. Meanwhile, the 3rd volume of the never-ending book had always been close to a myth. There was no record about the people who had obtained the 3rd volume even during the age of Malta Empire. However, rumor had it that the 3rd volume recorded the mysterious yet powerful Pandora demon abilities. Each Pandora demon ability possessed a fearful power. Sadly, the 3rd volume had always been a myth even since the age of Malta Empire. After 3,600 years, the 3rd volume of the never-ending book might not appear at all. Shireen nodded and continued. Oh yeah, Emily, Tafel. Have you found out why the Shadaisen clan is openly disclosing the 1st volume of the never-ending book in Toli City? Should one obtain the never-ending book, the overall strength of the clan could be improved greatly after many years of careful practice. Instead, Shadaisen chose to disclose the precious never-ending book. This was simply inconceivable. Emily shook her head slightly. This matter had sparked a huge discussion in Toli City from the moment news had come to light. The reason was simple: treasures like the never-ending book, albeit the 1st volume, is not something that the Shadaisen clan could have simply taken into possession. Although there were only 1st level to 3rd level spells in the 1st volume, many spellcaster clans have set their gaze on the book. Amongst all, the Dorit clan, another spellcaster clan in Toli City, has gathered many roaming wizards in the dark. They have even gathered a few strong 3rd level spellcasters to impose pressure on Shadaisen clan. They were requesting the Shadaisen clan to hand over the 1st volume of never-ending book. However, Shadaisen clan was quite smart as well. They retaliated by making the decision to announce that they would publicly disclose the never-ending book in Toli City. At that time, the spells on the never-ending book would be shown to everyone and the Dorit clan would not be able to keep those roaming wizards together anymore. This way, the Shadaisen clan would be able to overcome this crisis. Emily carefully explained the information she had gathered in Toli City. Shireen nodded. With the Dorit clan pressuring Shadaisen could definitely not keep the 1st volume of the never-ending book to themselves any longer. Moreover, only such a bold move could allow them to keep the book and, at the same time, resolve the Dorit clan's scheme. This was indeed how a spellcaster clan survived in this world. Shireen was also from a spellcaster clan. She immediately understood the whole situation after deliberating about it for a while. The conflict between these two clans gives us an invaluable chance anyway. How else would we be able to see the legendary never-ending book? Shireen said with a smile. That's right. We've just got to wait for 2 more days for the Shadaisen clan to disclose the never-ending book. The young spellcasters kept on chatting away with looks of excitement. Only Emma was staring into the dark night sky with a hint of melancholy. That black-robed figure in Dieter's town kept on flashing in her mind. Under the veil of the night, a figure sprang out from the forest. Phew! The figure heaved a long sigh and muttered as she faced the tall walls. Toli City, I'm finally here. All the way from Floating City, Merlin, you are one tough opponent to find. With a closer look, this figure was a woman, an extremely beautiful woman. However, this beautiful woman wore a stiff expression, her gaze was sharp and sinister. Her long blonde hair was combed back and tied into a ponytail. On her head was an odd-looking black hat which was decorated with a feather. A spellcaster who was familiar with Osmu would immediately discern that this beautiful woman with a weird outfit was no ordinary woman. She was the cold-blooded Bluebird of Osmu who had killed countless spellcasters. Bluebird was simply a code name. No one knew her real name. Since the time she had appeared, she had been known as Bluebird. Not only was Bluebird strong, but she was also cruel and merciless. She had her own way of killing spellcasters, she took pleasure in causing excruciating pain and would torture her victims to death. Hence, many spellcasters would be gripped by an immense fear as soon as the name Bluebird was mentioned. Swish! Bluebird glanced at the tall wall in front of her. Then, a slight fluctuation of wind element appeared on her and her figure dashed forward at once. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared into the night. All right, wait here for me. Merlin's voice came from the carriage. Following that, the carriage slowly came to a halt. Merlin came out of the carriage and raised his head to look at the large manor. This was indeed a huge manor. There were many castles in there and it appeared to be strictly guarded. A few elemental swordsmen were standing on guard outside. These elemental swordsmen were at least third-level elemental swordsmen. If it was back in Blackwater City, they were definitely seen as strong. However, these people were only responsible for patrolling and guarding in Toli City. Elemental swordsmen who had not become fourth-level intermediate elemental swordsmen could not threaten a spellcaster at all. Thus, these elemental swordsmen who were below fourth level were not even comparable to an entrance-level spellcaster who had constructed a spell. Merlin headed straight to the entrance of the manor, but he was blocked by the elemental swordsman. The elemental swordsman sized up Merlin for a moment. They seemed to recognize that Merlin was wearing a wizard's robe and was a spellcaster, so they were rather respectful towards him. Sir, how may we help you in Shadison Manor? This manor was the location at which Shadison clan was based in. It was called the Shadison Manor. Merlin calmly replied, I'm here to look for Lorinka. Young Lady Lorinka? This elemental swordsman shot him an odd look but resumed his normal expression afterward. Hence, he respectfully said to Merlin, please give me a moment, sir. We will notify young Lady Lorinka now. Merlin nodded, then stood outside the manor as he waited silently. As he waited, Merlin settled his gaze on the manor. Although he did not use his mind power, he could faintly sense that there were many spellcasters in the manor. The whole Shadison Manor appeared calm, but it was actually bustling with activity in reality. The security here was also extremely tight. Merlin did not know about the Shadison's clan situation since he had just arrived in Toli City. Young Lady Lorinka, this wizard wanted to meet you. Soon, the elemental swordsman brought a female wizard outside. The female wizard appeared to be exhausted. With a pale blue wizard's robe, her head was covered under the large hood. Only Merlin's exceptional sight was able to read the wizard's expression. Wizard Merlin? The female wizard exclaimed in shock. Following that, she pulled her large hood down to reveal her tired expression. Wizard Lorinka, we meet again. Merlin revealed a light smile as he calmly replied. Lorinka quickly took a few steps forward to examine Merlin. Following that, she seemed to think of something and a hint of expectation flashed on her face. With a low voice, she asked, Wizard Merlin, have you become a first-level spellcaster? It seemed Lorinka had not known about Merlin's matters, so she asked this. Merlin nodded seriously. That's right. I'm already an official member of Dark Magic Region. I can still remember my promise to you back then. Merlin had promised that he would let Lorinka be his servant after he had become a first-level spellcaster, and an official member of Dark Magic Region. This was also Lorinka's last wish when she had reluctantly left the Dark Magic Region. Little did she expect that her last wish would become reality. At once, Lorinka was overwhelmed with emotions, she stared at Merlin and no words came to her for a long time. Chapter 246, Before the Chaos Eye. Chapter 246, Before the Chaos Eye. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In a spacious room, the heavy breathing gradually calmed down. Merlin caressed Lorinka's back gently as he looked at her curled up in his arm like a kitten. Merlin calmly said, "Lorinka, follow me to Dark Magic Region. You don't have to be in the clan and spend another day feeling helpless and lonely." Merlin could tell from the state of Lorinka's room and the attitude of the people around her that she did not have a smooth life in the clan. Just like what Lorinka had said before, being expelled from Dark Magic Region had deemed her as someone without potential. The clan would no longer provide her with resources. Her life would become less comparable to those of roaming wizards. Seeing the reality as it was, what Lorinka had said was not, in any way, exaggerating at all. Lorinka nodded obediently and said softly, "Sure, but I still need to explain to my father about the situation before going back to Dark Magic Region. No matter what, I'm a part of Shadison clan." Merlin nodded. Then, he thought of the tight security in Shadison clan. Many spellcasters seemed to be hiding around the manor and the atmosphere was rather heavy. "Lorinka, what's going on? There are so many spellcasters hiding in the Shadison clan." Merlin asked Lorinka inquisitively. Meanwhile, Lorinka's expression stiffened at the mention of this. Then, she lied close to Merlin as she explained to him. "This matter is not a secret in Toli City anymore. A month ago, our clan found a treasure incidentally." "Treasure?" "That's right. Treasure. It's a legend that has been passed down since the age of Malta Empire, the first volume of the never-ending book." After Lorinka said it, Merlin immediately recalled some information regarding the never-ending book. He was no longer the rookie who had just stepped into Dark Magic Region, he naturally knew a little about the infamous treasure, never-ending book. The legend of never-ending book had been passed down since the age of Malta Empire. Any ordinary spellcaster would know about it, but its appearance in real life had truly shocked many people. It's only the first volume of the never-ending book that records some first-level to third-level spells. Not many wizards from spellcaster organizations would be interested in it. Merlin knew that the first volume of never-ending book only contained first-level to third-level spells. It did not interest him at all. He only found it unusual for such a legendary object to exist. Many spellcaster organizations possessed all sorts of spells, alchemy and runology. It was rather easy to obtain the spells within the first volume. Lorinka shook her head slightly. The wizards in spellcaster organizations are very proud in their trade. Naturally they would not be interested in the first volume of the never-ending book. Maybe the second volume may intrigue them, but that doesn't mean other spellcasters would not be interested as well. In Toli City, the Doric clan, another spellcaster clan, has wanted the never-ending book for a long time. There are other roaming wizards vying for it as well. They are interested in the spells recorded in the first volume. The higher-ups of the clan know about the risk in this. If they don't respond to the people soon, the Doric clan will possibly gather the roaming wizards and harm our clan. Merlin nodded knowingly. Shadison clan had too little of influence. The strongest of all was at most a fourth-level spellcaster. Their overall ability was only slightly more powerful than the Delman clan of Floating City. Shadison clan was carrying an immense burden right now. It was no wonder the Shadison manor was so strictly guarded now. Lorinka continued on. The higher-ups know that they can't keep the first volume no matter what in this situation. But they didn't want to give in to Dorit's threats. So they plan to publicly disclose the first volume to all spellcasters who come to Toli City in 2 days' time. Publicly disclose the never-ending book? Merlin was surprised. However, when he thought about it carefully, he agreed on their decision and this was the best solution to the situation. This way, the Doric clan would have no way to force the Shadison clan to hand over the never-ending book. Additionally, publicly disclosing it would also shut down the Doric clan's scheme to gather the roaming wizards. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone, except that the spells of the never-ending book would no longer be the Shadison clan's personal possession. This would definitely have a certain effect on the Shadison clan. However, as compared to the potential crisis of the clan's destruction due to pocketing the never-ending book, such a loss was nothing significant. After understanding the whole situation, Merlin also understood why Toli City was bustling with people. Many spellcasters were rushing to Toli City because of this. During his journey here, he had met the siblings who seemed to be rushing to Toli City because of some matters. It might have just been related to the never-ending book. Merlin was simply curious about the never-ending book. As for the first level to third level spells, Merlin was not attracted to them since he had a lot of contribution points in dark magic region. He was capable of exchanging for any spells, ranging from first level to sixth level spells. Thus, the spells contained in the never-ending book did not attract Merlin at all. Lorinka, tell your clan now and follow me to dark magic region, Merlin said in a low voice. He did not want to stay outside for too long, he would have preferred to return to dark magic region as soon as possible. As he accumulated his mind power slowly in the bell space, his mind power would be sufficient for him to construct a second-level spell by the time he returned to dark magic region. Lorinka nodded, then got dressed and left the room. Merlin hesitated for a moment, but still trailed behind Lorinka. Clan leader, many powerful spellcasters have appeared in Toli City these few days, especially those fourth-level roaming wizards. They have all begun to show up. That's right, there are already many third-level spellcasters. Now with the fourth-level spellcasters, albeit roaming wizards, the situation has become more terrifying now. These roaming wizards were able to become fourth-level spellcasters. Who knows how difficult that would have been? These people are trouble. Especially the Doric clan. They seem to still be contacting these third-level and fourth-level spellcasters. Clan leader, when we publicly disclose the never-ending book in 2 days' time, what shall we do if the Doric clan attacks us? In a small room, about 10 spellcasters were squeezed into the small space. These spellcasters all wore a worried look as they reported on the information they had collected. Rind appeared calm as he sized up the spellcasters present in the room. These people were the core forces of the Shadison clan, they were third-level spellcasters. The Shadison clan had obtained the first volume of the never-ending book recently. This was supposed to be the clan's chance at succeeding, but the chance had turned into great trouble instead after the information was leaked. Without taking proper care of the issue, the Shadison clan might forever disappear from Toli City. In the past month, Wizard Rind, as the clan leader of Shadison clan, seemed to have aged a lot. He was thinking of possible solutions with all his might every day. Finally, he came up with the idea to publicly disclose the never-ending book, so that he could dismantle the Doric clan's scheme to gather the roaming wizards and attack Shadison clan. However, before the never-ending book was disclosed, all sorts of accidents could appear at any time. During these last days, the whole Shadison clan was stiff with anxiety, they could not afford to let their guard down. After hearing the reports from these third-level spellcasters, Wizard Rind slowly stood up and calmly announced. Don't worry about it. These roaming wizards are only here because of the reputation of the never-ending book. In 2 days, they'll naturally go away after I disclose the spells contained in the never-ending book. As for the Doric clan, HMPH. We have fought for so many years in Toli City, we won't shy away from another fight. If they really do attack us, Shadison clan won't stand down easily as well. We must be prepared for this, so get ready. In 2 days, during the disclosure of the never-ending book, we can't have anything go wrong. I'll request for the presence of a fourth-level wizard. Wizard Rind had a low voice which calmed people down. Many spellcasters who were initially agitated gradually calmed down now. All right. It was clan leader Rind who had obtained the never-ending book anyway. A spellcaster in the clan had unintentionally leaked the information, thus largely affecting the clan. Then, it was you who suggested to publicly disclose the never-ending book to resolve this issue. We'll listen to everything you say. Many spellcasters seemed to trust Wizard Rind a lot as they listened to anything Wizard Rind had suggested. Wizard Rind nodded and was satisfied with their reaction. He had a high prestige in the Shadison clan, an almost absolute authority figure. Shadison clan was able to slowly stand against their rival, Doric clan, these past few years because of Rind's effort. Good. You should proceed with the preparations. Before finishing his words, a young spellcaster walked into the room in a rush. He carefully said to Rind, Clan leader, young lady Lorinka is here. She said she has some important matters to discuss with you. Lorinka? Rind frowned and recalled for a while. He had many children. To expand the clan, Rind had married many women and had countless children, many of which were not particularly excellent. He did not even remember their names. This was very common amongst spellcaster clans since not every child would possess the spellcaster quality. To continue his bloodline, he had to have enough children. After thinking for a while, Rind finally recalled Lorinka as she had joined Dark Magic region before this. She was one of the more excellent spellcasts in the clan. However, after Lorinka was expelled from Dark Magic region, Rind no longer regarded her as important. After a few years, Rind could not remember that he had such a daughter anymore. Can't you see I'm discussing something important with the wizards? What matter does Lorinka have to discuss? I'm not seeing her. Rind's expression darkened as he responded coldly. Clan leader, there seems to be an unfamiliar spell caster behind young Lady Lorinka. He was wearing the robe that is meant for an official member of Dark Magic region. This spellcaster was also a first-level spellcaster. He was knowledgeable enough to know about the robes of Dark Magic region, so he dared to report it to Rind. Official member of Dark Magic region? Rind's expression softened a little. After a moment of pause, he replied, "All right, I'll meet them. Send Lorinka in." Wizard Rind nodded. He did not care about Lorinka, who had no potential any longer, but he must treat the official member of Dark Magic region properly. Chapter 247, Before the Chaos 2. Chapter 247, Before the Chaos 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Soon, footsteps could be heard from the outside. Lorinka was walking at the front, followed by a young-looking spellcaster who wore a black wizard's robe. The spellcasters in the room instantly focused their gaze on the young spellcaster's black robe. When they noticed the unique marking on the robe, the gaze of these spellcasters changed a little. That was the robe unique to an official member of Dark Magic region. There was no mistaking it. The spellcaster brought by Lorinka was indeed an official member of Dark Magic region. Upon thinking of this, Wizard Rind showed a slight smile and stood up. "Lorinka, why don't you introduce us? Who is this wizard from Dark Magic region?" Lorinka took a glance at Merlin and nodded. Softly, she responded, "Father, this is Wizard Merlin. He has just become an official member of Dark Magic region. He's here to take me back to Dark Magic region." "Take you back to Dark Magic region?" Rind was slightly stunned. He knew that Lorinka used to be a temporary member of Dark Magic region, but she was expelled because she was not able to reach the condition of Dark Magic region after 3 years. Could she still go back? This time, Merlin stepped forward and calmly explained the situation. "Wizard Rind, I promised Lorinka that I'd allow her to be my servant when I became an official member." Wizard Rind suddenly understood the situation. He naturally knew what servant actually meant. Albeit having a low social status, she might have a chance to improve in the future should she serve a wizard who had just become a first-level spellcaster. It was much better than staying in the clan. Thus, Rind nodded without hesitation. "If that's the case, I won't stop you. I'll leave Lorinka in Wizard Merlin's good hands. But if you want to leave, it's impossible now. It has to be in 2 days' time, after the clan has overcome the current crisis. Then, you may take your leave from Toli City. I believe Lorinka will be able to understand this. As a wizard of Shadison clan, this is your responsibility." Rind waved his hand to dismiss Merlin and Lorinka. In response, Merlin bowed slightly, seemingly composed. Rind obviously did not know who Merlin was. The news that Merlin had killed Weiss in Floating City might not have traveled to Toli City just yet. "It's better this way since it'll be less troublesome. Even though I'll still have to wait for 2 more days, it's good that I can have a look at the legendary never-ending book." Some thoughts flashed through Merlin's mind, then he left with Lorinka. "All right, everyone prepare yourselves properly, keep an eye on the Dorit clan especially. We can't afford any mistake in 2 days." Rind exclaimed with a serious expression. Other spellcasters nodded respectively. Following that, Rind waved his hand to dismiss these wizards. "Clan leader." Just when the wizards were about to leave, a white-haired and old spellcaster called out with his rough voice. "Oh. Wizard Lobice, you have a question? Rind asked as he looked at the old wizard in the room. Wizard Lobice shook his head slightly. He wore an uncertain expression as he responded, Clan leader, I'm not sure about this. The spellcaster named Merlin who was brought in by young Lady Lorinka, I'm afraid he is more than what he looks like. Wizard Lobice, you know of this Wizard Merlin? Wizard Rind asked softly. The wizards who had begun to leave the room halted their footsteps respectively, their gaze focused on Wizard Lobice. Lobice said in a grim tone, some time ago, I received information from some roaming wizards. The official member of Osmu, the third-level spellcaster Weiss, went to Floating City to tempt a genius spellcaster. In the end, he was stopped by a spellcaster from Dark Magic region. The two fought and Weiss had lost in the end. The name of the spellcaster from Dark Magic region is Merlin. What? Even Weiss is dead? Rind's expression changed drastically. His gaze was shot out of the door, focused in the direction Merlin and Lorinka had left. A hint of eagerness burned in his eyes. The Doric clan's place was well lit. Many third-level spellcasters were gathered in one place. The one who was leading the meeting was the tall and serious-looking wizard Raimundo who wore a blue wizard's robe. Clan leader, we have 2 more days left. The Shadison clan will disclose the first volume of the never-ending book. This is very disadvantageous for us. After this information is out, the roaming wizards who had been in contact with us before this would no longer retain communication with us. They are not fighting the Shadison clan with us. That's right, clan leader. If this persists, I'm afraid the Shadison clan will be able to overcome this crisis. Initially, the Shadison had faintly overpowered our Doric clan. If they possess the complete spells in the never-ending book, we'll never be able to catch up to them. Many spellcasters expressed their concerns to the clan leader, Wizard Raimundo, respectively. Wizard Raimundo was also frowning. Initially, it was a good thing that the Shadison clan had obtained the never-ending book. In response, Raimundo immediately spread the news and contacted many strong roaming wizards in order to impose pressure on the Shadison clan. If the Shadison clan retaliated, he could even persuade those roaming wizards at once to completely destroy the Shadison clan. At that time, the Doric clan could take over the whole Toli city. To be able to fight and destroy the Shadison clan would have been an even greater achievement compared to obtaining the first volume of the never-ending book. However, the Shadison clan wanted to publicly disclose the book now. This completely disrupted Raimundo's scheme and no roaming wizards were willing to take the risk and fight the Shadison clan with the Doric clan. Without the roaming wizards, the Doric clan could not destroy the Shadison clan on its own. Don't rush things. I have a plan. Raimundo suddenly exclaimed in a low voice. All the spellcasters immediately fell silent. What are you thinking, clan leader? Raimundo thought about it for a while. He knew that he would induce the dissatisfaction of the spellcasters if he had chosen to remain silent. His social standing in the Doric clan was far from stable at this point in time. Hence, Raimundo flashed a smile and said, I've just gotten in contact with the few 4th-level roaming wizards who have just arrived in Toli City, especially the old man Ubik. He has agreed to fight the Shadison clan with us, but he has a condition, he must take the first volume of the never-ending book. 4th-level spellcaster? There are only 1st-level to 3rd-level spells in the first volume of the never-ending book. Ubik is a 4th-level spellcaster, why does he need the first volume? These spellcasters carefully considered the matter and understood that it would not be an easy matter to persuade a 4th-level spellcaster. Raimundo suddenly smirked and spoke slowly. The first volume of the never-ending book naturally doesn't attract a 4th-level spellcaster. But what if I say that there are clues to the 2nd volume, or even the 3rd volume, within the 1st volume? After he finished his words, the spellcasters below him all took a sharp breath and widened their eyes. Their stares were focused on Raimundo while looking in disbelief. There are clues to the 2nd volume, or even the 3rd volume, in the 1st volume of never-ending book. Why haven't we heard about it? If there were clues to the 2nd or 3rd volume of the never-ending book, it would appeal a lot to those 4th-level spellcasters. Raimundo revealed a secretive smile and slowly said, it doesn't matter whether there are clues to the 2nd volume in the 1st volume of the never-ending book. Most important of all, we, the Doric clan, have obtained some information about this. with this information how can we not tempt the 4th level spellcasters? The Dorit clan doesn't need the never-ending book, we only want the destruction of the Shadison clan. Raymundo's expression showed a hint of craziness and gloat. In a room within Shadison clan, Merlin asked Laurinka in a calm tone, "Has your father left?" Laurinka showed an awkward expression, but nodded. "Yes. I've told my father about your reply. I believe he won't come anymore." Merlin nodded. He recalled that Laurinka's father, the clan leader of Shadison clan, Wizard Rind, had somehow found out about his identity and knew that he had killed the spellcaster from Osmu, Weiss. Hence, Wizard Rind tried his best to request for Merlin's help during the disclosure of the never-ending book in 2 days. However, Merlin had rejected the request, he was only in Shadison clan to look for Laurinka. He was not interested in participating in the conflict between spellcaster clans. Merlin only wanted to wait silently and have a look at the legendary never-ending book 2 days later. Then, he would leave Toli City and return to Dark Magic region. Regarding the matters of Shadison clan, Merlin wanted no part in it at all. The outside had quieted down since Wizard Rind had left. However, because of Merlin's special identity, he was treated as a special guest as well. No one dared to disturb Merlin and Laurinka. Instead of meditating, Merlin stood up and took off his robe to reveal his muscular body. As compared to the physique of an ordinary spellcaster, Merlin's could be considered as terrifying. Merlin had obtained 4 mysterious relief sculptures and had been practicing them for a few years. After persevering for such a long time, Merlin's physique had become terrifyingly tough now. His physique was comparable to a 3rd-level elemental swordsman. However, after Merlin had begun to practice the 4th relief sculpture, his physique was improving at an extremely slow pace. Initially, Merlin did not care about it, he simply persisted in practicing it every day. After continuing his practice for a few years, a change finally occurred. Lately, Merlin was always energetic as if there was endless strength contained in his body. Sometimes, his body would become hot. At first, Merlin did not think much of it, but such sensations had turned stronger with time. The sensation was most apparent when Merlin was practicing the posture of the 4th mysterious relief sculpture. Thus, Merlin had a feeling that his body was beginning to change after practicing the posture for such a long time. Chapter 248, Disclosure. Chapter 248, Disclosure. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin's mysterious relief sculpture was passed down since the generation of Malta Empire. Its origin had been a myth until now. It seemed to have no other effect except for improving one's physique. As one's physique reached a certain point, further improvements would become exceedingly difficult. Merlin's physique had not been improved for a long time now despite practicing the relief sculpture regularly. Now that he sensed that his body was experiencing some sort of change, Merlin would naturally not give up his practice. Thus, he began his practice according to the posture of the 4th relief sculpture. Merlin knew the posture of the 4th relief sculpture by heart, so he could easily replicate the mysterious yet complex postures. Normally, Merlin would only practice the posture once, however, he felt that there seemed to be endless energy oozing perpetually from his body today. With that, he practiced the posture again and again, with increased intensity each time. He sensed that his energy had still not exhausted, instead, his energy was getting stronger each time, prompting an urge within him to scream out loud. Merlin did not wear his top at that moment. Red veins began to protrude upon his fair skin, revealing a network of veins under the skin and appearing to be hideous and fearsome. More than that, it could be seen with the naked eye that the blood was surging in his veins. A strange sound accompanied the movement could also be heard. Boom! Merlin felt as if his whole body had exploded. His height had increased by force. Although he was far from old Wilson who looked like a miniature giant, he had become much taller than before. Not only did his height increase, but his bones also seemed to tingle in his body, his muscles and blood became more interconnected than before. Strength! Merlin held his palms together lightly. He felt that he could easily break through the heavy armor on an elemental swordsman with just brute force. Bam! Merlin circled his arms around. At once, his arms waved in the air and let out a crisp sound. This was done merely from the brute force of his body. Being able to cause such sound in air plainly proved that he was much stronger than a fourth-level elemental swordsman. Merlin had spent years in practicing the posture of the fourth mysterious relief sculpture. Even though it seemed to bear no effect at first, Merlin still continued to practice it. Now that Merlin's body had evolved, or in more accurate terms, exalted, he could sense that his body was totally different from inside out. His strength was far stronger than that of a fourth-level elemental swordsman. Even he could not be sure how strong he had become. Let's see how my defense and recovery ability has become. Merlin reached out his palm and took a sharp dagger from his ring. He swung the dagger on his palm strongly. TSK TSK. The dagger formed a cut on his palm, but the action caused a series of strange sounds. Examining his palm closely, only a light trace of the dagger's effect was apparent. Merlin was surprised to see this since the dagger was extremely sharp. Despite that, it did not cut through his skin. Thinking of this, Merlin increased his strength and swung the dagger. Finally, a red trace appeared on his skin and blood dripped out of the wound. Merlin quickly kept his dagger and observed the trace on his palm, only to find that the wound was recovering at an observable speed. After a brief moment, only a light scar was left. Hiss! Seeing this, even Merlin had to take a sharp breath. Little did he expect his physique would change so drastically after practicing the posture of the mysterious relief sculpture for a long time. It did not only have incredible strength, but its defensive ability was also excellent. In addition to its fantastic recovery ability, Merlin could prevail against any ordinary first-level spellcaster even if he was not a spellcaster who could use spells. Malta Empire. Merlin mumbled softly. Malta Empire seemed to always be shrouded in mystery, making it impossible for others to reveal its entirety. The variety of spells, casting tools, potions, and even demon abilities that was passed down from the Malta Empire were violently fought for between countless spellcasters. Even the mysterious relief sculpture had such an unbelievable effect. The Malta Empire 3,600 years ago had caught Merlin's attention. Although he did not know the exact usage of these mysterious relief sculpture, Merlin could faintly sense that the postures did not only serve to improve one's physique. However, no matter what this relief sculpture was, it had been beneficial to Merlin. His body had completely evolved now and his overall ability had improved drastically as well. Thus, Merlin continued to familiarize himself with the new developments of his body in his room. 2 days later, Toli City had become busier. Today was the day Shadaisen clan planned to disclose the never-ending book to the public. Many roaming wizards had arrived by the entrance of the Shadaisen Manor. The outside of Shadaisen Manor was packed with people, the place was so crowded that people could not move at all. Many spellcasters' mind power was scanning the Shadaisen Manor brazenly as they observed the movements of anything within the manor. Creak! Soon, the door was pushed open and Wizard Rind slowly approached the entrance of the manor accompanied by the third-level spellcasters of Shadaisen clan. Along with the entrance of these spellcasters, many first-level and second-level spellcasters began to show up from within the manor. They surrounded Wizard Rind and kept watch over the surroundings with caution. Even though some roaming wizards were dissatisfied, Shadaisen clan was a clan with high tenacity in Toli City. It was a very influential clan, no one dared to mess with the Shadaisen clan before they had disclosed the never-ending book. Wizard Rind scanned the crowd and saw some familiar faces amongst the crowd. He knew that these people were the spellcasters from the Dorit clan. They hid amongst the crowd waiting to cause trouble if the opportunity presented itself. However, knowing that he had prepared everything properly, Wizard Rind resumed his composure. Following that, he noticed at the edge of his eyes the young spellcaster who wore a black robe beside Lorinka amongst the crowd. He had chosen to stay. Even though he didn't promise to help, it's fine that he just stays here. Wizard Rind knew about Merlin's true identity, the spellcaster who was capable of eliminating genius spellcasters of Osmu and highly regarded by Dark Magic region. With his status and absolute strength, Merlin would not stand aside should Shadaisen get in a pinch if he thought of protecting Lorinka. Wizard Rind had ensured Merlin a peaceful and quiet surrounding for him, as such, he did not persist in looking for Merlin for the past 2 days. Everyone, Shadaisen clan has obtained the first volume of the never-ending book by luck. This is the luck of my Shadaisen clan, but we don't want to pocket the treasure to ourselves. That is why we have invited all spellcasters to come here and witness the miraculous never-ending book of legends. Wizard Rind first scanned the crowd and announced loudly to the crowd. No matter what, these roaming wizards were considered fortunate since he had proposed to disclose the never-ending book. To be able to see the variety of spell models with their own eyes was the same as obtaining many first-level to third-level spells, without putting any effort into it. Noticing that the crowd had begun to make noise, Wizard Rind nodded and a few spellcasters instantly appeared beside him. These spellcasters were the third-level spellcasters of Shad-Isen clan. They were considered the core forces of the Shad-Isen clan. Them protecting Rind was the strongest defense they could think of. This also showed how important they had regarded the never-ending book. Swish! A white light flashed and a thick thread-bound book appeared in Wizard Rind's hands. The book was delicately compiled and gave off strings of white light, looking mystifying. This was the legendary never-ending book. Even though it was only the first volume, the book had caught everyone's attention as soon as it appeared. Even Merlin, who was in the crowd, was tempted to look at the never-ending book in Wizard Rind's hands. "This is the never-ending book?" Merlin mumbled. He did not feel anything strange about it. He even checked the book with his mind power, but it did not seem to have any reaction at all. Wizard Rind, quickly disclose the never-ending book. That's right, quickly disclose the never-ending book. Let us look at the legendary never-ending book. So what kind of spells are recorded within it? Many spellcasters shouted as they looked at the insignificant-looking never-ending book. They were requesting for Wizard Rind to disclose the book. Wizard Rind took a deep breath. Displaying the never-ending book was a forced action since he had no other choice. Shad-Isen clan was only a weak spellcaster clan after all. If there were 7th level, 8th level or 9th level spellcasters present in Shad-Isen clan like those spellcaster organizations, who could force the clan to openly display the never-ending book? However, albeit discontented, Wizard Rind was obligated to display the never-ending book at this moment. Open! At once, Wizard Rind flipped it open. The thick never-ending book slowly opened, revealing strings of light that surrounded the book and casting a holy and mystified air around it. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Pillars of light were shot from the never-ending book. These white lights rapidly turned into spell models in midair. Each of them was maintained in the air for a few seconds. Following that, the white light continued to change and turn into another spell model. It also has Furious Flame, Guardian Monument and so on. Merlin stared at the spell models suspended mid-air in awe. There were all types of spells as displayed by the white light, starting from the easy to the complicated ones. Merlin was surprised at the detail of the spells recorded in the book. It was no wonder the book was given the name Never-Ending. Initially, Merlin was not interested in these spells ranging from 1st level to 3rd level. However, seeing that there were so many detailed spells in the book, he was immediately intrigued knowing that the Matrix required a large number of spells as its basic database. In order to ensure a smooth data integration process, Merlin let the Matrix begin recording each and every spell as displayed by the never-ending book. In the same case as Merlin, almost all roaming wizards were recording the spells as displayed by the never-ending book. Some smarter roaming wizards were not greedy for more, they simply recorded the types of spell that were suitable for them as preparation to level up in the future. Noticing that almost all the spellcasters were focusing on recording the spells, Wizard Rind revealed a smile. We have reached at least half of our aim. After these roaming wizards obtain the spells, they won't cause any trouble to the Shad-Isen clan anymore. But we have to be careful against the Doric clan. Watch them closely. I have a foreboding sense that the Doric clan will not give up that easily. Wizard Rind also kept a close eye on the spellcasters from Doric clan in the crowd without the slightest intention of lowering his guard. Chapter 249, Chaos Eye. Chapter 249, Chaos Eye. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the crowd, Shireen, Haya, and the rest were unable to take their eyes off the never-ending book displaying all sorts of spells in midair. Their faces were those of utter astonishment. It really is the never-ending book. Some of these spells are not even available in the clans. The never-ending book is really marvelous to be able to record so many spells in such a comprehensive manner. Any spellcaster clan who got their hands on the never-ending book would develop at an incredible rate, and may ultimately even be a match for those spellcaster organizations. It's not that easy. Spellcaster organizations have a continued inheritance accumulated over 1,000 years. Spells are just one part of it, there's also runology, alchemy, potions, and the rest. Without this complete inheritance, one would never be comparable to a spellcaster organization. Shireen stared at the never-ending book steadily displaying spells in midair and shook her head slightly. She had a deep understanding of the inner workings of spellcaster organizations. One could not become a spellcaster organization by relying solely on the never-ending book or a powerful individual. For instance, Sterling House might be very powerful now, but it was resting entirely on the great wizard Sterling. Once he died, the status of Sterling House would immediately take a dive, because the Sterling House had not collected a comprehensive, varied inheritance as spellcaster organizations did. Moreover, spellcaster organizations were the legacies of spellcasters, and the manifestation of their strength was merely one aspect. Without these legacies, there would be no spellcasters organization. Ever since the age of the Malta Empire, much of the spellcasters' legacies had in fact been lost. Current spellcasters had fallen a long way from the era of the Malta Empire, for that was the golden age of spellcasters. Shireen shot a glance at Emma standing beside her and found that Emma had begun recording the spells of the never-ending book, but she seemed preoccupied with something else as her eyes were constantly searching for something in the crowd. Shireen shook her head slightly. She knew that Emma was looking for that teacher from the dark magic region. However, it was rather hopeless. Emma's teacher was most likely caught up in the moment of excitement. Did this teacher truly take Emma seriously? There were no results at all from Emma's current persistent search. However, based on the stubbornly determined expression on Emma's face, Shireen knew that Emma would not give up no matter what. Following that, Shireen, Haya, and the rest quickly recorded the spells from the never-ending book, especially those that were suited to them, which they recorded with their full attention. During the display of the never-ending book, the crowd became so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Most of the spellcasters were unable to take their eyes off the spells displayed by the never-ending book. Only a few spellcasters with dignified expressions and sharp eyes did not look at the never-ending book, but instead, they constantly assessed the spellcasters from the Shadison clan. The never-ending book. It's time, begin. In the crowd, a cold light flashed in the eyes of Wizard Raimundo, who lightly waved his hand. Boom! Instantly, a wild gust of wind elemental fluctuation built up to a whistling gale that swept towards Wizard Rind. This sudden development immediately threw the crowd into chaos, but the Shadison clan was ready instantly. Many spellcasters stepped forward in front of the never-ending book and Rind, their bodies flashing with waves of earth elemental fluctuations as they cast an earth-type defensive spell. The dozens of spellcasters cast the same earth-type spell together and the earth elemental fluctuations were frightening. Almost all of the sky was turned into a dirt yellow color, which was an impressive sight. The Doric clan has made their move? As they saw the spell shadowing the sky and the earth, countless spellcasters in the crowd began to revolt suddenly. Even Wizard Rind noticed Wizard Raimundo, clan elder of the Doric clan, who was hiding in the crowd. Therefore, Wizard Rind prepared to keep the never-ending book with a wave of his hand. He was already prepared for the Doric clan's attack, so he did not seem alarmed. The numerous wizards of Shadison had also quickly responded. Attacking at this time is already too late. Wizard Rind laughed coldly. He saw that the crowd of roaming wizards did not make any moves at all. This indicated that his demonstration of the never-ending book had its desired effect. Since they had already obtained the spells, there were not many roaming wizards who would be willing to take the risk of joining the Doric clan in attacking the Shadison clan. If it was only the Doric clan who was attacking, then Wizard Rind was not worried at all. Wizard Mivdor, Wizard Osali, attack now. Annihilate every incoming enemy and spare no one. A sharp light flashed in Wizard Rind's eyes and a terrifying murderous intent was apparent all over his body. As soon as he gave his order, two spellcasters unleashed a roar, and a horde of spellcasters rushed out from Shadison Manor. In a moment, the earth-shattering spells were directed at the spellcasters from the Doric clan who were in the crowd. Numerous spells filled the skies causing constant screams and cries here and there. A chaos had erupted outside Shadison Manor. In order to not be entangled in the conflict, many roaming wizards had retreated by this time. In such a skirmish, one might be hit by a spell in a moment of carelessness, after which one was likely to be attacked by dozens of spells. Even a third-level spellcaster would not be so certain of escaping unscathed. Leave the never-ending book. Just as Rind was about to keep the never-ending book, a sudden command rang out. Following that, a giant palm formed entirely by condensed wind element came down from the sky and trapped Wizard Rind. Its petrifying pressure made Wizard Rind's expression change instantly. A fourth-level spellcaster. Rind cried out hoarsely. Casting such a terrifying spell, there was no doubt that a fourth-level spell had been cast. Furthermore, Rind's fourth-level spellcaster did no such thing at all, so he was certain that this was a fourth-level spellcaster from the other side. Bang! The giant palm formed by condensed wind element lunged towards the never-ending book. However, in a flash, a violent ball of flame lit up half the sky from within Shadison Manor. It was as if the sky had suddenly caught a flame. The flames raged and burned, approaching Wizard Rind in the blink of an eye. The crimson flames surged up and expanded quickly. Its mighty power increased and collided ruthlessly with the giant wind element palm. These were both fourth-level spells, and they clashed against each other monumentally. Wild bursts of fire element and wind element spread in all directions, and soon the surroundings were in complete disorder. A few roaming wizards who were not so lucky to escape in time were killed, engulfed by the flames and winds. Their bodies were crushed in an instant, following which they were turned into ashes by the blaze. This was the might of fourth-level spells, which far surpassed the limits of third-level spells. It was a complete leap of power. After all, in the dark magic region, fourth-level spellcasters could build their own towers. Their lofty status was a world of difference from the spellcasters below fourth level. Heh, old fellow, you've hidden in Shadison Manor for so many years, to think that you haven't died. In the raging fire and gale, a skinny old man walked out slowly, squinting his eyes at a figure within Shadison Manor. You Bick, if an old thing like you isn't dead yet, how can I be dead? From within Shadison Manor, a hale and hearty old spellcaster walked out slowly. This was the strongest person in the Shadison clan, fourth-level Wizard Gil. Once Wizard Gil appeared, an expression of pride came over the faces of spellcasters from the Shadison clan. In their clan, Wizard Gil held a high reputation. In the past, Wizard Gil was able to face down 2 fourth-level spellcasters without being outdone one bit, an act that established his reputation in Toli City. Therefore, even though he had not appeared for a long time now, he was still highly regarded by others, and even Wizard Ubick wore an apprehensive expression. Gil, hand me the never-ending book, it's not something that your Shadison clan can possess. Wizard Ubick spoke with a cold smile, his blazing eyes fixed on the never-ending book which was currently in the hands of Wizard Gil. Wizard Gil shot a complicated look towards the never-ending book in his hand, and his expression became downcast. He said coolly, Ubick, the spells of the never-ending book have been publicly disclosed. What's more, as a fourth-level spellcaster, what do you need the first volume of the never-ending book for? You're likely bribed by the Dorat clan, that's why you're revolting against the Shadison clan. In that case, I would like to see how much you've actually grown in these few years. Wizard Gil was not afraid of Wizard Ubick at all, and his tone was severe. Ha, Gil, you can stop misleading the public. The first volume of the never-ending book contains information on the second volume and even the third volume of the never-ending book. Did you think that just because you shared some spells, you can hog the secrets of the never-ending book? From the crowd, another spellcaster emerged, dressed in a robe of faint silver color. Wizard Gil did not seem surprised to see this silver-robed spellcaster. Conversely, his gaze sharpened abruptly, and he laughed coldly. Sabeyes, you finally appeared. I'm afraid that just the two of you would be greatly inadequate. A haughty expression came over Wizard Gil's face. He had long been ready for Wizard Sabeyes, for Sabeyes was the only fourth-level spellcaster in the Dorat clan, and would surely not miss this opportunity. As expected, Sabeyes came forward in the end, and he had joined forces with Wizard Ubick. Facing 2 fourth-level spellcasters would bring a certain amount of pressure to Wizard Gil. However, the pressure brought by 2 fourth-level spellcasters was not enough to make Wizard Gil concerned. What he was actually worried about was what Wizard Sabeyes had mentioned, that the first volume of the never-ending book contained clues to the second and third volumes of the never-ending book. Regardless of whether this was true, once it was openly announced by the Dorat clan, Ubik would definitely not be the only 4th-level wizard who would come forward today. The 4th-level spellcasters who came to Toli City a few days ago still had not shown themselves. They were observing what was going at every moment and would choose the best time to strike. This was what Wizard Gil was truly worried about. He did not think that the Shadison clan's plan would be ruined by a single announcement made by the Dorat clan. The Shadison clan was truly in danger now. Chapter 250, Chaos 2. Chapter 250, Chaos 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Hiya, Emily, let's quickly move further away. It's really too dangerous here. Shireen looked at the chaotic scene and something tightened in her heart. The two large spellcaster clans were in a skirmish now, and it was a battle between those 1st level, 2nd level, 3rd level, and even 4th level spellcasters. It was terrifying. If they were not careful and were caught up in the aftermath of the battle, none of them would be able to defend themselves. Therefore, it would have been wise to distance themselves from the battle. Seeing that Emma did not move, her face was still filled with a hopeful look. Shireen shook her head and said, "Emma, your teacher is a spellcaster from the dark magic region, perhaps he hasn't even come to Toli City in the first place." Although the first volume of the never-ending book attracted a lot of attention, it would not bother the wizards from spellcaster organizations. "How about you follow me to my clan, and I'll help you look for him." Emma's eyes brightened, and she broke out into a smile. "Thank you so much, Wizard Shireen. I don't have much hope, but I didn't want to miss any chance possible." After that, Emma followed behind Shireen and they gradually made their way away from Shadison Manor. "Merlin, what's wrong?" Lorinka asked Merlin softly, a doubtful expression on her face. Merlin retracted his gaze. He thought that he had just seen a familiar figure in a moment of distraction, but he could not figure out who they were. When he wanted to look for that person, they had already disappeared. "It's nothing." Merlin shook his head lightly, following which his gaze landed on the spellcasters from the Shadison and Dorat clan. At the moment, although the Dorat clan had 2 4th-level spellcasters, there should not be much of a problem with Wizard Gil around. Merlin could see that Wizard Gil was brimming with extraordinary confidence. He was no average 4th-level spellcaster. However, Merlin knew that the Shadison clan was now in danger, because the news that the first volume of the never-ending book held clues about the 2nd and 3rd volume had begun to spread. Whether this matter was true or not, it would still greatly arouse the interest of some roaming wizards. Therefore, there were some 3rd-level spellcasters in the crowd whose eyes were flickering unsteadily towards the crowd of spellcasters from the Shadison clan. Perhaps these 3rd-level spellcasters would make their move during the height of the battle between these two clans. What was even more worrying were those 4th-level spellcasters who had still not shown themselves. If they made their move, Wizard Gil might be hard-pressed to fight them off no matter how strong he was. This was the true crisis, which was dormant for now. Wizard Rind and Wizard Gil must have already had some inkling of this, as they wore grave looks on their faces. "Merlin, is the clan elder and Wizard Gil in danger now?" Lorinka blinked her pretty wide eyes lightly and suddenly questioned Merlin. Merlin shot her a look and mumbled wordlessly to himself, before he responded in a grave tone, "The never-ending book is not something the Shadison clan will be able to possess for long." Lorinka's face darkened as she had understood the implication of Merlin's words. The Shadison clan was set on possessing the never-ending book, and even though they had disclosed the spells in the book, they still wanted to hang on to it, which was why they were in danger now. However, Lorinka was merely Merlin's servant. Even if Lorinka vaguely knew of some details of Merlin's past deeds, as well as the fact that his current abilities were not inferior to those of the strongest spellcaster in her clan, Wizard Gil, she was unable to request any favors from Merlin. She could only pray silently in her heart that her clan would be able to avert disaster and survive this crisis. "Make your move, Wizard Ubik. Based on our agreement, the never-ending book belongs to you, but Wizard Gil must die and the Shadison clan must be destroyed." Wizard Sabais from the Dorat clan wore a cold expression as violent elemental fluctuations rose up all around him. He was ready to cast his strongest spell and battle with Wizard Gil to his full capabilities. Wizard Ubik clenched his teeth furiously, his eyes greedily drinking in the sight of the never-ending book in Wizard Gil's hand. A turbulent gust of wind instantly shrouded his body as he waved a hand while roaring hoarsely, "Darling, kill!" Whoosh! A black shadow flashed out from the crowd and dashed straight towards Wizard Gil. It was Wizard Ubic's alchemy creature which he had kept hidden until now in order to catch his opponent off guard, and obtain an unexpected result. Kill! Following the attack of Wizard Ubic's alchemy creature, Wizard Sabai's extended a finger and in an instant, streams of ice crystals appeared and solidified quickly, moving towards Wizard Gil. Fire! Wizard Gil's expression was a calm one. Staring at the two fourth-level spellcaster and the alchemy creature, he was not afraid in the slightest. His body flickered densely with earth elemental fluctuations. This was a defensive spell. Moreover, before his withered finger, balls of flames surged up immediately, burning the air until it was warped. Every move of these three fourth-level spellcasters possessed tremendous might and astonishing destructive power. No one dared to go near them at all. This was a true war, and once their spells were cast, not even war forts would be able to withstand them. Only fourth-level wizards could be considered truly strong individuals. Their spells were able to disregard the normie's most powerful military weapon, war forts. Rind, your Shadaisen clan will not be able to escape fate today. Kill! The clan elder of the Doric clan, Wizard Raimundo, had been staring at Rind this whole time. Now that the fourth-level spellcasters had begun their great battle, he gestured abruptly with one hand and hundreds of spellcasters began to cast their spells frantically. This was a battle between spellcaster clans and was also the most magnificent sight that Merlin had seen so far. Even the battle between Weiss and the Right clan, back then in Floating City, was not as impressive as the current scene. This could truly be called a war. Perhaps the Slaughterhouse War between the Kingdom of Black Moon and the Kingdom of Light had been similar to this. Wild attacks flared up between spellcasters and first-level, second-level, and even third-level spellcasters appeared so negligible and helpless in such a war. The whole of Shadaisen Manor had been reduced to a battlefield. The Doric clan's preparation this time around had been sufficient. They had mobilized all of their clan's strength. In addition, they had spread the news that the second and third volume of the Never-Ending Book could be located through the first volume, and thus a few third-level spellcasters were just waiting for a chance to make their move. Therefore, the Shadaisen clan seemed to be facing great danger at this point. Many spellcasters were hit by the spells which were frantically flying all over the sky, and the number of spellcasters in the Shadaisen clan began to rapidly dwindle. Conversely, Merlin was unperturbed in the face of all this, but Laurinka's complexion had somewhat lost its color. Perhaps she had never thought that a cruel war like this would happen before her eyes, and one that was closely related to her at that. Besides Laurinka, the other roaming wizards who had initially just come for a glance at the Never-Ending Book never thought that they would witness such a merciless battle. Many of them could not even believe their own eyes. First-level, second-level, and even third-level wizards who were much more powerful than them had perished so easily. Everything that was happening before their eyes shook the roaming wizards to their very core. Someone else is making a move. Merlin, who had been closely watching every movement of the scene, narrowed his eyes. He perceived two figures who rushed out suddenly with violent elemental fluctuations emerging around them. One was fluctuations of ice element, the other was fluctuations of fire element. The two elemental fluctuations were at the strength of fourth-level spellcasters. These two individuals who had suddenly rushed out were fourth-level spellcasters. The Never-Ending Book. One of the spellcasters whose appearance they could not see clearly, let out a roar, and almost instantaneously fire element turned into a wild sea of flames which surrounded Wizard Gil, Wizard Sabai's, and Wizard Ubic. Their target was the Never-Ending Book in Wizard Gil's hand. The two spellcasters who had rushed out all of a sudden were evidently hiding in the crowd for a long time. Seeing that Wizard Gil, Wizard Ubic, and the rest had begun their confrontation, they made their move. At the moment, regardless of whether it was Wizard Gil or Wizard Ubic or even Wizard Sabai's, all of them were no longer able to block the attack. They could only cast their defensive spells at their peak using all their strength. This allowed the two spellcasters to infiltrate the area unchallenged, appearing in front of them and casting a wind-type spell which swept the Never-Ending Book from Wizard Gil's hand. The Never-Ending Book was swept into the air and landed with a loud thud behind them. Humph, ice! The two spellcasters who had appeared suddenly did not seem to be working together. They had turned to one another instead and began to cast their own spells, both wanting to snatch the never-ending book. Damn it, my never-ending book! Wizard Ubik's heart flashed with rage. He and Sabise had spent a huge amount of energy to gradually subdue Wizard Gil. He initially thought that they would obtain the never-ending book with no issues, but did not expect that these two mysterious individuals would snatch it away so easily. However, Ubik was too far away. Before him, the two mysterious spellcasters had begun their confrontation, each casting their spells to snatch the never-ending book. The never-ending book was once again swept up by a wind-type spell, and was thrown viciously into the air before it fell onto the ground between the fourth-level spellcasters. Smack! The never-ending book fell to the ground with a loud sound. Just as these fourth-level spellcasters were about to step forward and fight for it, they noticed a pretty woman who had a willowy figure, and a golden ponytail sporting a pair of thick leather boots making her way slowly to where the never-ending book had fallen. The pretty woman also had a strange black hat on her head which had a feather stuck into it. With an expressionless face, she glanced serenely at the never-ending book lying at her feet, then lifted her head and directed her gaze at the group as if she was looking for something. Chapter 251, Bluebird. Chapter 251, Bluebird. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. My never-ending book. A greedy glare shone from Wizard Ubik's face to the point where he did not even give the mysterious woman much attention and had run forward carelessly, his body flickering with violent elemental fluctuations. Scram! The mysterious woman shot a casual glance at the never-ending book on the ground, then lifted her head, extended her hand and pointed at Ubik. Crackle crackle! Streams of ice crystals appeared in midair, turning into hair-like ice threads that were sparkling and crystalline. They held a certain beauty but also radiated a strange terrifying aura. The multitude of ice threads was incomparably sharp. They covered the area, hanging in midair, just like a web would, and slashed down viciously at Ubik. Crack! Wizard Ubik initially had a layer of defensive spell over him that covered his entire body, and he seemed to be wearing a defensive robe as well. However, at this moment, under the sparkling and crystalline ice threads, these defensive measures were of no use at all. Without any warning, his whole body was slashed into countless pieces. In an instant, the acrid smell of blood pervaded the air. The atmosphere had fallen into complete silence, including Wizard Sabise, Wizard Gil, and the two spellcasters who had suddenly appeared. They had all stopped what they were doing with an astounded look on their face, fixing their gaze on this mysterious woman who wore a black hat. Ubik had been a bona fide fourth-level spellcaster. Although he was an average one, in this crowd of spellcasters, Ubik could definitely be considered as an extremely powerful spellcaster. However, Wizard Ubik, who had been this powerful, was killed in one attack from this mysterious woman whose origins were unknown, making the other spellcasters shift uneasily. Black hat, feather. I know who she is. She's one of the most ruthless spellcasters in Osmu, Bluebird. At last, the two mysterious fourth-level spellcasters divulged the identity of the mysterious woman. It was the gifted spellcaster Bluebird from Osmu. The mere mention of her name would turn people pale. If it was said that Weiss was one of the third-level spellcaster whose capability was relatively stronger in Osmu, then Bluebird would be presented as one of the most terrifying third-level spellcaster. Naturally, her powers were even stronger than Weiss. In the past, Bluebird had slain a spellcaster clan that had 4 fourth-level wizards all by herself. She went on to massacre every spellcaster in the clan without sparing anyone, not even the Normies. Since then, this act had secured her terrifying reputation, and she was called one of the most ruthless spellcasters in Osmu. In Osmu, they would only dispatch third-level spellcasters when dealing with most spellcaster clans. Only when they were facing a few spellcaster organizations, or one powerful spellcaster organization, would they send out spellcasters who were 4th level and above. Therefore, though Bluebird was just a third-level spellcaster, in the eyes of many spellcaster clans and roaming wizards, she was the frightening and powerful Bluebird whom no one was willing to provoke. Bluebird, what is she here for? Did she come for the never-ending book? Looking at this woman who looked so pretty but was the legendary Bluebird who had garnered a fierce reputation in Osmu, Wizard Rind felt his heart tighten slightly. Even if he was facing Ubik, Sabise, or even these 4th-level spellcasters, Rind would not be as nervous as he was now, as he had already planned out his countermove. If Bluebird had come because of the never-ending book, then there was no possibility that the Shadaisen clan would be able to hold on to the never-ending book any longer. However, Bluebird's gaze did not land on the never-ending book on the ground at all. Her eyes were constantly sweeping across the crowd as if she was looking for something. Finally, her gaze fixed onto a figure that was wearing a long wizard robe. This woman, how terrifying and powerful! Shireen, who was leading Haya, Emily, Emma, and the other spellcasters to somewhere safer, surreptitiously observed Bluebird, who had appeared in Shadaisen Manor. They had previously witnessed the frightening battle between the 4th-level spellcasters with their own eyes. Every spell seemed able to easily destroy an entire war fort. Spells like those were already at an inconceivable level of power to them, as if such spells could never be defeated. However, the mysterious woman who did not seem to be a 4th-level spellcaster had appeared now, and was able to easily kill the powerful 4th-level spellcaster Ubik with a single gesture of her hand. At this point, these newbie wizards who had never traveled far away and only stayed quietly in their clans truly understood that even low-level spellcasters could have such a terrifying extent of power. Who is Bluebird looking for? Shireen wrinkled her brow. She saw that the powerful Bluebird took no notice of the never-ending book on the ground, but instead had lifted her gaze as if she was continually looking for something. All of a sudden, Bluebird's eyes focused slightly, zeroing in on a figure in the crowd. Shireen followed Bluebird's gaze. That is the wizard Merlin whom we met on our way here. Shireen stared in bewilderment and uncertainty at the black-robed wizard in the crowd. Was Bluebird's target wizard Merlin all along? Shireen did not notice at all that Emma was beside her, and upon seeing the black-robed figure in the crowd, broke out into an overjoyed smile that was filled with disbelief. Merlin, come on out! A cold smile tugged at the corner of the aloof Bluebird's mouth as her eyes fixed firmly onto Merlin in the crowd. Lorinka felt a jolt in her heart and looked anxiously at Merlin beside her. It was not just Lorinka, almost all of the spellcasters were now looking towards Merlin. After knowing that this mysterious woman was the infamously terrifying Bluebird, these spellcasters no longer dared to make a move. They knew that with the arrival of Bluebird, no one would be able to take away the never-ending book. However, it turned out that Bluebird's target was not the never-ending book, but she was here to look for Merlin. Conversely, Merlin appeared to be rather taken aback. He immediately thought of Weiss. Back then he had killed Weiss in Floating City. He should have known that those from Osmu would not leave the matter at that. However, in the past, the people from Osmu would spare no effort in enticing genuine prodigies, yet looking at Bluebird, who wore a grim expression, she did not appear to be trying to entice Merlin at all. Seeing that Merlin had gradually come out from the crowd, a smirk slowly grew on Bluebird's face, but it was an icy smile which could strike great fear in the depths of everyone's heart. Merlin, I've searched all the way from Floating City to here. Although I've spent quite a long time, it was worth it just to find you. Her frosty tone revealed a strain of murderous intent. Merlin frowned slightly. It's Osmu who sent you to kill me. After the changes that happened in the dark magic region, Merlin had also made careful inquiries about matters regarding Osmu. He discovered that Osmu was a really remarkable organization. They seemed to be on bad terms with every spellcaster organization and were always on the hunt for prodigious spellcasters. Not even the large spellcaster organizations knew how many powerful spellcasters there were in Osmu. It was precisely due to Osmu's deep and far-reaching inner workings that they were able to hold off a few large spellcaster organizations simultaneously. As for Osmu's method of operation, it seemed that they particularly valued gifted spellcasters, especially those who were not roped in by any organizations yet. They would entice these spellcasters by any means necessary, and there would never be a situation where they sent out people to kill off these gifted spellcasters. Even if it was a wizard who belonged to an adversarial spellcaster organization, even if it was a prodigious wizard who had just killed a spellcaster from Osmu, as long as they were willing to become Osmu's member, Osmu would accept them with open arms. Now that Merlin had revealed his identity as a 6-elemental spellcaster, in addition to possessing demon abilities, it was impossible that Osmu would not have noticed him. Merlin was even prepared if someone from Osmu had come forward to tempt him into joining. He wanted to see what Osmu would have used in order to attract so many gifted spellcasters who did not hesitate even for a moment to turn their backs on their own spellcaster organizations. However, facing this mysterious woman Bluebird currently, her intent to kill was clearly shown all over her body. She did not even try to conceal this intention. "You can never join Osmoo." Bluebird barked out a cold laugh. Following that, violent elemental fluctuations exploded from her body. In that instant, Merlin seemed to have been placed in a field of ice and snow, feeling that an endless amount of ice element was descending in a flash. Chapter 252, Suppression. Chapter 252, Suppression. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Pandora Demon Ability, Fiery Collapse. Sensing the chill surrounding his body, a sharp light flashed in Merlin's eyes as he cast Fiery Collapse without the least bit of hesitation. Instantly, a raging fire flared up, soaring into the sky to form a sea of fire. The white flames burned and twisted in mid-air. The Pandora Demon ability of ice threads, which had easily sliced Wizard Ubik into innumerable pieces, was now faced with fiery collapse where the ice threads melted one by one. The ice threads that Bluebird had wielded were in fact a petrifying type of Pandora Demon ability. As a result, Wizard Ubik, who had not taken any precaution against it, had naturally been slain with no difficulty. Wind of Freedom. Merlin cast Fiery Collapse but did not stop there. Instead, he cast Wind of Freedom, and immediately, a violent gust of wind elemental fluctuations surged around him. In the blink of an eye, his figure turned into a streaking blur that dashed toward Bluebird. Recognizing that Bluebird was a formidable foe, Merlin decided he would go full-on against Bluebird. Hence, he had used his strongest spell on the get-go. Earth Shield. Bluebird's expression was still blank. A layer of dirt yellow light appeared over her body, and it began to rapidly form a shield which enclosed her. This was a third-level Earth-type defensive spell. In addition, it was a well-known spell among the third-level defensive spells. Bluebird had already cast her defensive spell, and upon seeing that Merlin was still dashing forward, she frowned for the first time. Following that, she put both of her hands together, and her fair fingers stabbed the air repeatedly. Swish! 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 Innumerable ice threads appeared 3 times in a row, forming a large web in the air. In one move, the icy chill that it emitted froze the white flames which covered the entire sky. Crack! Crack! The ice crystals fell to the ground and shattered, but the surroundings were already in a complete mess. The collision of Merlin's Fiery Collapse and Bluebird's Ice-type Pandora Demon ability was far more frightening than the spells of the 4th-level wizards from before. Even the robes and defensive spells would not be of any use upon one contact. Pandora Demon ability, Glacial Finger. Merlin's body flickered with violent wind elemental fluctuations. At the same time, as he neared Bluebird, he cast Glacial Finger. Whoosh! The frost of Glacial Finger shot straight toward Bluebird. The surface of the ground was completely frozen, and even the dirt yellow layer of Earth Guard over Bluebird's body was encrusted in a thick layer of ice crystals. Merlin's Glacial Finger was able to easily demolish 3rd-level spells. Earth Guard was considered a 3rd-level spell even though it was a relatively difficult spell to cultivate among 3rd-level spells. Bang! The ice crystals shattered abruptly, and Merlin saw a flying spear made of condensed wind elements. It broke the ice crystals in an instant and then flew toward Merlin at an inconceivable speed. A second Pandora Demon ability. Merlin felt a slight shock in his heart, but he reacted soon enough. He was able to possess Fiery Collapse, Glacial Finger, and Darkness Heart, E3 types of Pandora Demon abilities. So, having 2 Pandora Demon abilities was not surprising for Bluebird, a prodigy from Osmoo who had made countless spellcasters tremble by the mere mention of her name. Osmoo's system ran even deeper than many large spellcasters' organizations, so it was not surprising that they possessed many Pandora Demon abilities. However, even if one had the cultivation method for a Pandora Demon ability, one would still require many precious items. Osmoo would not just freely provide these treasures. Therefore, these items needed to be acquired by the spellcasters themselves. Some of the cultivation requirements for Pandora Demon ability were even rather demanding. Bluebird was very competent to be able to cultivate 2 Pandora Demon abilities. So, it came as no surprise that she gained such an infamous reputation even in Osmoo, with its concentration of prodigies. Buzz! Merlin's mind power quickly activated the robe he was wearing. In an instant, dense lines of runes emerged on the robe. This was Merlin's first time activating the full defensive powers of the robe. Merlin had spent a large number of contribution points to exchange for this robe in the resource tower of the dark magic region. Moreover, the robe was able to withstand third-level spells attacks. Although the flying spear of Bluebird's Pandora demon ability surely had not much force left after breaking through Glacial Finger, it was still far stronger than a third-level spell. Therefore, the main issue was whether the robe Merlin was wearing would be able to stop the attack, since the flying spear Bluebird had conjured using her Pandora demon ability was obviously a strength type 1, possessing a tremendous amount of force. Thump! The flying spear crashed heavily into Merlin, and the surface of the robe began to flutter rapidly. Countless runes firmly grasped the flying spear, just like a giant hand, stubbornly holding it back. However, the moment the flying spear came in contact with Merlin, he understood the extent of its force. If he was an average spellcaster, it was likely that such a terrifying, jarring shock would cause heavy injury. Humph! Nonetheless, Merlin's physical attributes had recently undergone a huge upgrade. Such a force was nothing to him at all. So, he snorted lightly, and a white blaze flickered over his body once again. Pandora demon ability, Fiery Collapse. White flames instantly rose up. This time, with no regard to what it cost him, Merlin mobilized all the magic power in the spell models of Fireball and Furious Flame within his awareness, and cast Fiery Collapse. Thus, the flames of Fiery Collapse immediately flared up. Its power was much stronger, instantly burning the flying spear until it turned into ash. Furthermore, the flames quickly extended toward Bluebird, burning all the way. Dark Light Realm. Without any hesitation, Merlin quickly unleashed Darkness Heart as he cast Dark Light Realm. In a flash, half of the sky turned pitch dark. The light rays were constantly distorted, and not even mind power was able to examine the surroundings. The power of Dark Light Realm, which was enhanced through Darkness Heart, had been greatly increased. The average third-level mind power would be pulled into the illusion. If one had fourth-level mind power, then one would be able to break free from the clutches of Dark Light Realm, and not be caught in the illusion. This was a point that Merlin lamented. He had originally thought that through the enhancement of the third type of Darkness Heart, the power of Dark Light Realm would greatly increase, causing even fourth-level spellcasters to be trapped in the illusion. However, the actual reality was unlike that at all. Any third-level mind power wouldn't be able to resist Dark Light Realm after the enhancement of Darkness Heart, but it was unable to cause spellcasters with fourth-level mind power to fall into the illusion. It might be those spellcasters whose mind power had just reached fourth level would slightly feel the influence of Darklight Realm, but it would only be a minor influence. Hence, they would not be trapped in the illusion at all. In the past, it was due to Weiss' mind power which had reached fourth level that he was not trapped in Merlin's Darklight Realm. Although Bluebird, who was currently enveloped by Darklight Realm, was not a fourth-level spellcaster, Merlin had no guarantee that he was able to trap her in the illusion at all. Boom! As expected, a powerful burst of mind power soared into the sky, instantly piercing the darkness. Merlin's Darklight Realm was dispersed by Bluebird, for her mind power had indeed reached the fourth level. It seemed that every Osmu prodigy had very strong mind power. Nevertheless, Merlin had long been ready. He had never stopped and had always been rushing toward Bluebird. Even though the two of them used Pandora demon ability, spells, and such, causing a huge commotion and astounding onlookers, in reality, the time that had passed was just a short while. Whoosh! Merlin was already in front of Bluebird. He could see a different expression on Bluebird's detached face for the first time. Die! With a cold smile on his face, Merlin brandished his arm and struck down with his fist. A spellcaster using his fist? This was something preposterous to all spellcasters present. They even found it hard to believe, but none of them laughed. Merlin was a first-level spellcaster, and many spellcasters already knew his identity. In the huge battle between the Dorit and the Shadison clans earlier, a first-level spellcaster would be no more than a cannon fodder, unable to significantly influence the outcome. However, a first-level spellcaster like Merlin now was able to engage in battle with Bluebird on an equal level. Moreover, from the series of moves in the battle, Merlin had the upper hand, constantly suppressing Bluebird. This was something witnessed fully in public by the crowd of spellcasters. They saw clearly that Merlin was completely able to suppress the infamous bluebird of Osmu. Bang! Under the single strike of Merlin's fist, Bluebird was unable to laugh anymore. As soon as the fist landed, she felt a suffocating sensation as if the air was compressed from all directions. Even the intermediate elemental swordsman who had excellent physical attributes, great close combat skills, and the ability to threaten spellcasters, could not compare to this. Now is the time, open up. Merlin sensed that there was a moment of weakness when Bluebird was casting Earth Guard. When she was casting Earth Guard for the second time, she was disturbed momentarily by Merlin's Dark Light Realm, so she did not manage to cast it in time. Although the time taken to cast a spell was extremely short and could almost be disregarded, Merlin was looking for precisely an opportunity like this. So, how could he let it slip? Therefore, he struck directly. His arm seemed to have grown by a full size, pummeling until the air was hissing with the impact. Crack! The dirt yellow light held up somewhat for only a moment, then, under Merlin's enormous strength, it flickered a few times and shattered instantly like an eggshell. In the instant that Earth Guard was broken, an expression of disbelief crept over Bluebird's face. She had two types of Pandora demon abilities. Not even fourth-level spellcasters were a match for her, and in her eyes, Weiss was merely an egotistical and arrogant moron. However, she was now about to end up like Weiss. No. I mustn't die. Cly still needs me. Bluebird cried out hoarsely, but Merlin did not hesitate in the slightest. The moment that Earth Guard had shattered, white flames appeared in his hand, swallowing Bluebird's figure in an instant. Chapter 253, Student? Chapter 253, Student? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Bluebird's entire body was submerged in white flames, leaving only her mournful cry. Merlin, Clys will find you. You'll never be able to surpass Clys. Ha ha. With a blank face, Merlin quietly watched Bluebird, who descended into madness within the flames. Once one was caught in fiery collapse, even if one had a robe, it was impossible to withstand it. After a short moment, Bluebird had no life force left and gradually disappeared along with the blaze. Soon, her body reduced to ashes, leaving only a ring that had fallen to the ground. Clys? It turns out that it's because of Clys that you've come to kill me. It's a shame that you were willing to go against Osmu's orders. Now that you've ended up like this, your Clys is unable to save you at all. Merlin muttered in a low voice. There was now a burnt ring in his hand. This was Bluebird's ring, which was now in his possession. He had vaguely surmised the relationship between Bluebird and Clys from Bluebird's words earlier. This time around, Bluebird had even gone against Osmu's orders, for she did not entice Merlin. Instead, she tried to kill him right away, resulting in her own demise by Merlin's hands. Once Bluebird was dead, the eyes of every spellcaster shifted to the never-ending book lying on the ground. However, the previous battle between Bluebird and Merlin had planted a hint of fear in their hearts, so naturally, they did not dare to come forward and retrieve the never-ending book. Nonetheless, Merlin did not even glance at the never-ending book on the ground. Instead, he turned around immediately, and said to Lorinka, "Lorinka, let's go. There's nothing to see here." He doesn't want the never-ending book. Many spellcasters were shortly speechless. Seeing that Merlin did not want the never-ending book lying on the ground, they began to form ideas. Very soon, the Shadison clan's leader, Wizard Rind, swiftly picked up the never-ending book from the ground. He stared at it, and then at Merlin, who was turning to leave. His expression revealed that he was wrestling with a complicated decision. In the end, Wizard Rind gnashed his teeth harshly and shook his head slightly. "Wizard Merlin, hold on." Wizard Rind, what's the matter?" Merlin furrowed his brow and asked in a low voice. Wizard Rind held the never-ending book in his hand with a complicated look on his face. He clenched his jaw and handed the never-ending book to Merlin and softly said, "Wizard Merlin, I better give you the first volume of the never-ending book. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the Shadison clan will know no peace from now on." Wizard Rind looked around somewhat helplessly at the surrounding crowd of spellcasters. He had now understood that with the strength of the Shadison clan, it was completely impossible to hog onto the never-ending book. Even if they publicly disclosed the spells in the never-ending book, They would still attract the attention of spellcasters who wanted to obtain information about the so-called second and third volumes of the never-ending book from the first volume. Therefore, under the pressure of these circumstances, Wizard Rhyne knew that the Shadaisen clan would only be safe and sound if Merlin received the never-ending book. Not only did Merlin have great strength, but he was also able to kill the infamous Bluebird from Osmu. Furthermore, Merlin had the entire dark magic region backing him. This was a spellcaster's organization, and no one would dare to confront Merlin over a mere volume of the never-ending book. The retaliation of the dark magic region was surely not something that any roaming wizard or spellcaster clan could withstand. Merlin lifted his head and looked at Wizard Rhyne, then nodded gently. He knew clearly the situation that the Shadaisen clan was facing and understood Wizard Rhyne's reasoning. No matter what, they would not be able to hold on to the never-ending book, so they might as well bestow it upon Merlin in front of everyone, in order to befriend Merlin and perhaps shift the attention of the roaming wizards. "I'll take the never-ending book then." Merlin hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he agreed to receive the never-ending book. There were plenty of spells in it, which would be greatly beneficial for him to fill up the number of spells within the matrix. In particular, the first volume of the never-ending book might perhaps truly contain the location of the second and third volumes of the never-ending book. The never-ending book is a very generous gift, so of course I must return Wizard Rhyne a similarly generous gift. A mysterious smile tugged at the corner of Merlin's mouth, following which his gaze suddenly turned to the fourth-level spellcaster of the Doric clan, Wizard Sabai's. Seeing Merlin stare, Wizard Sabai's face changed, and a turbulent wave of wind element immediately emerged around him. Subsequently, he speedily retreated, yelling, "Regarding what happened today, we, at the Doric clan will not bother the Shadaisen clan by looking into this." Pandora Demon Ability, Fiery Collapse. Without a moment's notice, Merlin pointed his finger and the terrifying white blaze instantly flared up once more. Only this time, it was aimed at Wizard Sabai's. Wizard Sabai's had previously witnessed that the white flames released by Merlin were able to reduce the haughty and contemptuous Bluebird into ashes, so he knew that he stood no chance against it. Whoosh! 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 Even though Wizard Sabai's had tried his opportunity to escape, he could not outrun the speed of Fiery Collapse. The flames covered the sky, forming a giant blinding screen of fire that enclosed Wizard Sabai's in the middle. Even if the defensive spell on Wizard Sabai's was a fourth-level spell, it was of no use as Merlin had already completed cultivating the first stage of Fiery Collapse. It could merely hold out for a short moment. In a few moments, the defensive spell on Wizard Sabai's collapsed and he was engulfed by the white flames the same way Bluebird had been previously. TSSSS. Even Wizard Rhyne sucked in the air through his teeth. However, after seeing that Wizard Sabai's was dead, an ecstatic beam immediately blossomed on his face. Wizard Sabai's had been the strongest spellcaster in the Doric clan. Once he was dead, the Doric clan, which had always been at loggerheads with the Shadaisen clan, fighting them openly and undermining them covertly in Toli City, would completely be unable to withstand the Shadaisen's clan's subsequent attack. "Ha ha, Wizard Merlin, that is a generous gift indeed." Wizard Rhyne could not help but roar with laughter. Following which, his gaze fell menacingly onto the remaining spellcasters from the Doric clan. This was the best opportunity for the Shadaisen clan to thoroughly exterminate the Doric clan. "Let's go, Lorinka." Merlin kept the never-ending book. He had dealt with Wizard Sabai's. Without any fourth-level spellcaster, the Doric clan had no strength to strike back at the Shadaisen clan. It was only a matter of time before they were totally swept out of Toli City. Lorinka bobbed her head, finally letting out the breath she had been holding inside. The Shadaisen clan was able to avert a crisis and even turned the situation around, all thanks to Merlin. However, just as Merlin was about to leave, he saw a familiar figure standing before him, blocking his way. Before this, Merlin had sensed that he saw someone familiar, but he could not recall who it was. Nonetheless, as he saw the person standing before him now, a recollection finally surfaced in his mind. Teacher! The one who was standing in his way was Emma, who used to be a young maiden from Dita's town. Emma had now grown into a beautiful woman, her eyes twinkling with unmatched excitement. Teacher? Wizard Merlin is Emma's teacher? Shireen, Haya, and the rest who were originally with Emma were stupefied for a moment. They had never held any hope at all regarding the teacher who Emma was always looking for. However, Emma's teacher was, in fact, Wizard Merlin, who had killed Bluebird earlier. This made Shireen and Haya momentarily doubt that Emma's teacher was truly the powerful Merlin. It was inconceivable. Emma. In his mind, Merlin was still recalling the innocent and carefree Emma from 2 to 3 years ago. Back then, he had given Emma 3 0-level spells and even made a 3-year pact. However, this 3-year pact was merely something that Merlin had gone along with at that time. Up until now, he had forgotten about it. If he had not bumped into Emma here, he would not have remembered at all that he still had one such student in Dieter's town. Emma, since you're here, follow me to Shadison Manor first, Merlin said to Emma. However, Emma looked toward Shireen, Haya, and the rest. Merlin had known Shireen and Haya long ago. They were 2 wizards whom he had met when he was on his way to Toli City. Come along as well. Merlin nodded his head and said in a calm voice. Following that, Shireen and the rest, with a gleeful expression, followed behind Merlin as they walked into Shadison Manor. Chapter 254, The Mysterious Light-Type Spell. Chapter 254, The Mysterious Light-Type Spell. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Peace was restored within the Shadison Manor. The previous scuffle between the Shadison and Dorat clans merely occurred in the external surroundings of Shadison Manor, and did not spread to the depths of the manor. Therefore, the manor was currently still in a good condition. Many spellcasters were hurriedly dashing in and out of the manor, but when they spotted Merlin, they immediately became solemn and bowed slightly toward him. At this point, there was no one who did not know who Merlin was in the Shadison Manor and even the entire Toli City. Merlin promptly brought Emma and the rest into a room. Besides Emma, there were also Shireen and Haya whom he had met on the way here, as well as Emily and Tafel. They were staring at Merlin curiously. From their perspective, Bluebird was already powerful to an inconceivable extent. However, Merlin was able to defeat Bluebird and killed her. Merlin had far surpassed any average spellcaster. Moreover, Merlin was currently just a first-level spellcaster. This astounded Shireen and the rest. It was the first time they had met a spellcaster who turned out to be first level but who was still powerful to such a degree. Very well, Emma. Originally, I had only agreed to the 3-year pact as I was caught up in the moment. I didn't expect that you would successfully construct the 3 0-level spells I gave you. After a few days, you'll follow me back to the dark magic region. As soon as he spoke, an elated expression appeared on Emma's face. Although she had not been a spellcaster for long, she knew the difference between roaming wizards and wizards from spellcasters' organizations. What Merlin said meant that he had undoubtedly acknowledged Emma as his student. Furthermore, he had agreed to bring Emma to the dark magic region for her to be a spellcaster. Congratulations, Wizard Emma. It's not that easy to enter the dark magic region. Wizard Shireen said somewhat admiringly to Emma. She had been a first-level spellcaster for such a long time and had wanted to join a spellcaster's organization with the help of her clan, but was ultimately unsuccessful. She knew how hard it was to enter the dark magic region. Even mighty spellcasters within the dark magic region were unable to directly bring in spellcasters from the outside. Only spellcasters who had some sort of token from the dark magic region would be able to become a spellcaster in the organization. Thus, Shireen looked toward Merlin with a trace of doubt. Merlin sensed Shireen's gaze and shook his head slightly. Following that, he retrieved a mysterious ring from his own ring. He obtained this dark magic ring when he left the dark magic region and killed Wizard Neil back then. This is a dark magic ring. You can rely on this ring to join the dark magic region and become its temporary member. Merlin handed the dark magic ring to Emma. By this point, Shireen, Haya, and the rest no longer doubted whether Merlin would be able to help Emma join the dark magic region. Emma, congratulations! After you've become a wizard in a spellcaster's organization, it'll be possible for you to become a first, second, or third-level spellcaster, or even stronger than that. Emily, Tafel, and the rest each wished Emma well respectively. Wizard Merlin, we had really troubled you earlier on the journey here. Shireen said to Merlin softly. Merlin waved his hand lightly. It was only a small effort on my part. Lorinka, escort them and stay in the manor. Come and find me if there's any matter. Merlin considered these people to be the ones who protected Emma, which was why he said that. Otherwise, even though he had chanced upon Shireen and Haya once before, he would not have arranged matters for them so thoughtfully. Teacher, I'll take my leave first. Emma could tell that Merlin seemed to desire a moment of contemplation, so she said goodbye and left the room. After a short while, Merlin's room became quiet. Thereafter, Merlin took out the never-ending book. This volume did not seem very thick, and its surface was covered in mysterious symbols. In one glance, Merlin was able to tell that these were runes. The mysterious runes were a field of their own. They were passed down from ancient times, and along with alchemy, potions, and spells, they were termed as the 4 disciplines of spellcasters. As long as one mastered any one of these disciplines, they would be very accomplished. However, most spellcasters concentrated on constructing spell models, devoting the majority of their energy to spells. Nonetheless, some ancient books had vaguely indicated that the ancient spellcasters were involved in all the 4 disciplines, each field being as equally important as spells. At the moment, other than knowing how to construct spells and some rudimentary potions, Merlin had never properly studied runology and alchemy. Even the construction of his spells was reliant upon the matrix. However, he had only learned a little about spell construction through constant practice. Nevertheless, although Merlin did not know what the mysterious runes in the never-ending book meant, he knew how to use it. All he needed was to use his mind power to somewhat activate the never-ending book in order to see the various spells contained in it. Following the abrupt activation of the never-ending book by Merlin's mind power, the book shot out a white ray of light. Within that white light, spells were displayed one after another. There were many types of spells including fire type, wind type, earth type, and more. There were even darkness type spells, but they were no match for the more complicated darkness type spells that Merlin had obtained from Abyss Fort. Ostensibly, the spells in the never-ending book had medium strength and were rarely complex or unique. Merlin activated the matrix and began to record the spells one by one. When the Shadison clan was exhibiting the spells earlier, some of the spells were not completely displayed. Now that Merlin had the never-ending book, he immediately realized this. There was indeed a great number of various spells in the never-ending book. When the Shadison clan was displaying the spells, they had only shown a majority of them. There were a few spells which they thought were stronger but did not display and kept them hidden. As Merlin recorded the spells with the matrix, he was also carefully examining these spells. When he had gone through over half of the spells in the never-ending book, he began to furrow his eyebrows. It was because he had discovered a number of water-type spells in the never-ending book, but he still had not seen any light-type spells. The never-ending book had been around since ancient times, yet it held no records of light-type spells. This indicated that a very long time ago, at least no later than the appearance of the never-ending book, the usage of light-type spells was possibly discontinued due to an unknown reason. It was either this or that there was no way to use light-type spells at all. As long as there's light, a place should be flooded with light element. All that's needed is some light-type spell model in order to make a simulation in one's awareness. So why aren't there any light-type spells? Merlin increasingly felt that the disappearance of light-type spells might be strongly linked to the Church of Light as back. When he was battling against Wizard Jason in Blackwater City, Wizard Jason had used light-type spells. This meant that light-type spells did exist, and for some unknown reason, there were no light-type spells among the spellcasters. Not even the ancient never-ending book had light-type spells. Merlin shook his head and dispelled these thoughts from his mind, following which he patiently waited for the never-ending book to display all its spells. After the never-ending book had displayed all its spells, its light began to slowly fade away. Up until the very last spell, Merlin had not seen even a single clue regarding the 2nd or 3rd volume of the never-ending book. So, was it really the Doric clan who spread this fake news in order to secure the alliance of roaming wizards? Merlin began to mull over this and did not discount this possibility, as the report that the 1st volume of the never-ending book would contain clues regarding the 2nd and even the 3rd volumes was initially announced by the Doric clan. However, Merlin still did not believe that there was not even a single link between the 3 volumes of the never-ending book. Hence, he looked through it carefully once more. Unfortunately, he could only give up hopelessly. Perhaps the 3 volumes of the never-ending book did not share any links after all, for there were no valuable clues. It might be that it's similar to the casting tools transfigured by Wizard Bell, and the connection would only show itself if it was nearby. If that really is the case, then this volume of the never-ending book might still be of some use. As countless thoughts raced through Merlin's mind, he mumbled softly, after which he kept the never-ending book. He would study it closely when he had time in the future. Bluebird's ring. An ink-black ring suddenly appeared on Merlin's palm. It was the ring which had belonged to the arrogant Bluebird. Although she had been burnt to ashes by fiery collapse, the ring was still in perfect condition. Merlin was intrigued by Bluebird's Ice-type and Wind-type Pandora demon abilities. These two Pandora demon abilities evidently belonged to Osmu, for they were extraordinary. In some aspects, Bluebird's Pandora demon ability of Ice Threads was even mightier than Merlin's Glacial Finger. If it was not for Merlin's excellent physical attributes in addition to the superb powers of Fiery Collapse, Merlin would have no way of killing Bluebird, who possessed two Pandora demon abilities. Moreover, Merlin had three types of Pandora demon abilities, but Dark Light Realm, which was enhanced by Darkness Heart, was not of much use against Bluebird. If only Merlin's Dark Light Realm could be even more powerful, or if Merlin constructed the second-level Darkness-type spell, Darkness Tide, then it would be effective against the stronger spell casters. The stronger his opponent's mind power was, the greater their resistance against illusions. On average, the prodigies of Osmu had formidable mind power, so Merlin's Dark Light Realm was not very useful against the spellcasters of Osmu in this sense. Naturally, Merlin wanted to construct the second-level spell, Darkness Tide, but now was not the time. He had to wait until his mind power was increased by 1 or 2 times more before he would attempt to construct the second-level spell, Darkness Tide. Let's see if there's any Pandora demon ability in the ring. Merlin fixed his gaze on the ink-black ring in his hand, then reached into the depths of the ring with his mind power and began his search. Chapter 255, The Limits of the Bell Space. Chapter 255, The Limits of the Bell Space. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. There were not many things in the ring. There were some elemental crystal stones and potion materials, but these were not Merlin's target. His target was Bluebird's two types of Pandora demon abilities. However, after he had searched the contents of the ring, his face gradually darkened, as he asked in a low voice, "Nothing? How can there be no cultivation method of Pandora demon ability?" After Merlin killed Weiss, he had retrieved the cultivation method of Destructive Wind from Weiss' ring. Although he was unable to cultivate it because of its spell type, he had ultimately obtained a cultivation method for a Pandora demon ability. He might even be able to exchange this Pandora demon ability for another Pandora demon ability of similar value with the Dark Magic region. However, despite Bluebird's evident possession of two types of Pandora demon abilities, he did not find any Pandora demon ability in her ring. Merlin knew that Bluebird surely did not have the exact cultivation method of the Pandora demon abilities on her. Instead, she had etched them forever in her mind. This inevitably caused Merlin to be somewhat disappointed. Merlin might have no way of cultivating a Wind-type Pandora demon ability, but that Pandora demon ability of Ice Threads was mightier than Glacial Finger. If he had obtained that Pandora demon ability, he would most likely be able to cultivate it. However, he quickly recovered from his disappointment. After all, it was impossible that every spellcaster he met would carry precious Pandora demon ability or spells with them. For instance, Merlin did not keep the cultivation methods of Glacial Finger, Fiery Collapse, or even Darkness Heart in his ring. Instead, he recorded them all in the Matrix. Even if Merlin's ring fell into the hands of some other spellcasters one day, they would not be able to find a single Pandora demon ability on Merlin. After searching repeatedly, Merlin could not find the cultivation method of Pandora demon ability in the ring. However, when he was just about to withdraw his mind power from the ring, he felt a sort of icy sensation. This icy sensation was peculiar because mind power was formless. Regardless of whether it was a frigid chill or scorching heat, mind power should not feel anything. Nonetheless, Merlin's mind power was currently feeling an extreme icy sensation in Bluebird's ring. Whoosh! Merlin immediately searched for the source of this icy sensation and finally saw a huge, black wooden box which seemed enigmatic. Furthermore, the icy sensation that his mind power sensed was emitted from the black wooden box. There's something strange about this wooden box. Merlin muttered to himself before retrieving the black wooden box. As he placed it on the table, he saw that layers of ice crystals formed and solidified instantly around the black wooden box. What a cold sensation! What's really in the wooden box? Even Merlin was astonished. As he stared at the solidifying ice crystals, a trace of firelight appeared on the tip of his finger right away. This was Merlin's fireball. The scorching heat rapidly wrapped around these ice crystals. What was astounding was that the ice crystals did not melt one bit under the heat of fireball. Merlin's eyes sharpened slightly, following which he pointed his finger again. This time a stream of white fire flew out and in a flash enclosed the ice crystals wrapped around the black wooden box. Crack! 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 Under the white flames of fiery collapse, the ice crystals around the wooden box began to melt rapidly. The blaze was soon burning around the black wooden box. Merlin casually retrieved fiery collapse and with one hand, he smacked fiercely on the box. Snap! Although the black wooden box was well built, it could not withstand Merlin's terrifying strength at all. It was opened by Merlin immediately, revealing a piece of ice as pure white as polished jade, which was wrapped in a shimmering, golden cloth. This piece of ice was only the size of an egg, but the chill it emitted would astound anyone. Streams of cold air extended in all directions, and any area that was covered by this chill was frozen in a mass of thick, solid ice crystals. These were ice crystals that Merlin's fireball had no way of melting. It was enough to show that this piece of ice was not ordinary. Could this be 1,000 years ice bone marrow? Or even older? Merlin's heart gave a jolt. He recalled that back when he was cultivating glacial finger, he had used the 100 years ice bone marrow, which was an object of extreme cold. Nonetheless, its chill was far less petrifying than this egg-sized piece of ice. Only the 1,000 years ice bone marrow, or one which was even older, would be this cold. 1,000 years ice bone marrow. This is good, too. This way, when I'm a 4th level spell caster, I won't have to worry about being unable to cultivate the second stage of glacial finger. A smile appeared on Merlin's face. When his glacial finger had reached the second stage, he would need 1,000 years ice bone marrow or one which was even older. However, he had been unable to find 100 years ice bone marrow, let alone 1,000 years ice bone marrow. Not even the dark magic region had these treasures, nor Sterling House in Floating City. One would need to rely on chance to obtain these treasures. Without these treasures, he would be like Wizard Reason back then, ultimately unable to cultivate fiery collapse despite having the cultivation method. Bluebird had surely gone through great difficulties to find this 1,000 years ice bone marrow. After all, she was also cultivating Pandora demon ability of ice threads. Perhaps when she became a 4th level spell caster, she would need this 1,000 years ice bone marrow to cultivate that Pandora demon ability. Regardless, this was now a great convenience for Merlin. Although Merlin did not obtain Bluebird's Pandora demon ability this time, he had acquired this 1,000 years ice bone marrow, which could be treated as a bonus surprise. He was delighted and placed the ice bone marrow into his ring. Merlin lightly shut his eyes and began recollecting his previous scuffle with Bluebird. Although the fight between them took only a short while, it was deadly. One moment of carelessness and he would have lost without any chance of recovery. Bluebird's death was largely due to Merlin's physical attributes. He was so strong that a blow from him had enough momentous strength to destroy Bluebird's defensive spell. It should be known that even though Bluebird's defensive spell was a 3rd level spell, it was among the best of those spells. Even 5th or 6th level elemental swordsmen would have no way of breaking down Bluebird's defense. It could be that only advanced elemental swordsmen of the legends, which were 7th level or above, would be able to go against 3rd level spells. Nevertheless, elemental swordsmen like those were far too rare and were even more uncommon than 7th level spell casters. Merlin took out the 4 relief sculptures from his ring once more. These 4 mysterious relief sculptures each had a different posture on them. It was likely that practicing only the first 3 postures would only increase his physical capabilities for a moment, and it would merely be a small increase. However, once he had practiced the posture on the 4th relief sculpture, there was an instant change. His physical attributes were strongly enhanced, and his strength became frightening. Although the posture on the 4th relief sculpture required a long time of practice before he felt its effects, once his body underwent the transformation, he would gain a strength that was comparable to most spell casters. Therefore, the more Merlin looked at these 4 relief sculptures, the more he sensed the mystery they contained. There were surely more than just these 4 relief sculptures. Once all the sculptures have been collected and practiced, what was the level of transformation that the body would undergo? Before this, Merlin had always felt that these relief sculptures might be how the spellcasters from the Malta Empire era improved their physical attributes. However, now that he had experienced the ferocious surging strength of his body, Merlin thought that there would be more to these relief sculptures. As long as one practiced up until the mysterious posture on the 4th relief sculpture, one would immediately have a strength which was comparable to most spellcasters. Not even 3rd-level defensive spells were able to block an explosive blow from Merlin's unadulterated physical strength. It was enough to show that after his body transformed, his strength had also become terrifying. Now, Merlin somewhat believed that these mysterious relief sculptures formed their own system, completely distinct from the systems of spellcasters or elemental swordsmen. Once he had cultivated them to a high level, he would be able to contend against powerful spellcasters. Of course, this was all just Merlin's conjecture. Even if his bodily strength was greatly enhanced, it was impossible to rely on just his physical capabilities to fight against 3rd-level spellcasters. Merlin did not believe that his body would be able to withstand an attack from a 3rd-level spell. Perhaps that might be possible with the postures on these mysterious relief sculptures, in addition to some special preparations such as armor that had great defensive capabilities against spells. If there really were such an armor, then the strong individual who cultivated these mysterious relief sculptures would become incredibly scary in an instant. I must take notice of these mysterious relief sculptures from now on. If I could find the 5th, 6th, 7th piece. A smile gradually crept on Merlin's face. If only he could obtain more mysterious relief sculptures, then he would persist no matter how long it took to practice them. As a 1st-level spellcaster, his life was much longer than a normie's, and if he continued his cultivation to become a 2nd, 3rd, or even 4th-level spellcaster, his lifespan would be even longer. With such a long life, no matter how long it took to cultivate the relief sculptures, Merlin would ultimately be able to fully practice them. However, he had been in the kingdom of Black Moon for such a long time but had not come across any relief sculpture. He would need to depend on his luck if he would find any more of them in the future. Buzz! 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 Just as Merlin was daydreaming about finding more relief sculptures, the bell space on his chest suddenly began vibrating. Merlin felt a jolt of surprise and immediately extended his mind power into it. Within the bell space, Merlin's mind power duplicate was already very strong at this point. It was twice as strong compared to Merlin's initial mind power duplicate when he had first entered. How fast! The speed of cultivating mind power in the bell space is indeed incredible. Merlin also felt somewhat surprised, but more than that, he was overjoyed. His mind power duplicate was now strong enough to the point where it could even generate tremors in the bell space. This meant that the bell space was not limitless. Mind power, spells, or even Pandora demon abilities simulated in the bell space all had a limit. Once the limit was exceeded, it could no longer be simulated in the bell space. Currently, Merlin had left the mind power duplicate in the bell space to constantly carry out mind meditation, causing its mind power to grow rapidly to the point where it reached the limit of the bell space. Merlin would need to absorb this mind power duplicate in order to continue his mind power meditation in the bell space. As he considered this, Merlin naturally had no trace of hesitation. He mobilized almost all his mind power and began fusing with the mind power within the bell space. Chapter 256, Didymos, the Black Cat. Chapter 256, Didymos, the Black Cat. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The mind power duplicate in the bell space fused into Merlin's mind power, causing a sudden surge in the overall mind power he had control of. The unexpected surge caused Merlin to tremble as he adapted to the change. This growth was not unusual, for it was just like the mind power obtained through Merlin's own meditation. In truth, the mind power duplicate in the bell space was inseparably linked to Merlin. Therefore, the mind power received through the meditation of mind power duplicate was completely compatible with Merlin's mind power. Merlin's mind power was wildly growing. In fact, for Merlin, the mind power duplicate in the bell space was giving more than expected. Merlin had initially estimated that the mind power duplicate would increase his mind power several times, but did not think that the limits of the Bell space would be able to accommodate such enormous mind power. Thus, Merlin could only absorb the mind power duplicate for now, then leave another mind power duplicate in the Bell space to continue the mind meditation method. This rate of growth was quicker than when he consumed Phantasmal Magic Potion. Such strong mind power. It seems that it's still lacking by a little. The second level Darkness Tide spell Darkness Tide requires high demands of my mind power. With my current mind power, I could forcibly construct Darkness Tide, but there's a certain level of risk. Merlin felt his mind power rapidly increase within him, and many thoughts flashed across his mind. Naturally, he wanted to construct the second level spell, Darkness Tide, which would greatly improve his offensive capabilities. With the more powerful elusive effects of Darkness Tide, Merlin would be able to easily trap 4th level spellcasters into the illusion. However, as Merlin constructed more spells at higher levels, he became even more cautious. If he was not sure of the success rate, he would not hastily create a spell model. Therefore, Merlin decided to wait until he had returned to the dark magic region when his mind power would be more adequate before he began to construct the second level darkness type spell, Darkness Tide. It's time to leave Toli City. Although I don't know how Osmu would react, it's better to be safe than sorry. Merlin knew clearly that as a result of killing Bluebird and Weiss, even if it was Bluebird who picked a fight, there was a possibility that henceforth, Osmu would feel an obligation to exterminate Merlin instead of trying to recruit him. This was a decision that needed to be made by the higher-ups in Osmu. Merlin was not foolish enough to stay in Toli City, awaiting their retaliation. It was best to return to the dark magic region. Osmu would not break the pact between the dark magic region and other spellcasters' organizations over a single first-level spellcaster like him. Lorinka. Merlin raised his head and softly called out toward the doorway. Creak. Lorinka quickly entered, and asked respectfully, Wizard Merlin, what are your orders? Looking at her behavior, Merlin nodded inwardly to himself. By now, the dark magic region was already familiar with her new identity as Merlin's attendant. An attendant's purpose was to serve. It was not that easy to act as a spellcaster's attendant, having to be by the side of the spellcaster at all times. If there were any demands, the attendant must fulfill them immediately. At least, up until now, Lorinka had been performing well. Lorinka, call Emma here. I'm getting ready to return to the dark magic region. Merlin smiled as he spoke. A glint of joy shone in Lorinka's eyes. She was willing to become Merlin's attendant because it would allow her to return to the dark magic region. However, the true benefits of being a Merlin's attendant would only be beneficial once they returned. Lorinka would get the opportunity to train and become a first-level spellcaster. Lorinka nodded, then proceeded to leave the room to get Emma. Merlin waited for a short moment before Lorinka brought Emma to the room. Teacher! Emma cried out reverently. Emma, I'm about to bring you back to the dark magic region. Say your goodbyes to your friends, for it might be hard for you to see them again. Merlin's heart was filled with remorse. Ever since he had entered the dark magic region, he seldom visited even his own home. In so many years, he had only returned to Prakosh City once. After Emma joined the dark magic region, he was afraid that she would find it difficult to meet her friends again. Emma's face clouded over a little, but she quickly recovered, for she had prepared for this long ago. Teacher, I'll bid them farewell now. Emma bowed slightly toward Merlin, then left the room. Looking at Emma's departing figure, Merlin suddenly began to miss his family members in Prakosh City. Macy and Yagez have married already, and perhaps they even have a child. I don't know when I'll be able to return to Prakosh City once more. Merlin let out a long sigh. Although he felt a sense of concern and yearning, this was the path he had chosen at the start. He did not regret his decision, but he had to endure his longing for his loved ones. Very soon, Emma and Lorinka returned to Merlin. They were ready. All right, let's go then. Merlin did not inform the people of the Shadison clan, for he knew that Lorinka would have already let them know beforehand. Thereafter, Merlin led Emma and Lorinka out of Toli City. The dark magic region was a mysterious place. No one knew where the dark magic region was exactly, so when Merlin and the rest returned there, they had to go through the runic magic circle of the dark magic region, Laurinka was familiar with where these runic magic circles were located, and quickly brought Merlin and the rest to a concealed runic magic circle. Merlin shot a look at Laurinka. She had no way of going through the runic magic circle as she did not have a dark magic ring. Merlin and Emma both had a dark magic ring, so they could enter the dark magic region. On the other hand, even though Laurinka was Merlin's attendant, he was still required to go back to the dark magic region and request for a dark magic ring for attendance. Only an attendant's dark magic ring would allow Laurinka to return to the dark magic region once more. Thus, Merlin said to her, "Laurinka, wait here for some time. When the time comes, I'll go through the runic magic circle and bring you a dark magic ring." A smile broke out across Laurinka's face, and she nodded. "Wizard Merlin, there's nothing really dangerous around. I'll be waiting here then." Merlin bobbed his head, following which he brought Emma into the middle of the runic magic circle. Instantly, the mysterious runes appeared, enclosing Merlin and Emma in their midst. Whoosh! A white beam of light flashed, and the figures of Merlin and Emma were gone in the blink of an eye. On the warm, serene beach, a white light shone, and the silhouettes of Merlin and Emma could be seen slowly walking out from the light. Merlin was already familiar with the surroundings of the dark magic region. So, after the runic magic circle brought them to the dark magic region, he headed straight to the giant stone tablet. As for Emma, she was full of curiosity, observing everything everywhere. She had heard about the spellcasters' organizations of the legends countless times and had been looking forward to this moment. Therefore, she was curious about everything regarding the dark magic region. "Sir Didymos." Merlin came before the stone tablet and called out in a respectful manner. Even though he was already a first-level spellcaster, and was furthermore a prodigy who was the priority of the dark magic region's nurturing, he was still deferential in his manner toward this spirit of the stone tablet, Didymos. Even with his current powers, it was difficult for him to tell what kind of terrifying strength Didymos possessed. Swish! A glow immediately floated out from the stone tablet, and gradually turned into an impressive black cat. This was the spirit of the dark magic region's stone tablet, Didymos. Didymos eyed Merlin, then switched his gaze to Emma who was behind Merlin, speaking in a sharp voice, "Not bad, Wizard Merlin. You brought another spellcaster to the dark magic region. Sir Didymos, here's your favorite ice-type elemental crystal stones." Merlin retrieved a handful of elemental crystal stones from his ring and tossed them to the black cat. At the moment, Merlin's ring was not lacking in elemental crystal stones. After all, he had obtained all the riches from the rings of Weiss and Bluebird. Of course, the number of elemental crystal stones he now possessed was unimaginably high. The black cat Didymos swallowed all the elemental crystal stones in one gulp and revealed a face full of satisfaction. He looked at Merlin appreciatively. "Not bad, not bad, it's been a long time since someone was able to fill me up. Speak, what do you need? The great Sir Didymos will surely satisfy your request." The magnificent black cat talked a big game, but this was just what Merlin wanted to achieve. He had visited Didymos especially for a matter which required Didymos' assistance. "Sir Didymos, I do have to ask for your help. During my time outside, I unexpectedly obtained the legendary first volume of the Never-Ending Book. It was rumored that in the first volume, there were clues about the second and third volumes of the Never-Ending Book. However, no matter how I tried, I was unable to find them. I wonder if Sir Didymos would be able to help me point out the clues in the Never-Ending Book." Merlin briefly explained the matter. His goal was to ask Didymos to aid him in searching for the clues regarding the second and third volumes of the Never-Ending Book. He dared not underestimate this black cat in the slightest. Didymos was a spirit from a runic magic circle which was personally engraved by the founder of the dark magic region, the great wizard Fidel, a long time ago. Besides his lack of flesh and blood, Didymos was in fact not much different from the average living being. Moreover, Didymos was ancient, older than almost all the spellcasters in the dark magic region. Perhaps he might know something about the Never-Ending Book. "You said you've obtained the Never-Ending Book." The black cat Didymos, who was initially acting grand, stiffened all over upon hearing Merlin's request. His piercing eyes fixed onto Merlin, and the surrounding air seemed to solidify in an instant. Merlin felt a formless burst of pressure rolling over him from all directions, making him feel like he was suffocating. Only then did Merlin truly realize how powerful was this runic magic circle spirit created by the great wizard Fidel. That's right, the never-ending book. Sir Didymos, please have a look. As soon as Merlin spoke, the never-ending book of the legends appeared in his hand, flickering with a faint glow. Chapter 257, Clue I. Chapter 257, Clue I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It really is the never-ending book. You're lucky to obtain the never-ending book and bring it here to me. If it was anyone else, they would have no way to decipher the runes of the never-ending book. However, the great Sir Didymos is able to do it. The magnificent black cat's voice became sharper. Following that, Merlin sensed that the stone tablet which stood on the beach was beginning to shake softly, after which mysterious runes appeared one by one and were slowly grasped by the black cat. At the same time, Merlin perceived that streaks of powerful mind fluctuations had emerged around the black cat. This gust of mind power made Merlin scared out of his wits. Mind power was something intangible. In reality, it was unable to cause any physical injury to anyone. However now, Merlin could feel the waves of mind fluctuation around the black cat Didymos as if once Didymos' petrifying mind power was targeted at him, he would have no resistance at all. Inscription, open. Didymos pronounced a few ancient, mysterious characters, following which the enigmatic runes on the stone tablet were quickly engraved into the never-ending book in Merlin's hands. The never-ending book began to shine with waves of white light as if it was struggling mightily, but after a moment, the white light of the never-ending book gradually weakened until it finally faded away. What caught Merlin off guard was that this time, what he saw was a completely new volume of the never-ending book. In this volume, lines of Malta language were recorded, containing an abundance of information. Merlin looked over the contents roughly and began to feel rather ecstatic, for this information was about the clues on the second, and even the third volume of the never-ending book. All right, the runes of the never-ending book have been deciphered. How exhausting. I'm afraid I'll have to sleep for a few months. Wizard Merlin, your elemental crystal stones were delicious, but the great Sir Didymos has given you his help. Whether or not you can locate the second and third volumes of the never-ending book is all up to you. With that, the black cat Didymos immediately transformed into a cloud of black fog and disappeared into the stone tablet. Merlin bowed slightly toward the stone tablet. He knew that this time around, Didymos had exhausted a lot of energy to decipher the runes of the never-ending book. After all, the never-ending book was a legendary treasure, and the runic magic circles it contained could not be easily deciphered. Teacher, this is... Emma, who was standing on one side, was stunned by the scene she had just witnessed. The marvelous Didymos was able to speak the human language, and the powers he possessed were even more inconceivable to her. Merlin did not explain much, but kept the never-ending book instead. He was ready to closely examine the secrets of the never-ending book once he had returned to the dark magic region. Let's go. Didymos is a spirit of a runic magic circle personally engraved by the great wizard Fidel, the founder of the dark magic region. He's a peculiar creature, older than any spellcasters in the dark magic region. Merlin gave Emma a simple introduction of the black cat Didymos. Even though Emma only half understood it, she recognized that this marvelous black cat had an impressive position in the dark magic region. Thus, she also bowed deeply toward the stone tablet before she followed Merlin into the dark magic region. This is the dark magic region. Merlin heaved a small sigh. Looking at the familiar scene before his eyes, and the blocks of towers rising into the sky, his heart seemed to relax. He had already completely assimilated into the dark magic region, and had inadvertently become a part of the dark magic region long ago. Therefore, he felt a sense of belonging in the dark magic region as if he had returned home to Prakosh City. Emma was inquisitive and in high spirits, continuously inquiring about the towers soaring into the sky, so Merlin answered her questions one after another. All right, Emma, you should slowly familiarize yourself with the dark magic region. However, I'm not a 4th-level spellcaster, so I don't have an individual tower which I built. Thus, I have no way of accepting you as a student in my wizard tower. You still need to head over to the Grey-Robed Wizards for your appraisal, they'll eventually assign you to the tower of some other wizard. Merlin had not become a 4th-level spellcaster and was unable to individually build a wizard tower, so he had no way to immediately take on Emma as his student. Nevertheless, Merlin had explained to Emma before that if she joined the dark magic region, she would need to abide by their rules. Even if Emma was assigned to another spellcaster's tower, Merlin would still be her teacher, as long as she was willing. Go ahead, I'll wait for you outside. After he spoke, Emma nodded and drew in a deep breath. She walked into one of the towers. There, they would test her spellcaster quality as well as assign her to a wizard tower. Seeing that Emma had gone in, Merlin quietly waited outside. Regarding Emma's quality, her mind power was not very strong, and she had only constructed 3 0-level spells. According to the Dark Magic Region system, she would most likely be assigned to Wizard Leo's tower. If that was the case, it would save them a lot of trouble. After a long time, Emma came out. A dejected expression hung on her face, and when she saw Merlin, she was somewhat hesitant to speak. Merlin smiled. How was it? Which wizard's tower were you assigned to? Emma shook her head helplessly. My spellcaster quality was terrible, and I was assigned to Wizard Leo's tower. Teacher, I've embarrassed you. From Emma's perspective, Merlin was able to be so strong when he was only first level. It was clear that in the dark magic region, he was the cream of the crop. Emma was somewhat disturbed that as his student, she had inferior spellcaster quality. However, Merlin breathed a quiet sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face. As expected, you're assigned to Wizard Leo. There's no need to be so despondent. I did not explain to you that I'm Wizard Leo's student, and am staying in Wizard Leo's tower at the moment. Your assignment to Wizard Leo's tower saves us a lot of trouble. I'll explain your situation to Wizard Leo. What? Teacher, you're also assigned to Wizard Leo's tower? The spellcaster inside said that only spellcasters of the lowest spellcaster quality would be assigned to Wizard Leo's tower. Emma still found it rather unbelievable that Merlin was also assigned to Wizard Leo's tower. Merlin's features gradually became stern, and he said solemnly, spellcaster quality is not everything. What's more, Wizard Leo is one of the strongest spellcasters in the dark magic region. You should feel lucky to be able to be in his tower. Alright, as for the rest, you'll know about them later. Firstly, I'll bring you to Wizard Leo's tower. Emma bobbed her head and followed closely behind Merlin. In a short while, Merlin had brought Emma to the front of Wizard Leo's tower. It looked the same as before, but only when he returned here did Merlin feel truly comfortable. Come on. Merlin and Emma walked into the tower. On the first floor, Wizard Howl was engrossed in studying his potions as always. Merlin knew that Wizard Howl was obsessed with potions. In the past, he had thought that Wizard Howl, being a first-level spellcaster and an official member of the dark magic region, would have been very strong. However, as Merlin slowly leveled up to a first-level spellcaster, his horizons were gradually broadened, and he learned some things about Wizard Howl. Although Wizard Howl had successfully leveled up to a first-level spellcaster, the spell model he had created in the beginning had left him with an unseen affliction. As a result, he needed potions to sustain himself. This constant suffering due to an unstable spell model was a situation similarly faced by Wizard Hill. It was because of this that Wizard Howl was so obsessed with potions. He hoped that through potions, he would be able to thoroughly cure his affliction. Nonetheless, in so many years, Wizard Howl had not leveled up to a second-level spellcaster. It was evident that he had failed, and the potions he was preoccupied with did not completely cure his internal affliction. Merlin shook his head slightly. A spellcaster of this sort, without any hope, was the most pitiful. It was not surprising that besides anything to do with potions, Wizard Howl had a certain detached attitude toward other matters. Let's go, I'll bring you to meet Wizard Leo. He's on the highest floor of the tower. Merlin brought Emma to the runic magic circle on the first floor and activated it in a routine manner. A white light flashed instantly, and Merlin and Emma's figures vanished from the first floor. After they disappeared, Wizard Howl, who had been immersed in his potions, raised his head lightly. As he looked at the runic magic circle from the corner of his eyes, a forlorn look grew upon his face. It's Merlin, I suppose. Come in. Merlin had just reached Wizard Leo's room when he heard Wizard Leo's voice coming from inside. Creak! Merlin pushed the door and entered. He saw that Wizard Leo was beaming, appearing to be in good humor. Wizard Leo! Merlin bowed forward slightly but felt rather puzzled. He did not know why Wizard Leo seemed to be overjoyed today. Ever since he had joined Wizard Leo's tower, Merlin had seldom seen Wizard Leo crack a smile. Merlin, well done. You killed Weiss and defeated Bluebird, you two of Osmu's prodigies. Ha ha, your reputation now has surpassed my own. The blood-red third eye on Wizard Leo's forehead flickered slightly with rays of crimson light. Merlin, who understood the behavior of Wizard Leo well, immediately knew that Wizard Leo was truly ecstatic. Merlin did not expect that the news would spread so quickly. He had just returned to the dark magic region, and the news had already reached them. Seeing Merlin's expression, Wizard Leo seemed to guess Merlin's thoughts, and said, Merlin, the news was able to spread so quickly was not because of you but because of Osmu. We had just signed a pact with Osmu, so of course, we're following Osmu's every move closely. In addition, it's not like Weiss and Bluebird were obscure nobodies, so naturally, we kept track of their whereabouts. Merlin nodded. It turned out that it was because Osmu was observed by the dark magic region and other spellcasters' organizations, that they would so quickly know that he killed Weiss and Bluebird. Teacher Leo, there were some things which I was hiding from you. It's about my Pandora demon ability. Merlin muttered to himself for a long time before deciding to tell Wizard Leo about Glacial Finger and Fiery Collapse. After what happened when they visited Abyss Fort, Merlin already had absolute trust in Wizard Leo. His possession of these Pandora demon abilities was not something he had to conceal from Wizard Leo anymore. Chapter 258, Clue 2. Chapter 258, Clue 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin was just about to tell Wizard Leo about his possession of Pandora demon ability, but Wizard Leo waved his hand lightly. Whatever Pandora demon ability you have, that's your secret. You don't have to tell me. I'm just feeling gratified. What is Cly's in comparison? You're far more outstanding than Cly's. Weiss and Bluebird are only the beginning. In the future, you must kill Cly's with your own hands, understand? A beam of light abruptly shone out of the crimson third eye on Wizard Leo's forehead, and he wore a grave expression. Merlin was somewhat taken aback. According to the pact between the dark magic region and Osmu, spellcasters above 4th level were not allowed to make any moves. However, Merlin was not a spellcaster above 4th level, but a 1st level spellcaster. Even if he leveled up in a short time, he would still merely be a 2nd level spellcaster. Only Merlin would have the opportunity to kill Cly's who had betrayed the dark magic region. Teacher Leo, I'll keep this in mind. If I encounter Cly's in the future, I'll kill him myself. Merlin replied in a low voice, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Wizard Leo gave him a desolate smile and slightly bobbed his head. Very well. Surely you've come to find me for some other matter as well? Wizard Leo wore a half-smile as he looked toward the direction of the door. Merlin's heart leaped, and he hurriedly gestured for Emma to come in, following which he said to Wizard Leo, her name is Emma. 3 years ago, I met her outside by chance and saw that she had spellcaster quality, so I gave her some spells. I didn't think that in 3 years, she would consecutively construct 3 0-level spells. Therefore, I unofficially took her on as my student, and she's been assigned to your wizard tower. Merlin briefly explained Emma's situation to Wizard Leo. Emma, despite seeing that Wizard Leo's appearance was rather scary, still steeled her nerves and bowed toward him. Not bad, Merlin. Since you've approved of her, you'll have to guide her through her cultivation in the dark magic region. Wizard Leo did not mind, but instead handed the matter over to Merlin. The hardest thing to do for someone with a temper like Wizard Leo's was to handle a student. Oh right, Wizard Leo, there's one more thing I need your help. I've become a 1st-level spellcaster, and have found an attendant, who's also your previous student, Lorinka. As she did not become a 1st-level spellcaster, she was stripped off her dark magic ring and was sent away from the dark magic region. Thus, now she has no way of entering the dark magic region and is still waiting outside. I need your help, teacher, to help me apply for an attendant's dark magic ring. Merlin quickly clarified the matter of Lorinka. Wizard Leo flapped his hand and appeared rather impatient. That's a trivial matter. I'll send for someone to bring the dark magic ring used by attendants, but you understand that according to the dark magic region's rules, Any trouble caused by your attendant is equivalent to trouble caused by you. Therefore, you must be prudent in selecting an attendant. Merlin nodded. An attendant was a representative of a spellcaster, so many spellcasters even after becoming second or third level in the dark magic region, still had no attendants. That was because they were judicious in selecting an attendant, so if there was no one suitable at the moment, they could only choose not to accept any attendant for now. With Wizard Leo's help, a spellcaster arrived at the tower soon enough, delivering a dark magic ring used by attendants to Merlin. As soon as the ring was delivered, Merlin's servant, Lorinka, was in fact already in the dark magic region's records. That way, there would be no errors. With the dark magic ring, Merlin brought Emma away from Wizard Leo's room. After they came out, Emma heaved a sigh of relief. With some residual fear, she asked, "Teacher, that was Wizard Leo just now. He's really scary." Merlin knew that there were not many people who would be unafraid of Wizard Leo's terrifying appearance. However, he had known Wizard Leo for a long time and had a clear understanding of Wizard Leo's character, so he was not frightened. "Emma, Wizard Leo's a good person. You'll learn that after some time. Come on, I'll bring you to your room. You can rest first, and slowly familiarize yourself with the dark magic region later." Merlin helped Emma settled in the tower, and briefly went through a few things she should take note of before he hurriedly rushed back to where Lorinka was. "Lorinka, put on this dark magic ring, then you may return to the dark magic region once again." Merlin gave a small smile and handed the dark magic ring to Lorinka. Lorinka appeared to be very moved as she could finally return to the dark magic region. Back then, when she was sent away from the dark magic region, she felt that all her dreams turned to dust like there was no hope left. She would still be a nobody even if she returned to her clan. However, with Merlin, she had become his attendant now. From this day onward, her chances of becoming a first-level spellcaster were greatly increased. Moreover, due to Merlin's extraordinary status, she would no longer be someone insignificant even though she was merely Merlin's attendant. Swish! With her stirred-up emotions, Lorinka and Merlin went through the runic magic circle together and returned to the dark magic region once again. Phew! Merlin finally returned to his room and heaved a long sigh. Only when he was back in the dark magic region would he feel so relieved and comfortable. Earlier, Sir Didymos deciphered the runes of the never-ending book. Only then did this legendary treasure reveal its true appearance. Perhaps there really are clues to the second and third volumes of the never-ending book in it. Merlin mumbled to himself, and then quickly retrieved the volume of the never-ending book from his ring. Currently, due to its runes deciphered by Didymos, the never-ending book no longer looked like it previously did. With its bright shining light, it used to appear plain and unadorned. However, this was the true appearance of the never-ending book. Merlin quickly checked the cover of the book, on which appeared some mysterious words in the Malta language. Merlin began to go through the mysterious Malta language carefully. The 3 volumes of the never-ending book contained some spells and Pandora demon abilities which I created when I had nothing better to do. Initially, it was just something I scribbled in passing, something I planned to destroy. However, after some thought, I felt that it would be a shame to do so. Therefore, I've placed the 3 volumes of the never-ending book at 3 different places. The second volume is on a beach somewhere near the Death Sea. Naturally, one would be able to find it with the first volume. The third volume of the never-ending book is at Rock Cavern. One would be able to locate the third volume if one is equipped with the first and second volumes. For anyone from future generations lucky enough to collect all 3 volumes of the never-ending book, the spells and Pandora demon abilities are only a small plaything. On an impulse, I've sealed a maxim in a hidden place. Only by gathering all 3 volumes of the never-ending book would one be able to find and obtain this maxim. Having finished reading the words in Malta language of the never-ending book, Merlin was astounded. The one who wrote this passage in Malta language was undoubtedly the spellcaster who passed on these 3 volumes of the never-ending book. Nonetheless, in this spellcaster's eyes, the spells and Pandora demon abilities in the never-ending book were only a small plaything, not worth mentioning. The bigger treasure left behind by this spellcaster was a maxim that he had sealed away. What was a maxim? Merlin was not clear on that, but he vaguely knew that even the great wizards were unable to master maxims. For instance, the spatial rings worn by many spellcasters, in fact, were implanted with a maxim. However, the great wizards themselves were unable to transfigure such a maxim. Even the bell space that Merlin had obtained also contained a maxim. Therefore, even though Merlin was unsure what a maxim was, he knew that it was something even great wizards dreamed of, to think that a mysterious spellcaster had left behind a maxim. Nevertheless, this required a person to collect all 3 volumes of the never-ending book. Merlin had only heard of the Death Sea, but it was too far away. It was not even in the kingdom of Black Moon, but further down south, past the different areas of influence belonging to many spellcasters' organizations, where one would finally reach a sea that stretched as far as the eye could see. That would be the Death Sea. Not even spellcasters who were above 4th level would dare to say that they could reach the Death Sea. It might be that only 7th level spellcasters would be able to reach the Death Sea despite the difficulties. Although the 2nd volume of the never-ending book would be difficult to retrieve, there was ultimately still a sliver of hope. As for the 3rd volume of the never-ending book, it was hidden by the unknown spellcaster at Rock Cavern. Merlin had never heard of any place called Rock Cavern, so it would be almost impossible to find. With no way of compiling all 3 volumes of the never-ending book, one would naturally be unable to obtain the sealed maxim. Therefore, regardless of how beneficial or tempting it was, it did not matter. With my current capabilities, I'm unable to even reach the Death Sea. It's practically an impossible task to obtain the 2nd volume of the never-ending book. Merlin shook his head helplessly. It was far too difficult to retrieve the 2nd and 3rd volumes of the never-ending book. Even if it could be done, it would definitely not be completed in a short time. Following that, Merlin offhandedly kept the never-ending book, and instead, took out the Pandora demon ability, Destructive Wind, which he had taken from Weiss. This was a wind-type demon ability with decent power. However, Merlin's wind-type spells were speed spells, so he had no way of cultivating Destructive Wind. The Dark Magic region had Pandora demon abilities as well, so Merlin was thinking of exchanging Destructive Wind for another Pandora demon ability which he could cultivate now, and which would be helpful to him. For something as significant as exchanging a Pandora demon ability with the Dark Magic region, the first person who came to Merlin's mind was Wizard Leo. If he had Wizard Leo's assistance, then the trading of a Pandora demon ability with the Dark Magic region would surely go more smoothly. With that in mind, Merlin walked out of the room once more. "Teacher Leo, I'm afraid there's something I need your help with." Merlin stood before Wizard Leo and spoke respectfully. "Go on, what is it?" Wizard Leo asked nonchalantly with a calm expression. Merlin drew in a deep breath, and calmed his turbulent emotions, after which he said softly, "Teacher Leo, I would like to exchange a Pandora demon ability with the Dark Magic region." You want to exchange a Pandora demon ability? Wizard Leo's initially peaceful face immediately shifted slightly. The blood-red third eye on his forehead flashed open as well, fixing its glare on Merlin. Chapter 259, Dark Magic Space. Chapter 259, Dark Magic Space. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin nodded with a serious expression. He indeed intended to exchange a Pandora demon ability. Pandora demon abilities are usually the most important secret in all spellcasters' organizations. Even I have never received a Pandora demon ability from the Dark Magic region. Only those who have made a huge contribution to the Dark Magic region will be rewarded with a Pandora demon ability. You must realize how important a Pandora demon ability really is. Are you sure you want to exchange it with the Dark Magic region? Wizard Leo kept reminding Merlin of the importance of Pandora demon ability. He had Darkness Eye in the past, but he did not exchange it with the Dark Magic region. In fact, many spellcasters would not exchange their Pandora demon ability with the Dark Magic region willingly should they obtained it, as it was too difficult to find even one Pandora demon ability. Merlin directly stated his reason. He explained in a low voice, "Teacher Leo, the Pandora demon ability doesn't suit me, so I want to exchange for a more compatible Pandora demon ability with the Dark Magic region." "It's the Pandora demon ability that you got hold of after killing those from Osmu, right?" The red vertical eye on Wizard Leo's forehead stared straight at Merlin as he asked with a smile. Merlin nodded, knowing that he could not lie to Wizard Leo. Upon seeing the nod, Wizard Leo let out a cold sneer. Only Osmu possesses so many Pandora demon abilities. They don't even mind to use the Pandora demon ability to tempt those genius spellcasters. Wizard Leo hated Osmu from the bottom of his heart, so his tone was always filled with abhorrence. After saying that, Wizard Leo paused a little and calmed down. Let's go. We'll have to see Wizard Husius if you want to exchange your Pandora demon ability. Following that, Wizard Leo brought Merlin out of the tower and headed toward the few tallest towers in the dark magic region. It was not Merlin's first time in the tower of a 7th level spellcaster, so he appeared rather collected. With Wizard Leo, it became easier to find Wizard Husius. Without taking much time, Wizard Husius appeared. Leo, what are you up to this time? Wizard Husius glanced at Wizard Leo with a helpless look on his face. Old fool, I'm naturally here for an important matter. It's about my student, Merlin. Old fool, I'm sure you've heard of it. Wizard Leo did not state their aim straight away. Instead, he asked Wizard Husius. Husius took a knowing glance at Merlin and squinted his eyes. Chuckling softly, he said, how would I not hear about it? This time, Merlin has eliminated 2 prodigies of Osmu, Weiss and Bluebird. TSK. Never mind about Weiss, but Bluebird is the wizard who has caused countless troubles to many spellcasters' organizations. She possesses 2 Pandora demon abilities and is exceptionally strong. But she has died by the hands of Merlin. Leo, you got an excellent student there. The information of Merlin eliminating Weiss and Bluebird might not be known to average spellcasters, but the higher authority of the dark magic region could have received the news firsthand. Weiss and Bluebird were simply 3rd level spellcasters, they could go around causing trouble without being restricted by the pact. In fact, this matter had greatly troubled spellcasters' organizations such as the dark magic region. The pact with Osmu only restricted the actions of spellcasters of 4th level and above. However, many ordinary 4th level spellcasters could not stand against Weiss and Bluebird anyway. The spellcasters' organizations were fairly concerned about this matter. Little did they expect that Merlin would kill both of them. As his feat shocked the spellcasters' organizations, he had also resolved a hidden concern among spellcasters' organizations. Wizard Leo nodded and said, after killing Weiss and Bluebird, Merlin has obtained a Pandora demon ability. Wizard Leo did not continue his words. Instead, Wizard Husius' expression changed slightly, then he revealed a hint of elation. You're saying that Merlin has obtained a Pandora demon ability? After a slight pause, Wizard Husius seemed like he had understood something as he squinted his eyes at Wizard Leo. Leo, you're not here to tell me this news, am I right? That's right. Merlin wanted to use this Pandora demon ability to exchange for another Pandora demon ability with the dark magic region. Wizard Leo finally stated their aim for being there. Husius was not surprised at all. In fact, he had already guessed it. Exchanging for another Pandora demon ability? You can indeed exchange Pandora demon ability with another one in the dark magic region. Otherwise, you have to make a huge contribution to the dark magic region to be rewarded with a Pandora demon ability. That's why I haven't cultivated any Pandora demon ability until now. Leo, you're one lucky guy since you have Darkness Eye. Even the 7th level spellcaster, Husius, did not possess a Pandora demon ability, proving how rare and precious a Pandora demon ability was. It was extremely fortunate of Merlin to obtain a Pandora demon ability. Wizard Leo was the same since he had obtained the Pandora demon ability accidentally. Furthermore, there were only a small number of spellcasters who were rewarded with Pandora demon ability, after making a large contribution to the dark magic region. After all, not all spellcasters' organizations could have such vast resources comparable to Osmu. Merlin, I can't make the decision for you to exchange for Pandora demon ability. The dark magic region may not have the Pandora demon ability that you'd like to exchange with. In addition, your Pandora demon ability must be of equal value with the one you want to exchange for. After all, there are still distinctions between various Pandora demon abilities. Let's go. Let me bring you to a place. The Pandora demon ability you'd be able to exchange for would depend completely on your own luck. After saying that, Husius walked into the deeper parts of the tower. Merlin looked at Wizard Leo who was beside him. Wizard Leo nodded. Follow Husius. Merlin took a deep breath and quickly caught up to Husius as they headed toward the deeper parts of the tower. The tower of the 7th level spellcaster was not much different from the others. Merlin simply trailed behind Husius, both remained silent. Then, they reached a complicated runic magic circle. Only the towers of the 7th level spellcasters have such runic magic circles. Even your teacher, Wizard Leo, doesn't have this runic magic circle. Via this circle, you'll reach the true core region of the dark magic region, the dark magic space. Dark magic space? After being in the dark magic region for such a long time, this was Merlin's first time hearing about a place called the dark magic space, so he glanced at Wizard Husius with a questioning look. Meanwhile, Wizard Husius shook his head. This is the most important place of the dark magic region. You'll know when you see it. Thereafter, he brought Merlin into the runic magic circle and a white light flashed, immediately encompassing Merlin and Wizard Husius. Swish! Both disappeared in the blink of an eye along with the flash of light. Boom! Two figures instantly appeared along with the flashing light in a secretive space. They were Wizard Husius and Merlin. As soon as Merlin had arrived at the place, he scanned his surroundings. He realized that there was no sky here nor was there any land. It was as if Husius and he were floating in the air. In this space, there was a light that lit up the entire space just like the day. Moreover, there were many densely written and complex mysterious runes etched all over the space. This was the dark magic space Wizard Husius had mentioned earlier. Merlin, the dark magic space is very unique, and it isn't created by the great wizard Fidel. After all, this is a stable space, the product of the Maxim. Even the great wizard Fidel can't manipulate the Maxim. We can place unique elements in the dark magic space, so there are places here that are rich in fire elements, wind elements, and so on. We can even concentrate a certain type of elements in one place, then synthesize elemental crystal stones or precious treasures after going through a long period of accumulation. Merlin could not help but feel astonished at the fact that such a wonderful yet stable space existed. It was much stronger than his bell space. However, the bell space might still be incomplete at this point. Merlin had not collected all the casting components just yet. Thus, the bell space was currently far less stable than the dark magic space. However, the bell space had the simulation function while the dark magic space could probably only be capable of nurturing elements, and producing elemental crystal stones besides being stable and secretive. After all, the elemental crystal stones were the product of all types of elements after going through a long period of changes. Other than the elemental crystal stones, rare treasures such as the 100 Years Ice Bone Marrow might appear should the elements have been accumulated here for a sufficiently long time, be it hundreds or thousands of years. With such a wonderful function, it was not surprising that the bell space was kept confidential. Only the 7th level spellcasters of the dark magic region knew about this place. Wizard Leo might know some information about the dark magic space, but he could not enter this place. The dark magic space was not created by the great wizard Fidel. Instead, it was an object that was obtained incidentally. It might have been passed down since the ancient times. It was the same case for Merlin's bell space. After the great wizard Fidel had obtained the dark magic space, he had treated it as the most important secret in the dark magic region. The dark magic space contains many 7th level spells. Although the 7th level spells are of no use if the user hasn't derived and constructed it on his own. How about reading the experience and notes of the 7th level spellcasters when they derived their own spells? There are many records here that contain the experience of 7th level spellcasters when they derived their 7th level spells. Sometimes, we would show them to some 6th level spellcasters, hoping that the records can inspire the spellcasters. Wizard Husius pointed to the rows of shelves in the dark magic space as he introduced them to Merlin. Merlin was surprised by what he had seen. This was the true resources available in a spellcaster's organization. Many 7th level spells might not be of any use, but the process of which the 7th level spellcasters had derived their spells was invaluable. Some 6th level spellcasters might be inspired by the records, then went on to derive a brand new spell, thus becoming 7th level spellcasters. There's certainly a large barrier between spellcaster clans and spellcasters' organizations. The difference is simply too large to overcome. Merlin shook his head slightly. It was not surprising that a spellcaster clan could hardly stand against a spellcaster's organization no matter how powerful it was. The dark magic region was only a small-scaled spellcaster's organization, but its resources were not something attainable for any spellcaster clan. Even the Sterling House, founded by the great wizard Sterling, would not have as many resources as the dark magic region after hundreds of years. After the great wizard Sterling left the Sterling House, it was feared that this powerful influence would immediately fall apart. It could not be passed down for many generations like the spellcasters' organizations could. Chapter 260, Guardian Wizard. Chapter 260, Guardian Wizard. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The dark magic space was huge. Wizard Husius was still introducing the place to Merlin in detail. Without realizing it, Wizard Husius had brought Merlin to a place that was densely etched with runes. At this place, Merlin saw a figure who wore a black wizard's robe. The figure was tall, but he was sitting cross-legged on the floor, meditating. His entire being did not give off any aura at all, it just like a dead man. Wizard Husius halted and spoke softly to Merlin. "This is the Guardian Wizard of the dark magic space." Guardian Wizard? Merlin was full of questions, but Husius' expression remained grim as he said, "That's right. Guardian Wizard. Other than Didymos, there's probably no one in the dark magic region who knows about his name and his origin. The Guardian Wizard has been here ever since I joined the dark magic region. He never goes out and has always stayed in the dark magic space, protecting this place. He may even be related to the great wizard Fidel." It was apparent that Husius held a lot of respect toward the mysterious Guardian Wizard, while Merlin was slightly surprised. The Guardian Wizard did not look old, but little did Merlin expect him to have stayed in the dark magic region for such a long time. "All right, Merlin. Take out your Pandora demon ability. If you want to bring anything out of the dark magic space, you must gain the permission of the Guardian Wizard. Without it, no one can bring anything out of here." Merlin nodded. He took out Destructive Wind, which he had gotten from Weiss, from his ring. Wizard Husius did not even look at it and directly passed it to the Guardian Wizard. He said to the Guardian Wizard respectfully, "Guardian Wizard, this is Merlin, an official member of the dark magic region. He has obtained a Pandora demon ability by luck and wishes to exchange for another Pandora demon ability with the dark magic region. Please have a look at it, sir." The Guardian Wizard, who had kept his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. After receiving Destructive Wind, he took a brief look at it and said monotonously, "We don't have this Pandora demon ability in the dark magic space. You can exchange for a Pandora demon ability of equal value here." After saying that, the Guardian Wizard waved his hands and countless runes appeared in his hands. Slowly, a door appeared in the dark magic space. Upon seeing the Guardian Wizard had drawn so many runes effortlessly, Merlin was overwhelmed with shock. Although the dark magic region specialized in runology, even the 7th level spellcasters who specialized in the study of runes would not be able to set up a runic magic circle as effortlessly as that. Ignoring other aspects, the Guardian Wizard had to have a deep understanding of runology. "Enter. That's the place where the Pandora demon abilities are kept." Husius revealed a smile and stared at the door as he said with mixed feelings. Merlin nodded, then walked through the door. As soon as he walked in, Merlin adapted quite well to his surroundings. There were some bright lights that lit the space up like daylight. In it, there were many small white jade boxes floating in mid-air. The boxes were shining, making them look dreamy. The Pandora demon abilities in the 13 jade boxes on your left are of equal value with Destructive Wind. You can choose from them. However, you can only open one box, so choose wisely. Once opened, you must memorize the cultivation method of the Pandora demon ability stored in the jade box in 2 hours. After 2 hours, you must leave this place. Just when Merlin was glancing at the boxes, a chilly voice came from behind him. The Guardian Wizard had entered through the door since who knows when. Merlin was listening closely to his words. This was the rule in the dark magic space. Even the 7th level spellcaster must adhere to the rules here, so Merlin set his gaze to the 13 jade boxes on his left. Swoosh! The Guardian Wizard flipped his palm around and a jade box appeared in his hands. Then, he placed Destructive Wind into the box and etched some mysterious runes in mid-air that were roughly stamped onto the box. After sealing the box, the Guardian Wizard placed it aside. The 13 jade boxes on their left had now become 14 in total. This meant that the dark magic region now possessed 14 Pandora demon abilities which were of the same level as destructive wind. This was a large number, but it still could not be compared to Osmu yet. Merlin came directly to these jade boxes and carefully scanned them. There were mysterious runes etched on the jade boxes. As soon as he extended his mind power toward it, he could read a brief introduction about the Pandora demon ability which contained in the jade box. Merlin now possessed Glacial Finger, Fiery Collapse, and Darkness Heart. However, both Glacial Finger and Fiery Collapse were offensive Pandora demon abilities. Even Darkness Heart could be used as an offensive Pandora demon ability. Thus, Merlin really wished to have a defensive Pandora demon ability now. Meanwhile, he should not choose the most powerful Pandora demon ability. He should go for the Pandora demon ability that could be incorporated into his spells just like Darkness Heart. He should not underestimate the mere 2 stages of cultivation. Once he had reached 4th level and Darkness Heart had been incorporated into his Darkness-type spells, the power of his spells would reach an unimaginable height. Moreover, during the most glorious age of spellcasters, the strong Pandora demon abilities were always the ones that could be incorporated into the spells. Only those capable of being incorporated into the spells were said to be the most powerful Pandora demon ability. Merlin's Glacial Finger and Fiery Collapse could not be incorporated into his spells, so they were not considered very powerful in this sense. Hence, Merlin first decided that he would pick an Earth-type Pandora demon ability. 3 of the jade boxes contained this type. However, Merlin continued to filter them and took out an offensive Earth-type Pandora demon ability. Finally, he was left with 2 Pandora demon abilities which were suitable for Merlin. Both were defensive Pandora demon abilities and had only 2 stages. These 2 Pandora demon abilities were called Impeccable Shield and Fuse Earth. Impeccable Shield, as its name suggested, was a Pandora demon ability which could gather endless earth elements to form a gigantic shield with terrifying defensive ability. However, the first stage of Impeccable Shield was comparable to a 4th level defensive spell, so it was considered somewhat powerful. Merlin was already tempted to pick Impeccable Shield, but he was moved when he saw the Pandora demon ability in the other box. Fuse Earth, the Pandora demon ability with a weird name, was the Pandora demon ability which was most suitable for Merlin. He could begin the cultivation of Fuse Earth as soon as he had constructed his 1st level spell, Guardian Monument. Moreover, he could easily incorporate the Pandora demon ability into his spells should he succeeded in cultivating it. It appeared to be similar to Darkness Heart, but there was a distinct difference between them. Darkness Heart was known as the most favorable ability to have in conjunction with Darkness-type spells in ancient times. If one cultivated Darkness Heart, one could express a large strength no matter what sort of Darkness-type spells one possessed. However, Fuse Earth was different where the Pandora demon ability was only specific to Earth-type defensive spells. It could only be incorporated into Earth-type defensive spells, thus enhancing the strength of the spells. Furthermore, Fuse Earth had a unique point: it could be merged with the spells in its first stage, unlike Darkness Heart which could only be merged with 4th level spells. With Fuse Earth, Merlin would be able to greatly enhance his defensive ability. At that time, his overall strength could be improved, and he could completely overcome his lack of defensive ability without the use of Bonot-shaped enhancing casting tool. Fuse Earth was a match made in heaven for Merlin. Thus, after seeing this Pandora demon ability, Merlin chose Fuse Earth without a moment of hesitation. Guardian Wizard, I'll pick Fuse Earth. Merlin turned around and said to the Guardian Wizard. The Guardian Wizard took a nonchalant gaze at the jade box and said in a calm tone, "Are you sure you want to choose Fuse Earth? Once you've made the decision, you can no longer change your mind." "Yes, I'm sure." "Please reveal the jade box, sir." Merlin replied with a determined look. "All right. 2 hours later, you must place Fuse Earth back into the jade box." Thereafter, the Guardian Wizard stretched his palm wide and mysterious runes flew out from his palm and rapidly dived into the box. The runes on the jade box began to shake violently, then slowly disappeared from sight. Although he only had 2 hours, it was more than enough for Merlin to read the cultivation method. Since he had the matrix, he could easily memorize the cultivation method within a few minutes. The Matrix, begin recording. Merlin initiated the Matrix in his mind. After everything was set up, Merlin then slowly opened Fuse Earth and carefully skimmed through it. Fuse Earth had 2 stages. In the first stage, one must have constructed a first-level Earth-type defensive spell. In the second stage, one must have constructed a 4th-level Earth-type defensive spell. Cultivating Fuse Earth successfully required that it be coupled with the use of lava soil. Should Fuse Earth be cultivated successfully, the strength of the Earth-type defensive spell could be increased by 3 to 6 folds. Other than the introduction of Fuse Earth, the remaining was the detailed cultivation method of Fuse Earth. After reading through it, he frowned slightly. It was not difficult to reach the first prerequisite of the cultivation since Merlin had constructed a first-level Earth-type defensive spell, Guardian Monument. However, he had to have an item called lava soil to successfully cultivate Fuse Earth. This was quite difficult since Merlin had not heard of lava soil before. It had to be difficult to find. The successful cultivation of Fuse Earth only resulted in a 3 to 6 folds increase of the spell's strength. This was far less than the 5 to 10 folds increase effect of Darkness Heart. However, Fuse Earth had an overall excellent effect. After all, Darkness Heart was considered a well-known Pandora demon ability. Many Pandora demon abilities that had 3 stages could not even be compared to Darkness Heart. Alright, it's time. Place Fuse Earth back into the jade box and you may leave now. The emotionless Guardian Wizard suddenly spoke in a firm tone. Chapter 261, Lava Soil. Chapter 261, Lava Soil. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Sigh. Merlin heaved a long sigh. Luckily, he had recorded everything about Fuse Earth in the Matrix. He could read it again after returning to the tower. Hence, Merlin placed Fuse Earth back into the jade box. Then, he turned around and bowed slightly to the Guardian Wizard. Following that, he left the door and returned to the dark magic space. Wizard Husius was waiting silently for Merlin in the dark magic space. Upon seeing Merlin, Wizard Husius revealed a smile and asked Merlin, "Wizard Merlin, have you found the Pandora demon ability that you need? I've never been through that door before." Husius glanced at Merlin with admiration. Although he was a 7th-level spellcaster, he did not possess any Pandora demon ability. Since he had never made any important contribution to the dark magic region, he never had the chance to enter the door and pick a Pandora demon ability for himself. Merlin nodded. "I finally found what I needed. Wizard Husius, can we return to the dark magic region now?" He could not wait to return to the tower to study the newly obtained Fuse Earth. Wizard Husius nodded, then brought Merlin to a runic magic circle in the dark magic space. A white light flashed and covered Merlin and Wizard Husius. In an instant, both figures disappeared along with the flashing of lights. Boom! Boom! A bright light flashed in the tower and the red vertical eye on Wizard Leo's forehead immediately opened wide. The eye let out strings of red light. Swish! Swish! 2 figures walked out of the light. It was Merlin and Wizard Husius who had just left the dark magic space. "Teacher Leo." After seeing Wizard Leo, Merlin revealed a smile. Wizard Leo nodded slightly. "Great, Merlin. It seems that you found a Pandora demon ability that's suitable for you." After a slight pause, Wizard Leo smiled at Wizard Husius. "Old fool, I must thank you this time. Merlin, let's go." Then, Wizard Leo brought Merlin and left Husius Tower. During their journey, Wizard Leo did not ask Merlin about the Pandora demon ability that he had chosen. Instead, it was Merlin who could not stop himself from telling Wizard Leo. "Teacher Leo, I've exchanged for a Pandora demon ability called Fuse Earth in the dark magic space." Fuse Earth? I've heard of that, it's quite good. It's a defensive Pandora demon ability, and it can also be incorporated into your spell. It's indeed a Pandora demon ability that's most suitable for you. Wizard Leo smiled. Apparently, he knew well about Fuse Earth. Following that, Wizard Leo headed straight toward the top floor of the tower while Merlin returned to his room. "Matrix, get me the information on Fuse Earth." Merlin instructed the Matrix to give him the information on Fuse Earth which it had recorded in the dark magic space. Although Merlin had read through the information before, he was not able to look at the details of the information. Fuse earth requires lava soil. Where do I find lava soil? Merlin frowned. The cultivation of the Pandora demon ability was not difficult. There might be some Pandora demon abilities that had a horrendous cultivation method. At the very least, the cultivation of Merlin's glacial finger and fiery collapse was not difficult. Only the cultivation of Darkness Heart was slightly difficult. However, the most difficult part of cultivating Pandora demon ability was finding the items needed during cultivation. When Merlin cultivated Glacial Finger back then, he had obtained the 100 Years Ice Bone Marrow from Wizard Sammir. Meanwhile, the item needed to cultivate Fiery Collapse was already prepared in the ancient monument. In the case of Darkness Heart, the cultivation was mostly based on Merlin's understanding and reflection. Of course, Merlin would not be able to do it without Wizard Leo's Clarity Stone. Thus, it was most difficult to find the item needed to cultivate the Pandora demon ability. Take the cultivation of Fuse Earth for example. Merlin didn't even know where he would find lava soil. Lava soil. It should be an Earth-type item. I may be able to exchange for some books that introduce rare items of all types from the resource tower. Merlin thought for a moment, then stood up and headed toward the resource tower. The resource tower was bustling with people. Most of them were official members of first level and above. However, Merlin's presence in the resource tower still caused quite a stir. After all, Merlin's current identity was very different from before. He was a 6-elemental spellcaster. Moreover, there were rumors going around that Merlin had killed 2 third-level genius spellcasters from Osmu. He was more active than Clyde back then, so even third-level spellcasters would nod to Merlin when they saw him. Merlin was familiar with such treatment since he had been the center of attention in Toli City then. Almost all spellcasters of Shadison clan would show him their utmost respect when they saw him. Yeah, it's here. Earth-type potion material, alchemy material, and some rare items. I want these 3 books. Merlin looked around randomly and found these 3 books related to Earth-type items. No matter if it was about potion materials, alchemy materials, or rare items, Merlin had exchanged for them as long as they were related to Earth-type. These books might be helpful for Merlin to locate lava soil. These 3 books were not expensive, they cost a total of less than 50 contribution points. Of course, Merlin did not consider this amount to be expensive since he had 10,000 contribution points. Even if he used up 1,000 contribution points, he still had a lot left that could support his usage for a long time. Moreover, he did not come to the resource tower very often, so he had little chance to use his contribution points. After exchanging for these 3 books, Merlin let the Matrix to record all the content of the books. He did not have the time to read through the books in detail. The Matrix, find me the information about lava soil. After recording the content of these books, Merlin directly searched the content with the help of the Matrix. Beep. Search completed. 1 information found. Lava soil, mainly found in volcanoes, is a special type of soil which was formed after buried for thousands of years. It's a vital alchemy material. Rumors have it that there are many active volcanoes in Kurdmansler Islands and lava soil may be found from one of the volcanoes. The Matrix had indeed found useful information about lava soil from the books. Merlin was overwhelmed with elation. Lava soil was an alchemy material, apparently used to transfigure a powerful alchemy product. However, the cultivation of Fuse Earth required the use of lava soil to be successful. Moreover, the information also mentioned the rough location of lava soil. It could be found in the volcanoes at a place called the Kurdmansler Islands. Kurdmansler Islands? That place, huh? This is kind of troublesome. Merlin frowned. He had heard about Kurdmansler Island before. It was in the vast sea far away from the land and the dark magic region. Instead of Death Sea, it was located in the true ocean near north. Kurdmansler Islands was not under the influence of any spellcasters' organizations such as the Dark Magic Region or Abyss Fort. In fact, the place was very famous for it was rich in rare potion and alchemy materials. Hence, many roaming wizards had gathered in Kurdmansler Islands. There were even wizards from spellcasters' organizations. Merlin really wanted to look for lava soil at the volcanoes in Kerdmannsler Islands. However, after careful evaluation, he thought that his ability was currently still lacking. Going to Kerdmannsler Islands was different from going to Floating City and Toli City. There were powerful sea creatures of all levels there, be it 5th, 6th or even 7th level. The roaming wizards, there might also be 7th level wizards. Although it was rare to have roaming wizards who had become 7th level spellcasters, the matter was not impossible. These spellcasters mainly lived on the Kerdmannsler Islands, subtly creating a commanding aura for the place. Thus, Kerdmannsler Islands was almost an equal influence on Stirling House as described in the Dark Magic Regions books. If Merlin wanted to go to Kerdmannsler Islands, he must improve his overall strength no matter what. To improve his overall strength, the most plausible way to do it was to construct second-level spells. Merlin's mind power had grown sufficiently strong now. Although he was still far from having 4th-level mind power, constructing a second-level spell should not be an issue. The second-level spell that could drastically improve Merlin's ability was undoubtedly the second-level darkness-type spell, Darkness Tide. Once he had constructed Darkness Tide, Merlin could truly have the ability to stand against a 4th-level spellcaster in his top form with the enhancing effect of Darkness Heart. I still need a little more mind power to construct Darkness Tide. Let's wait until the mind power duplicate in the bell space has doubled again. Then, I'll construct Darkness Tide. Merlin had made the decision in his mind, so he simply stayed in the tower to concentrate on meditating without taking a step out of the tower. Buzz! After a few days, the bell space at Merlin's chest vibrated violently. Merlin opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "It seems my mind power duplicate has reached its limit again." Thus, he rapidly extended his mind power into the bell space to have a look. As expected, his mind power duplicate had reached its limit. With the bell space, the rate at which Merlin's mind power increase had sped up drastically. Merge. Without a moment of hesitation, Merlin merged the mind power duplicate in the bell space with his own mind power. Instantly, his mind power spiked up. Phew! Merlin heaved a long sigh. He felt that his mind power had increased to an unimaginable level. Such powerful mind power was definitely sufficient for him to construct his second-level spell, Darkness Tide. Chapter 262, A Life-Saving Object. Chapter 262, A Life-Saving Object. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Matrix, begin analyzing Darkness Tide spell model. As he felt the tremendous mind power within his body, Merlin no longer had any doubts as he began mobilizing the Matrix and reanalyzed Darkness Tide spell model. Darkness Tide spell model was more complicated. It was even more complex than Darklight Realm spell model. However, this was nothing compared to the powerful analytical computing abilities of the Matrix. Very soon, the Matrix had reconstructed many spell models. As Merlin had done many times, he chose the most stable spell model among them. It was also the one most compatible with the spell models of Darklight Realm and Dark Mist. In fact, compatibility became extremely important when a spellcaster wished to become a more advanced spellcaster. As his powers increased, he could construct more advanced spell models. Like second-level spell models, not only was there a requirement for certain levels of compatibility with first-level spell models, but also there must be compatibility with zero-level spell models. The spell model would become problematic if the compatibility level was too low, and the entire spell model would collapse in mere moments in the end. This was also why advanced spellcasters were so rare. With every level they progressed to, the difficulty to construct suitable spell models increased manifold. The only reason why Merlin was able to disregard the issues of compatibility and stability of the spell models was his possession of the Matrix. He could construct spells calmly and never had to worry about the spell models collapsing. Having chosen the spell model, the next step was to simulate the spell model into his awareness by using his mind power. This might take up a long period of time. After all, Darkness Tide was just too complex. Merlin mobilized an immense amount of mind power and began to simulate the Darkness Tide spell model with all his might. An entire day had passed. With a sudden tremble, Merlin's entire body released an unnerving dark aura. An endless stream of darkness elements was rushing madly into Merlin's body. It's a success! I've constructed second-level darkness-type spell, Darkness Tide. Merlin opened his eyes. Although he seemed fatigued, his eyes were full of excitement. He had successfully constructed his first second-level spell. As long as he had sufficient mind power, he was able to construct more second-level spells. After enhancement by Darkness Heart, even those with fourth-level mind power wouldn't be able to withstand it if the strengthened version of Darkness Tide was released. Perhaps even those with fifth-level mind powers would be somewhat affected. Merlin was far too well acquainted with the power of Darkness Tide. It was of the same origin as Dark Light Realm, only much more powerful. Once released, the darkness elements would surge toward the enemy like a tide. It would be extremely terrifying as it was more powerful. It was even more terrifying due to Merlin's possession of Darkness Heart. The power of darkness-type spells would also increase substantially. Merlin's strength increased greatly as well after he obtained Darkness Tide. He could be considered to have stepped onto the level of a second-level spellcaster. Darkness Tide was an extremely difficult spell among second-level spells. It would be much easier to construct other second-level spells after successfully constructing Darkness Tide. However, speaking of the Kurdmantslar Islands, the distance between there and the dark magic region was just too great. The Pandora demon ability, Fuse Earth, would be of tremendous help to Merlin, so he could not give up cultivating it. If Merlin were to go, it may take him a year and a half. Within that period, if his mind power were to increase substantially again, it was possible for him to construct a second or third, or even more second-level spells. Therefore, Merlin had vaguely decided in his heart that he would first choose a spell most suitable for himself from the resource tower, before leaving the dark magic region. When Merlin had obtained the first volume of the never-ending book, there were spells of various types from the first to third levels, providing an abundance of spells. For roaming wizards, those were naturally enough and more than they could ask for. However, for Merlin, the dark magic region possessed a profound heritage and a long legacy. Many of the unique spells there were not in the never-ending book. Due to this reason, Merlin had prepared to choose a second-level spell in the resource tower. Is a second-level spell this expensive? Merlin frowned. He had arrived at the resource tower only to discover that these second-level spells were easily 100 or 200 contribution points each. There were even some second-level spells that were worth 300 contribution points or more. These were extremely expensive for many of the spellcasters in the dark magic region. However, these spells were extraordinary indeed. They were far more powerful than the second-level spells recorded in the never-ending book. For example, the fire-type second-level spell Merlin had chosen, Sea of Purgatory Fire, was even more horrifying than Furious Flame. Once cast, the surroundings became a sea of fire which was as terrible as a purgatory. There was also the second-level Earth-type spell, Earth Veil, that would create a light formed by the condensation of Earth elements around the spellcaster. This was greater and stronger than Guardian Monument. If Merlin had the opportunity to cultivate the Pandora demon ability Fuse Earth to completion, this Earth Guard would become immensely horrifying once it was incorporated into the spell. The strength would increase by 3 to 6 folds immediately. In addition, there was a second-level wind-type spell, Light Breeze. The name was simple, but it was still far stronger than Wind of Freedom. Once cast, the spellcaster's own body would become as light as the wind with increased speed. Other than these three spells, there was also Lightning Flash. This was a spell that shared the same origin as Thunderlight Ball. The characteristic of being as fast as lightning would manifest, happening in a fleeting flash but with more terrifying destructive power. Finally, there was an Ice-type spell called Ice Seal Zone. This was an extremely unique spell that would freeze every target within a zone as long as the zone was ice-sealed. The larger the zone was, the weaker the effects of the ice seal. Likewise, the smaller the zone, the more terrible the effects of the ice seal would become. These 5 second-level spells along with Darkness Tide constituted Merlin's future second-level spells. Provided that he did not find better spells, he would construct these spells one by one after he had obtained sufficient mind power. Sea of Purgatory Fire, Earth Veil, Light Breeze, Lightning Flash, and Ice Seal Zone. Matrix, store all of these 5 spells. Merlin instructed the Matrix to record these spells. The 5 spells were remarkable. Altogether, they cost Merlin more than 1,500 contribution points. These were merely second-level spells, and third-level spells would be even more costly. Fortunately, it was almost a year soon and Merlin would be able to receive 10,000 contribution points from the dark magic region again. After Merlin had chosen the second-level spells and made impeccable preparations, he paid a visit to Wizard Leo's house to bid him farewell. "Teacher Leo!" Merlin's voice rang out. Following that, the huge doors slowly opened. There were traces of weariness on Wizard Leo's face. It seemed that he had been doing some sort of experiment which was making him very tired. "Merlin, what's the matter?" Although Wizard Leo had been frowning and looked weary, he still asked with a pleasant countenance upon seeing that it was Merlin. "Teacher Leo, I've come to bid you farewell. I'm ready to pay the Kerdmansler Islands a visit." Merlin gave a simple statement on his reason for the visit. Wizard Leo's eyebrows, however, became more tightly furrowed. It was only after a long moment that Wizard Leo slowly opened his mouth to speak. "Indeed, lava soil can only be found on the Kerdmansler Islands, but it's very far from the dark magic region. If anything happens to you, I'm afraid I'd have no way of getting there in time." Although Merlin had been in Floating City and Toli City, in reality, Wizard Leo had always been paying attention to Merlin. In addition, there was a powerful deterrent force in the dark magic region. Other than Osmu, no one else dared to fight Merlin. However, it would be different on the Kerdmansler Islands, which were too far away from the dark magic region. Many spellcasters had never even heard of the dark magic region, so what impact could that have? If he were to run into danger there, the dark magic region would be helpless as well. Merlin's decision of traveling to the Kerdmansler Islands this time was actually a lot more dangerous than before. "Teacher Leo, I've already made sufficient preparations." Merlin spoke staunchly. A long moment passed before Wizard Leo nodded his head and said, "Very well, your capabilities can't be considered weak anyway. The typical fourth-level spellcasters aren't able to fight you. To be a great spellcaster, you still have to go out often and experience the various wonders of the spellcaster's world. In the future, this will also be very advantageous for you to construct your own unique spells." Wizard Leo finally approved of Merlin going to the distant Kerdmansler Islands. Just as Merlin was about to leave, Wizard Leo said, "Wait for 3 days before you leave the dark magic region. After 3 days, pay me a visit here. I'll make you a life-saving object." Having said this, Wizard Leo shooed Merlin out. 3 days to make a life-saving object? Since he said it's life-saving, I'm afraid this isn't a simple object. Merlin cast a glance at Wizard Leo's house. He felt a glimmer of eagerness for that life-saving object Leo was going to produce in 3 days. Merlin could truly feel the sincere concern of a tutor for his student from Wizard Leo. It was the same as it had been with Old Man Ether. Although he had a weird temper, Merlin had always felt grateful for Old Man Ether. Having left Wizard Leo's house, Merlin fell into contemplation for a few moments. Finally, he still felt that he should take the opportunity during these 3 days to teach Emma more. Emma did not have the Matrix, and Merlin did not intend to directly take out the spell model constructed by the Matrix. This was Merlin's greatest secret, one that he would not reveal before anyone. Furthermore, Merlin wanted to nurture Emma into a true spellcaster. Naturally, he could not use such dubious and opportunistic methods to teach Emma. "Teacher?" When Emma saw Merlin outside the house, excitement showed up clearly on her face. Merlin nodded and said, "After a few days, I'll leave the dark magic region. So, during these few days, I'll be teaching you and imparting some knowledge on constructing spell models." Although Merlin depended on the Matrix to construct spell models, he had become a first-level spellcaster after all. Having spent such a long time in the dark magic region, he knew some things about constructing spell model even though he had never constructed one personally before. That was more than enough for him to teach Emma. Thus, Merlin waited quietly as he taught Emma. 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. Merlin glanced at the highest level of the wizard tower, as his heart filled with curiosity at the life-saving object that Wizard Leo would make. Therefore, he had come early to Wizard Leo's house and waited quietly. Chapter 263, What One Sees and Hears. Chapter 263, What One Sees and Hears. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Come in, Merlin. Wizard Leo's voice wafted out from the house, sounding somewhat raspy. Merlin pushed the door open immediately and walked in. He lifted his head to look, only to discover that Wizard Leo, who used to be full of vigor and energetic, now had an extremely weary expression on his face. Even the blood-colored light emanating from Darkness Eye on his forehead was somewhat dim. "Teacher Leo, what had happened to you?" Merlin could not help but ask immediately. However, Wizard Leo waved his hand. A smile appeared at the corners of his lips and he spoke in a low voice, Nothing much, it's just that I've expended a lot of energy producing this object. I'll be restored after a few days' rest. Come, Merlin, I've spent 3 days making this bracelet. Part of the Darkness Eye's powers is in it. All you have to do is to infuse darkness-type elements into the bracelet at crucial moments, and the powers within the bracelet will be mobilized. However, that can only happen once, so you must be careful. Don't mobilize the powers inside the bracelet unless you're forced to. Wizard Leo's voice was somewhat raspy, and he looked extremely weary. At that moment, Merlin finally understood that it was all because he had been making this bracelet for him. Furthermore, Wizard Leo had created this bracelet with such solemnity, a bracelet which definitely had extraordinary powers, that Merlin was afraid Wizard Leo had paid a certain price for it. It was far from the mere few days' rest he had said he would need to recuperate. "Teacher Leo." Merlin took the bracelet, but he was somewhat at a loss and did not know what to say. His travels to the distant Kurdmansler Islands this time was extremely dangerous. Wizard Leo had journeyed to many places, so naturally, he knew the dangers there. That was why he had created such a life-saving bracelet for Merlin, regardless of the cost. The Kurdmansler Islands are very far. After you leave the dark magic region, you must be careful as you go about your business. All right, go out, I'm tired. Wizard Leo slowly closed his eyes and let Merlin leave. Merlin gave a small bow before putting the bracelet on and turning to leave immediately. Before he left, Merlin pondered for a moment before calling Lorinka and Emma to his side. He had to brief them on some matters. "Lorinka, Emma, I might have to leave the dark magic region for a period, could be a few months if it's short, or a year if it takes a long time, or perhaps even longer. So, you must amass knowledge well in the dark magic region. Especially you, Emma. You've already constructed 3 0-level spells, but this isn't your limit. You must try to construct a 4th 0-level spell and become a 4-elemental spellcaster." Emma and Lorinka could be considered Merlin's closest kin in the dark magic region now, with the exception of Wizard Leo. Therefore, he had already decided to transfer part of his contribution points to Lorinka and Emma, before he left so that their cultivation in the dark magic region could be more successful. "Teacher, are you really going to leave the dark magic region for such a long time?" Emma was somewhat reluctant to leave Merlin. Before Merlin, she still seemed to be the innocent and unaffected young lady from Dieter's town back then. A smile appeared on Merlin's face as well. He opened his mouth to speak. "Emma, you must study the construction of spells well. If you have the chance, take the initiative and look for Wizard Nasha. She's very kind and detailed when it comes to guiding spellcasters." After a pause, Merlin seemed to have suddenly remembered something. He immediately lifted his head and swept his glance at Lorinka and Emma, before saying in a low voice, "Right, if you have the opportunity, go to Prakosh City and visit the Wilson family for me." "Visit my family?" Merlin remembered the Wilson family. He remembered old Wilson, Macy, his 2 wives, his son, and daughter. It had been a very long time since he had returned to Prakosh City, so he did not know how they were now. Now that he had to leave the dark magic region for such a long time, there was a slight reluctance in his heart. Naturally, it would be best if Emma and Lorinka could have the opportunity to go to Prakosh City. "Teacher, don't worry. We'll definitely pay your family a visit when we have time." Both Emma and Lorinka nodded. "Then, I'll be at ease." Merlin stood up and took a deep breath. Thereafter, he left Wizard Leo's tower and headed toward the runic magic circle in the dark magic region. Merlin looked at the densely packed runic magic circles and walked directly into their midst as he was already very familiar with the process, as he had done this countless times. Following which, beams of light began to envelop Merlin, his emotions started to become somewhat complicated. The place where he was heading toward this time, the Kurdmansler Islands, was a completely strange and unfamiliar place. Furthermore, they were simply just too far from the dark magic region. Merlin practically had no way of enjoying the protection of the dark magic region on his journey this time. He would be like those roaming wizards who had to venture off and make a living wandering from place to place alone. Hopefully, this trip will go smoothly. In the midst of Merlin's sighs, the silhouette of his body disappeared in an instant with the white light, gone without a trace. On a narrow mountain road, a figure ran forward in a mad dash at an extremely high speed. There was a sound of wind whistling in the surroundings before the figure vanished in the blink of an eye into the thick forest amidst the winding and narrow mountain roads. Stop first. I've run out of magic power again. I need to use the elemental crystal stones to restore my magic power. This figure slowly came to a halt. Thereafter, it looked for a cave to rest and began to use elemental crystal stones to restore his magic power. Lo and behold, he was a spellcaster. This figure was Merlin, who had just left the dark magic region. Due to the immense length of the journey this time, Merlin did not rent horses and a carriage. Instead, he directly relied on Gale and Wind of Freedom to rush his journey in a frenzy. However, that had caused great exhaustion of his magic power. Therefore, Merlin would pause from time to time and used wind elemental crystals to restore his magic power. Indeed, elemental crystal stones could be used to quickly restore magic power. However, that was an extremely extravagant practice. Some roaming wizards could only obtain a single elemental crystal stone with great difficulty at any one time. How would they dare to use them so extravagantly for the purpose of restoring magic power? Only people like Merlin, a spellcaster who came from a spellcasters organization, and possessed many elemental crystal stones, would use them in such an extravagant manner to speed up the restoration of magic power. His purpose was to hurry and reach the Kerdmansler Island sooner. Alright, magic power has been restored. Let's continue to hurry forward. Merlin had used elemental crystal stones to restore his magic power. It was very quick, so his magic power was restored in just mere moments. He could then cast Gale and Wind of Freedom again. Swoosh! Merlin had a map with him, one that he had obtained through an exchange in the dark magic region. Hence, he followed only a direct route as he moved forward. There was not a single instance when he used the wide main roads. Instead, he continuously darted through the thick forests of the mountains. Is there someone in front? Merlin was extremely fast. However, he seemed to have discovered that there were people in front of him. His speed decreased slowly as he went forward to look. All he saw was a vast space in the midst of the thick forest. There was a crowd with over 100 nude men surrounding a gigantic rock. They seemed to be praying. Merlin shook his head gently. He had seen such a sight many times. These men were barbarians who had not undergone development to attain civilization. There were many people like them who existed both in the Kingdom of Light and the Kingdom of Black Moon. Relatively speaking, the development of civilization for both the Kingdom of Light and the Kingdom of Black Moon were extremely great to these barbarians. Merlin had left the dark magic region for almost half a month. He had been through many places and had seen all sorts of barbarians. He had also seen the vast differences between folk cultures in the Kingdom of Black Moon. It was only by literally walking out that he could have seen all that, and it had greatly enriched Merlin's knowledge and experiences, giving him a more intuitive and profound understanding of this world. The Kingdom of Black Moon was too vast. This world was also too vast. Even a few great and powerful elemental swordsmen would not dare to claim that they had walked on every corner in the Kingdom of Black Moon. Only spellcasters could travel to various places. From the distant lands overseas to the depths of the wild, thick forests, spellcasters had left their mark almost everywhere. If one were to explain this using civilization theory, the extraordinary group, the spellcasters, had actually far surpassed the development of the normies in this world. Spellcasters were at an even higher level of human advancement. For example, there would not be any normies at the Kerdmansler Islands, the destination of Merlin's trip this time. There were powerful and huge sea monsters that could easily swallow a small village. Hence, normies would not be able to contend with them at all. Only spellcasters could survive in such horrendous environments, and also thrive with incomparable prosperity. Go, let's continue on. According to the map, I've only just completed half of the journey now. Merlin disregarded this tribe of barbarians. Fierce wind elements appeared in surges around his body, turning into a black shadow. Immediately, it dashed past the barbarians. "It's a god!" All the barbarians shouted when they saw Merlin. They knelt on the ground as they murmured to themselves. Merlin did not know what they were saying. Merlin shook his head helplessly. Ignoring them, he continued to walk forward. 1 day, 2 days. 10 days. Merlin only walked out from that thick forest after another 10 days. That was enough to describe the scale of how vast the forest was. Merlin arrived at another grassland after passing through the forest. This grassland was immensely vast, there seemed to be no end to it. In the distance, Merlin could hear a horrifying noise which sounded as though it came from a terrible force of nature. Those are galloping wild beasts? Merlin felt greatly shocked. On the vast grassland were thousands of fierce wild beasts that were running wildly. Such a spectacular scene could cause even Merlin to feel a mysterious sense of awe. For a moment, he even stopped to watch the amazing sight of thousands of beasts galloping. These were only the most common of wild beasts, but once gathered, the destructive power formed was more powerful than Merlin's spells. Even with Merlin's capabilities now, he would not dare to stand before them and resist these terrible wild beasts. Not only must a truly great spellcaster have deep and profound knowledge, but he must also have expansive life experiences. Only then can he create even more mystical and powerful spells that are much closer to the nature of the world. In Merlin's mind, he suddenly remembered the words of a great wizard who he had seen in the dark magic region. At the time, Merlin did not comprehend what those words meant, but now he seemed to have gained some insights. It was because when he saw the spectacular sight of 1,000 beasts galloping, there was an inexplicable throbbing in his heart, a desire to create a new spell. Only 7th-level spellcasters could create new spells. Some special geniuses, gifted spellcasters, although few, could create completely new spells that were the most suitable for themselves due to various reasons. However, creating new spells were too difficult. Moreover, Merlin relied on the Matrix for even the construction of spells. All that had happened was he had felt his heart palpitating mysteriously, he did not truly want to create new spells. Forget it. It's better if I wait until I've gotten more foundational spells if I wish to create new spells. Hopefully I'll be able to rely on the data integration processed by the Matrix and derive the most suitable new spells for me. Merlin shook his head and tossed the unrealistic idea to the back of his mind. Thereafter, he continued to hurry toward the Kerdmannsler Islands. Finally, another month had passed. Merlin had traversed grasslands, lakes, mountains, forests, and the likes. He was already immensely fatigued, but he could finally see the ocean. He cast a glance over the boundless ocean. The sea breeze hitting his face seemed to bring with it a waft of saltiness. A smile broke out on Merlin's face. He could see the ocean now, which meant that he was not far from the Kerdmannsler Islands. Chapter 264, Two-Headed Infant. Chapter 264, Two-Headed Infant. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The sea stretched endlessly, seemingly without borders. It was the first time in this world that Merlin had witnessed such a vast stretch of sea. It looked much more spectacular than any grassland, mountain, or jungle that he had seen throughout his journey. Merlin gradually approached the beach. The scorching heat of the sun had him feeling stifling hot. The breeze blew on him, gently flapping his black wizard robe in the air. However, from his view on the beach, aside from the endless stretch of sea, Merlin did not see any islands, much less the Kerdmannsler Islands, which was a huge cluster of islands consisting up to thousands of smaller islands with varying sizes. It was so large that one should be able to spot them at one glance. Could it be that I've come to the wrong place? The Kerdmannsler Islands isn't here? Merlin frowned and proceeded to check his surroundings. He did not find any footsteps on the beach, which indicated that people seldom come to this beach. Clearly, Merlin had successfully located the sea, but he failed to find the Kerdmannsler Islands. As such, Merlin chose a direction and continued walking along the beach. Ooh ooh. A gust of sea breeze blew from afar. From it, Merlin could vaguely make out sounds of wailing, as if an infant was crying. Infant cries? Is there somebody up front? A cold shiver trickled down his spine. Being at an unfamiliar place, Merlin dared not let his guard down. The infant cries came out of nowhere, which made it very peculiar. He was instantly vigilant. Nonetheless, as he needed to investigate the infant cries, Merlin quietly made his way towards the source of the sound. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Behind a huge rock on the beach hid two spellcasters, a male and a female. They looked panic-stricken. Fear was written all over their faces. Why's there a two-headed infant? Rumor has it that this place is one of the most dangerous zones around Kerdmanslor Islands. That proved to be very much true now, since we've already stumbled upon a two-headed infant, though we've only just entered the peripheries of this region. I'm just afraid that this is just the beginning of our doomed fates. Though both of them looked like second-level spellcasters, they seemed to be terrified by this two-headed infant, as if they were not confident of defending themselves against it. Right now, they could only hope for a miracle. Ooh ooh. The intermittent infant cries gradually turned louder and clearer. The two spellcasters were stricken with fear upon hearing the wails. Once targeted by the two-headed infant, one's death would be imminent, and it would be a dreadful one. Just wait, if someone else walks by this place, maybe the two-headed infant will shift its attention to the passerby, then we'd be safe. The male spellcaster uttered helplessly. You really think we'd be this lucky? This place has always been flagged as extremely dangerous. Spellcasters won't normally venture here. What makes you think someone will just pop by here and drag the two-headed infant's attention away? Even the female spellcaster's voice trembled a little. The two-headed infant was a darkness-type sea beast, which excelled in mind power attacks. On top of that, with its immense mind power, it could lure and control other sea beasts or spellcasters. For this reason, many spellcasters would not want to encounter a two-headed infant, because it was too much of a nuisance. Without enough mind power, even a third or fourth level spellcaster would be controlled by a two-headed infant. They would then lose their conscience slowly, eventually dying a gruesome death. That in itself would be a horrid scene to behold. These two spellcasters had previously witnessed a fellow spellcaster who was controlled by a two-headed infant, who then unwittingly sliced off his own body, piece by piece, and fed his own flesh to those brutal sea beasts. The mere recall of such a scene made them shudder in fear. They would not want to be at the receiving end of the two-headed infant's mind-controlling abilities and proceed to do unimaginable things. Someone's really coming this way. Suddenly, the male spellcaster glanced delightedly at a spot on the beach, some distance away. He saw a figure approaching them with great speed. Let's hope this will catch the two-headed infant's attention. As soon as it notices that spellcaster coming our way, we'll leave this place at once, and run as far away as we can. It'll be best if we can return to the Kerdmanslor Islands. Excitement appeared on the male spellcaster's face as he watched the figure approach. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ooh ooh. Merlin raced wildly along the beach, intense wind element fluctuations beaming from his body. He had finally found the person who was emitting those infant cries. Perhaps it should not be called a person, because the infant cries came from a small, two-headed creature, with two infant-like faces. Those two faces were ugly and haunting. One face had different-colored eyes, red and blue respectively, which seemed to be bleeding as fresh blood was slowly dripping onto the ground. The other face had tiny pits all over, giving it a sieve-like appearance, which looked ghastly and atrocious. The sight of this monster was indefinitely more terrifying than Wizard Leo, even for the likes of Merlin. After finding out what this creature looks like, he too exhaled sharply and immediately took a few steps backward. What kind of monster is this? Could it be a sea beast? Merlin mumbled softly. Throughout his time in the dark magic region, he had only heard of the presence of numerous powerful sea beasts at Kerdmanslor Islands and that they came in various grotesque forms. Besides, they were immensely powerful and had a distinct difference from elemental monsters or elemental beings, in that they were special creatures exclusively spawned from vast seas. Ooh ooh. Right when Merlin was still observing this two-faced monster, its cries suddenly became loud and sonorous. At that instant, Merlin felt his concentration shifting out of focus. Ominous streaks of dark elements were followed by an immense wave of mind power, and it started to shape images of a lucid illusion around him. A darkness-type monster? When Merlin sensed the illusion, he felt relaxed. If this monster was a stronger kind of beast, he might have to keep vigilant. However, since it was a darkness-type monster, he was not afraid. Merlin had perfected the darkness heart, and that granted him invulnerability against most darkness-type spells. Why would he worry about this monster's illusions? Plus, back at Abyss Fort, he had already experienced countless illusions in the darkness void. Why would he fear this monster with two giant heads and scary faces? Interesting. It's my first time here and I've already met such a unique sea beast, but sorry to say, you've taken on the wrong opponent. Illusions are useless against me, break. A smile etched across Merlin's face. With that, the force of darkness surrounding his body shuddered slightly. His darkness heart had taken effect and the illusion around him vanished immediately. Upon breaking the two-headed monster's illusion, Merlin moved slightly. An intense wind element emerged from his body, which surged abruptly, reaching the two-headed beast in almost an instant. Merlin spread his palm and muttered, "Demon ability, glacial finger." Swoosh! A streak of chill immediately gushed towards the two-headed beast. It realized the approaching danger too, as its two heads started producing extremely high-pitched sounds. These high-pitched sounds penetrated the clouds, and even Merlin flinched when the sounds reached his ears. So-ush! The high-pitched sounds seemed to be doing the trick. A frog-like monster suddenly jumped out from the shore and its body expanded rapidly, just like a balloon. With one pump it grew about 3 or 4 times in size. The frog monster puffed out 2 big eyes, its humongous body shielding the two-headed monster, clearly protecting it. However, Merlin did not hesitate and the chills from his glacial finger enveloped the frog monster's body. Kacha. It seemed that the frog monster was not really powerful either, because after being subjected to the cold snap of glacial finger, its gigantic body immediately disintegrated into countless little fragments and scattered onto the beach. This time, it truly scared the two-headed beast as nervous expressions began to show on its faces. It scrambled back to the sea for safety. Trying to escape? Too late. It was Merlin's first encounter with a sea beast and the strange creature piqued his interest, so he wanted to catch this two-headed monster alive to carefully study it. Hence, he prepared to withdraw his spell to first trap the two-headed beast. Even a first-level spell would also work effectively on the two-headed beast. Besides its great mind power and the ability to create illusions, the beast did not have any other spells, which was why Merlin was quite confident of catching it alive. Suddenly, as the two-headed beast was escaping towards the shoreline, both its heads let out a loud shrill simultaneously. The loud sound numbed any bystander's senses. Bomb! Along with the loud shrill, Merlin felt like the entire beach was shaking. A huge water column had risen into the sky from beneath the sea and a gargantuan creature emerged, swiftly making its way towards the beach. Simultaneously, some giant seagull-like creatures appeared in the sky above, and they too let out a long squeal, after which they dived downwards. That was the sea and the sky reacting, and now the beach too. Rat-like creatures with shiny black coats of fur burrowed out from the thick sand, letting out sounds of kai. Their tiny eyes gleamed with a bloody illumination. These are all summoned by the two-headed monster? Merlin could not help but to inhale sharply, seemingly taken aback. That two-headed monster that he thought to be harmless had surprised him by recruiting so many menacing monsters. *********. Damn it, what kind of idiot is this spellcaster? How can he enrage the two-headed infant? Does he intend to have our graves dug here? The two spellcasters hiding behind the big rock could not help but stare in awe as they witnessed the scene not far away. The male spellcaster reacted furiously shortly after. That was what a two-headed infant was truly capable of, commanding the presence of many sea beasts. Even most fourth-level spellcasters would flee as far as they could after seeing a two-headed infant. However, someone dared to attempt the live capture of a two-headed infant, even going so far as to enraging the monster. Right now, the two-headed infant was truly incensed as it summoned the control of so many of sea beasts. At the heart of such a huge commotion, it became impossible for them to creep away from the beach. So, what shall we do now? When the female spellcaster saw the swarm of sea beasts on the beach, the color drained from her face. She was clearly at her wit's end. What else? Wait. We can't make a move now, cause if the two-headed infant and those sea beasts see us, we're toast. Blame it on that idiot, he's the one who enraged the two-headed infant. The male spellcaster was still fuming as he glanced at the beach a distance away, looking at that figure with the black wizard robe. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Back on the beach, Merlin stared at the many sea beasts surrounding him, a serious expression on his face. These sea beasts had gathered around him from all directions, effectively surrounding him. Meanwhile, the two-headed infant sat high up on the back of another sea beast, positioning itself like a war general as it commanded the rest of the sea beasts. Merlin finally understood clearly that these sea beasts were all summoned by the two-headed monster. Merlin's sights were set on the humongous sea beast that was just washed ashore. Its whole body was like a hill, and its huge size alone was enough a factor to deter anyone. Any normal spellcaster would feel helpless at the sight of it. As for Merlin, he merely raised his guard a little. These sea beasts may have come in numbers, but he was not afraid at all. Based on the energy radiating from these sea beasts' bodies, he inferred that their powers were only equivalent to that of a fourth-level spellcaster. Only that gigantic sea beast managed to deter Merlin a little. The other sea beasts may have come in great numbers, but to Merlin, they were all easy to defeat. Darkness Tide. Merlin did not hesitate for one bit as he went on the offensive, his first move in the form of a recently constructed second-level darkness-type spell, Darkness Tide. At that moment, the originally sunny beach was plunged into darkness. Light rays were distorted, and rich darkness elements rapidly condensed. A huge shroud of darkness engulfed the numerous sea beasts around him in almost an instant. Darkness Tide is a second-level darkness-type spell. With the complementing enhancement from Darkness Heart, even if Merlin had not unleashed the enhanced version of Darkness Tide, he would still be capable of casting an illusion over a fourth-level spellcaster. As for the numerous sea beasts, they were all monsters with weak mind powers. The only exception was that two-headed monster, as it was a darkness-type monster. Hence, it would probably be unaffected by Darkness Tide. As for those sea beasts that it had summoned, they stood no chance against the illusions from Darkness Tide. At the moment darkness befell, all the monsters went silent, as they were all propelled into the realm of illusion. Kill! At the time, these sea beasts could only await their slaughter, as Merlin walked freely in the darkness like a fish that was granted water one. He casually cast his spells. Even though there was a large number of them, it did nothing to help them as they were absolutely defenseless and were annihilated one by one. Darkness Tide paired with Darkness Heart, it was the very first time that its mighty powers were exhibited. The scary fact was that this was only a second-level Darkness-type spell. If it was a third-level or fourth-level spell, Darkness Heart could assimilate into the fourth-level Darkness-type spell, which by then, the power of Darkness-type spells would be truly tremendous. It would reveal the true powers of the notorious demon ability, Darkness Heart. Kacha. Merlin was casting ice-type spells, killing a huge number of the evil monsters, which he followed up by using flames. After that, Merlin harnessed his magic powers and charged towards the sea beasts with his strong physique, thus obliterating them. It was quite the pity because the moment Merlin unleashed Darkness Tide, it seemed to have invoked fear in the two-headed beast. It was indeed unaffected by the Darkness Tide spell as it immediately found its way out of the area that was immersed in darkness, leaping into the endless stretch of sea. Shame, I still can't catch that two-headed monster. Merlin was panting. He had just used his strong physique to kill God knows how many monsters, and now fatigue was catching up to him. Until Merlin dispersed the Darkness Tide, darkness slowly receded, sunlight regaining its shine on the beach. Suddenly, a dreadful scene came into sight. On the vast beach laid an immeasurable amount of torn carcasses belonging to those killed sea beasts. It was a scene of macabre. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This. How's it possible? Who in the world is this spellcaster? Looking at the dense masses of numerous sea beast carcasses on the beach, the two spellcasters who were hiding behind the rock looked astonished. Their emotions were tumultuous and they were unable to settle down even after a while. Even the two-headed infant had resorted to fleeing. It was a known fact that a spellcaster as high as the fourth level would act cautiously upon seeing a two-headed infant. It was to the extent that they would not hesitate when presented with any slightest chance of escaping. In fact, they had never heard of someone who could force a two-headed infant to flee. Perhaps only those fifth-level or stronger wizards could pull off such a feat. Could it be that this spellcaster, who looked so young, actually be a 5th or 6th level spellcaster? Shoo-whack! Right when these two spellcasters were still accustoming to their pounding hearts, that black wizard-robed figure on the beach some distance away seemed to have noticed something, abruptly turning his sights towards their hiding spot. These two spellcasters felt their hearts sink as they crouched behind the rock. They dare not move in the slightest. Chapter 265, Disappointment. Chapter 265, Disappointment. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Come out! Merlin looked calm, but his sights were set on a rock some distance away, at the beach. He had already realized that there were people hiding behind the rock. The spellcasters hiding behind the rock looked at each other. Their faces displayed helplessness, but that turned into calm expression soon after. The male spellcaster muttered under his breath, "Let's go. We've already been spotted, there's no point in hiding anymore." The female spellcaster took in a deep breath and gave a slight nod. Together, the two of them walked out from behind the rock. "My fellow spellcaster, we were imminent prey to the two-headed infant earlier, but thankfully, you've chased it away. If it weren't for your timely rescue, our fates would have been sealed." The male spellcaster thanked Merlin immediately as he stepped out. He had prior experience in dealing with similar situations. Under these circumstances, he knew that he must not let conflict arise between both sides. Otherwise, they would be put in a precarious position. "Oh. The monster is called a two-headed infant? Such a fitting name." Merlin mumbled under his breath. He had never seen such a monster before, much less heard of it, and it was not until now that he found out it was called the two-headed infant. Judging by these two spellcasters' expressions, the two-headed infant must be a very terrifying monster. Though Merlin was only whispering to himself, the male spellcaster was sharp and caught what he said. A cheerful expression appeared on his face as he quickly interrupted, "How may I address you, sir?" Merlin hummed for a moment before deciding against being secretive. Calmly, he answered, "Merlin." "Ah, so you're Wizard Merlin. You don't seem to recognize this two-headed infant, so I assume you're not a spellcaster from Kerdmansler Islands. I'm curious to know where you're from." Upon hearing what the male spellcaster had said, an indescribable expression flashed in Merlin's eyes. Merlin asked, "You two are spellcasters from Kerdmansler Islands?" "That's right. We're spellcasters from Fortudon 1, one of the three major factions on Kerdmansler Islands. My name is Jerson, and she's Wizard Delph." Merlin nodded in silence. The sole reason he traveled all the way here was to locate Kerdmansler Islands. Now that he had met these two people, his task had become much easier. "Wizard Jerson, Wizard Delph, I'm indeed a traveler from far away. My aim is to locate Kerdmansler Islands." Merlin kept his explanation brief, not wanting to reveal his true identity. However, both Wizard Fersen and Wizard Delph did not follow up on that. Instead, they kindly offered, "That's convenient, Wizard Merlin, 'cause we can bring you to Kerdmansler Islands. We, especially our people from Fortudon, have always welcomed powerful wizards from distant lands. If Wizard Merlin is interested in joining our faction, I'd gladly introduce you. I'll give it a thought." After a brief pause, Merlin glanced at that seemingly endless sea again. He looked fairly worried as he muttered, "I think it's best if we leave this place quickly. That two-headed infant could still return, and by that time, I'm afraid that even I don't have the confidence to deal with it again." Merlin's fear did not stem from the two-headed infant itself, but rather from its overpowered summoning abilities. It was stunning how it could control some powerful sea beasts. If the two-headed infant were to summon stronger sea beasts, even Merlin would not be able to fend them off. Hence, the danger was still present, and it was best for them to pick up their pace and leave this place. Wizard Jerson nodded in agreement. It seemed like he was still recovering from the events earlier when he added, "True, we should really leave now. It's way too dangerous here." Wizard Jerson was still traumatized. He and Wizard Delph were already regretting coming to a dangerous place like this. They could not quite believe that the first thing they encounter here was a two-headed infant. If not for Merlin, they would have been doomed. Therefore, the three of them left the beach hastily. **********. Wizard Merlin, you've come to Curdmansler Islands to join which faction? You can't survive without the protection of a faction on Curdmansler Islands. Even the most powerful spellcasters will join certain factions. Otherwise, they won't have any safety assurance when facing the sea beast's violent attacks. Along their way, Jerson was trying his best to update Merlin about some current affairs on Curdmansler Islands. There was no doubt that Curdmansler Islands was a busy place, but that was on the basis that the place was safe. In truth, Curdmansler Islands was not just unsafe, it was treacherous. The thousands of small isles that formed Curdmansler Islands were often a target of the menacing sea beasts' attacks. The sea beasts are true dictators of this vast sea. Every now and then, the sea beasts would gather in mass and attack Curdmansler Islands. This seemed to have become a norm for Curdmansler Islands, and this precisely highlights the importance of factions. The stronger factions would be able to organize their forces and vanquish those sea beasts systematically. With that, one would not have to face the sea beasts alone, reducing the risks involved. On top of that, one could also split the various types of profits gained after eliminating the sea beasts. For those spellcasters who did not join any factions, no matter how strong they were, they would still crack under fatigue as a result of constant battling with endless waves of sea beasts. There were quite a few examples of those who had perished this way. However, Merlin did not agree to it immediately. He had only just arrived at Curdmansler Islands, so it made sense that he wanted to learn more about it first. Besides, he came here to find lava soil. If he could find it on Curdmansler Islands, he would not need to look for it amongst those dangerous volcanoes. Right, besides Fort Udon, what other factions are on Curdmansler Islands? Merlin recalled Wizard Jerson mentioning earlier that Fort Udon was only one of the 3 major factions on Curdmansler Islands. This means there were 2 other factions that were more or less similar to Fort Udon. Wizard Jerson did not conceal any info. On the contrary, he gave him a generous explanation. Curdmansler Islands houses a lot of factions, but the others are mere tiny factions. There are only 3 undisputed, dominating factions. Besides us Fort Udon, the other 2 factions are Grey Wing Alliance and Wizard's Tower. Merlin ingrained those 2 factions' names in the back of his mind so that he could match them upon arriving at Curdmansler Islands. However, the prerequisites for that to happen were if Merlin's had failed to find lava soil, thus leaving him no choice but to stay on Curdmansler Islands for a little while longer. Before long, Merlin could already see ubiquitous small isles at the edge of the beach. These isles were not far apart from each other. From afar, they looked as though they were all connected, and it seemed that there were tens of thousands of them. This was the Curdmansler Islands. Wizard Merlin, we've reached Curdmansler Islands. We'll now head straight to the largest main island. Almost all of the factions, be it big or small, are stationed on the main island. Wizard Jerson gave Merlin a detailed walkthrough as Merlin narrowed his eyes and scrutinized the location of the main island. After brief scrutiny, he came to realize that the main island's location was really strategic as it was almost completely surrounded by the rest of the isles. Not only was it the largest, but it was the safest of all. He had heard from Wizard Jerson that Curdmansler Islands was not safe, because every once in a while there would be a great number of sea beasts launching attacks on Curdmansler Islands. By that time, it would be a scene of a massacre with fierce battles going on everywhere. However, the strategic position of the main island ensured that the sea beasts would have a hard time infiltrating the main island. No wonder so many factions rather station themselves on the main island, including the top 3 strongest factions. Soon, under Wizard Jerson's lead, Merlin arrived at the main island. Quite a number of spellcasters greeted Wizard Jerson. It would appear that he was quite popular around here. Wizard Merlin, we've arrived at Fort Udon. Have you decided on which faction you're going to join? Wizard Jerson's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He was well aware of Merlin's capabilities. Once Merlin joins Fort Udon, he would be rewarded generously and earn a lavish fortune. I'm not in a hurry really. Is there a place here that sells alchemy materials in bulk? Merlin gave a slight smile. He did not plan to make his decision at this point in time. Yes, there are places like these, but they're all Fort Udon merchants who mainly sells alchemy materials to members of our faction. If you're not one of ours, the prices are going to be steep. Doesn't matter, I just want to take a look. Merlin did not mind at all. He had a lot of elemental crystal stones in his ring and he was already wastefully using the stones to replenish his magic powers, while he was rushing his journey here, so he did not mind spending a little more of them. As long as he got his hands on lava soil, however many elemental crystal stones he spent would still be worthwhile. Seeing that Merlin did not mind, Wizard Jerson did not add on to his point. Instead, he brought Merlin to a spacious shop. Many spellcasters could be seen patronizing the place. Wizard Merlin, just request whatever you need here. If you can't find it here, you won't find it anywhere else on Kerdmansler Islands, even if you go to the other merchants. Merlin nodded and entered the shop. Seeing him walking in, a sweet-looking female spellcaster immediately came forward to welcome him. My dear Master Wizard, what can I get for you? This female spellcaster looked like an entrance-level spellcaster. However, she looked rather young and seemed like she had just started cultivating recently. Anyhow, there was still a chance that she could become a first-level spellcaster. Merlin thought for a moment and asked, I need lava soil. Do you have it here? Lava soil? That's gonna be tough. Lava soil may be a precious alchemy material, but even for a place like Kerdmansler Islands, it's still scarcely found. One would need to look for it among the dangerous volcanoes. In recent times, there are very few spellcasters who'd still look for lava soil. Master, if you need to craft certain casting tools, we have better replacements as raw materials. I can recommend you. Merlin immediately cut the female spellcaster short. He furrowed his eyebrows as he interrupted, You don't have lava soil here? The female spellcaster gave Merlin a look over. She then nodded and continued, That's right, people seldom scavenge for lava soil, so we really don't have it here. Even if you go to the other shops on Kerdmansler Islands, I'm sure you can't find it there either. Merlin was somewhat disappointed. He could not quite believe that after all the effort he made to finally arrive at Kerdmansler Islands, he still could not manage to find lava soil. Did he really have to go look for it amongst the dangerous volcanoes after all? He had to remember that once those volcanoes erupt, even a 7th-level spellcaster would not escape death if he or she was unprepared. Just as Merlin was beginning to feel let down, Wizard Jerson, who had been standing behind him, spoke, So, turns out that you're looking for lava soil. If you were to join the Fortudon faction, it really won't be hard to obtain some. Chapter 266, Fortudon. Chapter 266, Fortudon. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Oh. You have an idea? Merlin turned around. He narrowed his eyes, staring closely at Wizard Jerson. Wizard Jerson had met many strong spellcasters before, but that kind of stare Merlin gave him made him feel uncomfortable. He dared not look Merlin in the eyes, so he responded with his head held down. Wizard Merlin, lava soil is indeed found at the volcanoes on the Kerdmansler Islands, but the volcanoes are extremely dangerous. Occasionally, some of them will erupt, so they are unpredictable. Even a 7th-level spellcaster will not set foot into the volcanoes without caution. However, once you've joined Fortudon, you'll be able to purchase a map for a lesser amount of elemental crystal stones. In this map, you'll find the records of all 36,859 volcanoes on the Kerdmansler Islands. It'll include information regarding which volcanoes are still active or inactive, how many times they've erupted, and even the chronological pattern of their eruptions, all of which are meticulously analyzed and recorded. With such a map, I believe you'll not be put in any danger when you venture into the volcanoes in search of lava soil. Fortudon used many resources, personnel, and up to decades of hard work to complete this map bit by bit, which is why it's only available for Fortudon's very own spellcasters. Outsiders don't get to buy this map. Merlin listened to every word of Wizard Jerson's explanation attentively, and he was indeed somewhat attracted. If this map was really like what Wizard Jerson had described and contained such extensive records, Merlin would then have no reason to worry about his safety when he looked for lava soil. Otherwise, even with powers like his, if he had entered an active volcano and it erupted, he would be reduced to ashes by the scorching lava. Therefore, after a long thought, Merlin finally nodded and agreed. Very well, Wizard Jerson, I'll need you to recruit me then. Upon hearing Merlin's agreement to join Fortudon, Wizard Jerson let out a long sigh of relief, a smile etching across his face. This time, with Merlin's recruitment into Fort Udon, Wizard Jerson would be entitled to lots of rewards. That was also the most essential reason why Jerson was so insistent on persuading Merlin to join Fort Udon. Ha ha, good, good. With your strength, Wizard Merlin, in Fort Udon, you could even become a grey-robed wizard. When Wizard Jerson mentioned the term grey-robed wizard, a look of admiration flashed on his face. What's a grey-robed wizard? Merlin asked directly. Since he was going to join Fort Udon, he might as well inquire about the basic information on the organization. Thus, Jerson started giving Merlin a detailed explanation. It turned out that in Fort Udon, there was a strict differentiation between spellcasters. An entrance-level spellcaster would not even have the chance to join Fort Udon. Therefore, the weakest spellcasters in Fort Udon were all first-level spellcasters. First to third level spellcasters were black-robed spellcasters, while fourth to sixth level spellcasters were grey-robed spellcasters. For 7th to 9th level spellcasters, the outer rim of their grey robes would be lined with gold, making them quite eye-catching. Depending on each spellcaster's level, their entitled rights and allocated resources would definitely differ too. After Merlin finished hearing Jerson's elaboration, he furrowed his eyebrows in silence. Even though he had the capability and power of annihilating a 4th level spellcaster, still, he was not truly a 4th level spellcaster himself. Merlin had only just constructed his first second-level magic power model, hence he was merely a first-level spellcaster. At the very most, he could only be considered half a second-level spellcaster. If his status was to be determined based on which level of spellcaster he was, he could only be a black-robe wizard. Wizard Merlin, we're here. Wizard Jerson brought Merlin to a considerably spacious place surrounded by many giant castles. These castles had the strangest architectural designs and were starkly different to those in the Kingdom of Black Moon or the Kingdom of Light. Moreover, around those castles, Merlin could sense the aura of runes, which indicated that they were all warded by rune magic circles, somewhat similar to the towers in the dark magic region. Along the way, Merlin met a few spellcasters as well. All of them had black robes, so they seemed like first to third level spellcasters. Those with grey robes or gold-lined grey robes remained to be unseen. After all, at Fort Udon, spellcasters with grey robes or better were not a common sight. Wizard Jerson led Merlin all the way to the front of a giant castle with white walls and a dome roof. Then, he muttered under his breath, Wizard Merlin, there's where Fort Udon is tasked to evaluate your skill sets, strength, and status. Remember, in Fort Udon, a higher status will grant you vastly more influence and resources. Therefore, you don't need to hide your abilities, just show them the best that you've got. Merlin nodded and pushed open the big castle door. He then stepped inside. Creak! Behind the door was a grandiose, lavishly decorated lounge, but there was nobody there. There were only several grey-robed spellcasters who were lazing around, resting their eyes. Somebody's here? Finally, there's somebody. I wonder if this one's a black or grey-robed wizard. Let me recall, the last time a grey-robed wizard joined us at Fort Udon was like 3 years ago. The number of spellcasters who came from outside of the Kerdmansler Islands gradually lessened, strong spellcasters even more so. It was so different from a few years back. Back then, we had limitless supplies for cultivation, attracting a large number of spellcasters to the Kerdmansler Islands. True, recently those sea beasts' activities have become more frequent, launching several wide-ranged attacks, inflicting massive losses on the Kerdmansler Islands. As a result, those spellcasters who came from afar would carefully reconsider their decision after witnessing such occurrences. Some spellcasters even chose to leave right away. These grey-robed spellcasters felt rejuvenated upon seeing a stranger walked in. They fixed their sights on Merlin, scrutinizing him closely. Merlin too was staring at these grey-robed spellcasters. The fact that they were donned in grey robes revealed their status. They were grey-robed spellcasters of Fort Udon and were at least 4th level spellcasters. Merlin walked to the front of these grey-robed spellcasters and greeted them calmly, "My fellow wizards, I've just arrived on the Kerdmansler Islands from a place far away. I've heard that Fort Udon was decent, which is why I'm interested to join. Dear wizard, how may I address you?" One of the grey-robed wizards asked in a peaceful tone. Merlin. Wizard Merlin, you're a spellcaster of which level? Merlin paused for a moment, then slowly opened his mouth and answered, "First level spellcaster." First level spellcaster? These grey-robed wizards who were still enthusiastic not long ago suddenly froze their expressions. Shortly after, one by one, they shook their heads and went back to resting their eyes, leaving only one grey-robed wizard asking Merlin questions. This grey-robed wizard expressed a somewhat disappointed too, but he continued his conversation with Merlin. "Wizard Merlin, due to the fact that you're a first-level spellcaster, we can only grant you the status of a black-robed wizard. Even so, you can still enjoy the various forms of benefits offered by Fort Udon." The grey-robed spellcaster continued explaining all the benefits of Fort Udon passionately, only pointing toward one corner of the lounge in the end. It was a see-through room which was built with glazed tiles. The glazed tiles may look fragile, but they were filled with mysterious runes which covered the entire room. In the color glass room, there were a number of sturdy-looking alchemy creatures that wore masks. These are all our Fort Udon's alchemy creatures, first, second, and third level respectively. If you can beat them, we'll then be able to grant you your corresponding status and position. Defeating a first-level alchemy creature will make you a novice black-robed wizard. If you can beat a second-level alchemy creature, you'll become a middle black-robed wizard. Let's say you triumph over the third-level alchemy creature, you'll then become an expert black-robed wizard. All three yields the same outcome of becoming a black-robed wizard, but there are huge differences between novice, middle, and expert black-robed wizards. So, which alchemy creature will you choose? The grey-robed wizard set his eyes on Merlin the moment he had finished talking. Merlin, on the other hand, thought for a moment. He then gently scanned his eyes over those alchemy creatures in the psychedelically translucent room, and muttered, "I can pick any one of those alchemy creatures?" "Of course. As long as you're confident, you get to choose any alchemy creature. After all, we at Fort Udon don't look at one spellcaster level alone. If you have formidable strength and are able to defeat a second-level alchemy creature, we would then give you the privileges of a middle black-robed wizard. However, I'd like to warn you that all these alchemy creatures are extremely ruthless. If you don't have the confidence, we'd recommend you to pick the first-level alchemy creature. Otherwise, you'll be killed by an alchemy creature, and that'll be quite a pity." After hearing the grey-robed wizard's thorough explanation, Merlin shook his head gently. Instead, he said, "I don't need these three alchemy creatures. Give me an alchemy creature that's stronger, like that one over there." Merlin's sights were set on the last translucent room. There was an extremely burly creature which looked like a tiny giant and had a body full of greenish spikes. It looked terrifying. At one glance, this alchemy creature looked a whole lot stronger than the three alchemy creatures that the grey-robed wizard had introduced earlier. You'd like to challenge a fourth-level alchemy creature? Watching Merlin point at that Herculean alchemy creature which looked like a tiny giant, the grey-robed wizard looked somewhat astonished, expressing a doubtful look in his eyes. "Correct, the fourth-level alchemy creature," Merlin replied calmly, a great deal of confidence seeping from within his words. "Challenge the fourth-level alchemy creature? Interesting, I thought you were only an ordinary first-level spellcaster, but I didn't expect that you'd dare challenge a fourth-level alchemy creature. The last time somebody took on a fourth-level alchemy creature was like 10 years back? It seems that we're in for a good show then. Wizard Merlin looks very confident, and I'm intrigued to see how a first-level spellcaster can beat a fourth-level alchemy creature. If he wins, I'm afraid another evil prodigy will emerge from Fort Udon." Upon hearing Merlin's wishes to challenge the fourth-level alchemy creature, one after another, those grey-robed wizards who were lazing around began staring wide-eyed at Merlin, looking at him in awe. "All right then, since you insist on challenging the fourth-level alchemy creature, I shall fulfill your wish." The grey-robed wizard did not try telling Merlin off either. Instead, he stood up and led Merlin to the room with the fourth-level alchemy creature inside. Chapter 267, Creating Greater Wonders. Chapter 267, Creating Greater Wonders. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. K.A. Chak. The doors of the psychedelically translucent room swung open to either side. The grey-robed wizard pointed inward and told Merlin, "Please enter, Wizard Merlin. If you can't hold on any longer, just give us a signal. We'll stop the alchemy creature immediately." The grey-robed wizard might have said that they could put the alchemy creature under control, but having to battle in such a narrow space, it would be virtually impossible to stop the alchemy creature promptly. Thus, challenging the alchemy creature had its own risks. The reason the grey-robed wizard said that was only to assure Merlin that they prioritized his safety. Merlin took a glance at the alchemy creature. It wore a mask and had a body full of spikes. He then nodded in a calm demeanor. Soon after, the grey-robed wizard forcefully slammed the door shut, locking the translucent room. All the grey-robed wizards at the lounge diverted their sights to the Valurium room. The alchemy creature in the room acted as if it received some kind of command. Its eyes, which were initially closed, opened abruptly, and the spikes on its body increased in size, becoming extra pointy. It glowed with ice-cold illuminations, ones that would make a person shudder. It was the first time that Merlin had seen such a fearsome alchemy creature. In addition, fourth-level alchemy creatures were very difficult to produce. Even in Floating City, the strongest alchemy creature was only third level. It was an immense qualitative leap from a third-level alchemy creature to a fourth-level alchemy creature, and it was in no way simpler than a third-level wizard promoting to a fourth-level wizard. Roar! Besides spikes, the fourth-level alchemy creature's body was wrapped with a thick black iron chain too, much to his shock. Following its loud roar, a puff of white steam spewed from its mouth, which instantly transformed into a sharp spear, hurtling toward Merlin. At the same time, the alchemy creature swung its huge iron chain toward Merlin. The whistling sonic noise that was produced felt like an imposing threat, even for Merlin. The fourth-level alchemy creature's physique is surprisingly strong, so much so that even my physique wouldn't be up to its level. Still, I'm a spellcaster, I don't have to outdo the alchemy creature in terms of physique. Though Merlin's physique had significantly improved after practicing the fourth relief sculpture, when facing an enemy, his first thought would naturally be using spells. He was still a spellcaster after all. Meanwhile, this fourth-level alchemy creature was very aggressive, so Merlin dared not shield the attacks with his robes alone, because chances were, even his robe could not protect him. Therefore, Merlin did not show any hesitation. He stretched out his hand and pointed in front with force, and exclaimed, "Pandora Demon Ability, Glacial Finger." Swoosh! Instantly, a chill was sent toward the alchemy creature. This alchemy creature was only superior in strength, but in terms of speed, it was not even close. In addition, it was incapable of evading Merlin's glacial finger. Merlin did not muster his brute force to hoist the alchemy creature's iron chain either. Instead, he unleashed Wind of Freedom, granting him almost seamless agility, and the ability to navigate the tightest of spaces with ease. This too had highlighted Wind of Freedom's special characteristic. If it was a zero-level spell like Gale, it would not enable him to move around so elegantly within such a narrow space in the room. Boom! The alchemy creature's huge iron chain struck the ground with great force, and the ground felt like it was quaking. It even made Merlin worry that the entire Valurium room would collapse in a second. Nonetheless, it did not take long until complex-looking runes started appearing in the room. The alchemy creature's attack earlier could not even cause the room any damage. What a strong force! Merlin mumbled under his breath, and a strange expression flashed in his eyes. A fourth-level alchemy creature was indeed petrifying. If he had chosen not to unleash Wind of Freedom to dodge the chain but to depend on his robe to hoist the chain instead, that strong force could have torn his robe apart. The alchemy creature's iron chain hit the ground forcefully. This was its first attack, but it could also be its last, as Merlin's glacial finger had already wrapped around the alchemy creature's iron chain. The sub-zero freeze radiated from the iron chain to the alchemy creature in swift speed, enveloping the alchemy creature's body in the blink of an eye. K-A-chak! K-A-chak! The surface of the thick black iron chain froze into a layer of crystalline ice immediately. Moreover, the tough black iron chain started cracking apart the moment those crystalline ice emerged, breaking into several segments. That was the impressive element about Glacial Finger. No matter how tough the raw iron was, it could still freeze and crack them apart, much less a human body made of flesh. Therefore, no matter how strong this alchemy creature's physique was, Merlin was still confident that the frost from Glacial Finger could encase the alchemy creature in an ice seal. As anticipated, with Merlin's Glacial Finger, a layer of crystalline ice started condensing on the sturdy alchemy creature's body. Yet, the alchemy creature was quite powerful as it unexpectedly dislodged the ice with a single shake of its body. The ice might have been shaken off, but how could that be it for Glacial Finger's freeze? Along with the dislodged ice, a huge area of the alchemy creature's flesh too had shed off from its body. In the blink of an eye, the alchemy creature turned into a hideous monster with fresh blood all over its body. Is that not enough? Come again then. Pandora Demon Ability, Glacial Finger. Merlin saw that the alchemy creature was not dead, so he unleashed Glacial Finger once more. The 4th level alchemy creature was indeed a tough foe to take down. The truth was, Merlin's current, first stage of Glacial Finger, or the first form of fiery collapse, was limited to reaching the frontiers of a 4th level spell, or of those extremely destructive 4th level spells. If one wished to enhance the powers of these two Pandora Demon abilities, one could only wait until becoming a 4th level spellcaster to do so. This was why when facing a 4th level alchemy creature, Glacial Finger could not possibly kill it in one hit. Merlin unleashed Glacial Finger once again, and the eerie chills wrapped the alchemy creature once more. By now, the alchemy creature was already sapped of energy and was merely struggling in vain. Even its roars became hoarse. K-A-chak. Finally, the alchemy creature's body was completely frozen in ice, just like a lively, crystal-clear ice sculpture. Crack! Merlin called out softly. Instantly, the ice crystals cracked apart. Like eggshells, the burly figure of that alchemy creature shattered into countless fragments, scattering onto the ground. Merlin took a glance at the ice fragment on the ground and proceeded to knock on the room door. The grey-robed wizards who were staring into the room from outside started showing solemn looks on their faces. Pandora Demon Ability, that's Pandora Demon Ability. Since he has Pandora Demon Ability, it was not surprising that he was so confident. A 4th level alchemy creature is not even his match. Ha ha, this time, there'll be a new addition of grey-robed wizard into us, Fortudon. These grey-robed wizards could tell at one glance that Merlin had used a Pandora Demon Ability earlier. However, there were no greedy looks expressed for his Pandora Demon Ability. Instead, the grey-robed wizards were all very delighted. Creak! The door opened, and Merlin walked out from the room. That grey-robed wizard who was with him earlier had smiles all over his face as he spoke. Wizard Merlin, the spell that you've used earlier was a Pandora Demon Ability, right? Merlin furrowed his eyebrows and watched the grey-robed wizard cautiously. At such an unfamiliar place, he could not tell exactly what these grey-robed wizards were actually thinking. Yet, these grey-robed wizards had silent eyes, clear of any hints of greed, so Merlin felt albeit relaxed. Besides, he had already showcased Glacial Finger, and could not refute it anymore even if he wanted to. Hence, Merlin nodded and said, "That's right. What I've used was a Pandora Demon Ability." Seeing Merlin admitting it himself, these grey-robed wizards responded with a mere chuckle. They seemed to have noticed Merlin's reluctance. The grey-robed wizard reassured Merlin, "You don't have to worry. Do you know why Fortudon could cement a place on the Kerdmansler Islands?" Merlin shook his head as he really did not know why. Everything he knew about Fortudon was through the knowledge from Wizard Jerson's brief explanation. The grey-robed wizard suddenly put on a serious face and muttered, "We, Fortudon, don't have the most members or resources on the Kerdmansler Islands, but how are we the most powerful? It's because we, Fortudon, hold true to one principle: unity. In Fortudon, excluding the privileges, we treat each and every member equally in every other matter. Those who dare exploit a fellow Fortudon member would receive the most severe punishment, no matter what the reason for that action was. Due to our unity, we even dare to call ourselves the #1 faction on the Kerdmansler Islands. Be it the Grey Wing Alliance or Wizard's Tower, they are both a level below us when face to face with us, Fortudon. Wizard Merlin, it should now be clear to you, that even though we know you have a Pandora Demon Ability, we'll not have any sly thoughts toward you. Actually, when you've officially joined Fortudon, and understood how things work here, you'd naturally start liking Fortudon." Merlin's expression looked odd. Unity? Upon hearing the 4th level spellcaster in front of him uttering the word unity, Merlin felt somewhat puzzled. In the dark magic region, there was competition everywhere. How could there be any sort of unity? Even in a normal human being's world, it would still be hard to find a group who could be entirely united. However, the clarity in these grey-robed wizards' eyes made Merlin hold some degree of anticipation in them. "Wizard Merlin, maybe you don't believe me, but I shall repeat the same words. Once you've officially joined Fort Udon, you'll get to know us better. We hold our greatest respects for our 3 fort leaders, who are all 9th level spellcasters. At the same time, the 3 of them are each other's closest friends and had been together since the very beginning, when they were still entrance level spellcasters. After several hundreds of years had passed, they became 9th level spellcasters together. This alone is a non-replicable feat. Through the toughest hardships, the 3 of them would still help each other, never leaving anyone behind. With such precedents from our 3 castle leaders, it wouldn't be unusual for such camaraderie to exist within Fort Udon." After a brief pause, the grey-robed wizard glanced into the room, looking at the remains of the alchemy creature, which was reduced into numerous fragments of ice. He then smiled at Merlin and said, "Wizard Merlin, you've already defeated a 4th level alchemy creature. You can now become a novice grey-robed wizard of Fort Udon. However, you have another opportunity. You can go and challenge any middle grey-robed wizard, which is a 5th level spell caster. Once you succeed, you can then become a middle grey-robed wizard. There are distinct differences between these two." Chapter 268, Issuing a Challenge. Chapter 268, Issuing a Challenge. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. 5th level spellcaster? Merlin began mumbling to himself. Truthfully, he was rather excited at the prospect. After all, he had just constructed a 2nd level darkness type spell, Darkness Tide. If it was enhanced by Darkness Heart, Merlin did not know how powerful it really was. However, he was certain that 4th level mind power would be unable to withstand it. At the moment, Merlin's strongest spells were no longer Fiery Collapse and Glacial Finger. They were only at the first stage or first form, and their strength was merely at the level of powerful 4th level spells. They would not be of much use against a 5th level spell caster. Therefore, Merlin's greatest strength was currently the 2nd level spell, Darkness Tide, after it had been enhanced by Darkness Heart. If only Darkness Tide was able to trap 5th level mind power in the illusion, or even if it merely somewhat affected it, then Merlin would have the ability to fight a 5th level spell caster. In the dark magic region, Merlin would not have the opportunity to battle against a 5th level spell caster. As for Wizard Leo, Merlin had no intention of going against him, for Wizard Leo was much stronger. Even an average 6th level spell caster would be no match for him. Merlin's Darkness Tide would have no effect whatsoever on Wizard Leo. Now, he had the chance to challenge a 5th level spell caster from Fort Udon. If he succeeded, he would obtain the rank of a middle grey-robed wizard in Fort Udon, and receive more benefits. As a result, Merlin nodded. "I'll challenge a middle grey-robed wizard." Seeing that Merlin had agreed to challenge a 5th level spell caster, these grey-robed wizards broke out into smiles. Then, a tall and lanky grey-robed wizard said, "Wizard Merlin, please wait for a moment. I'll invite a middle grey-robed wizard for this challenge." Merlin bobbed his head, and then looked toward the translucent rooms. It seemed that 4th level alchemy creatures were the strongest ones in there. "Are there no 5th level alchemy creatures in Fort Udon?" Merlin softly inquired. If there were 5th level alchemy creatures, then he would not have to face the 5th level spellcaster directly. The grey-robed wizard shook his head slightly. "Wizard Merlin, it's far from simple to transfigure a powerful alchemy creature. The average 3rd level alchemy creature is already considered formidable. There are very few who would be able to transfigure a 4th level alchemy creature. There are many alchemists in Fort Udon, but the number of those who can transfigure 4th level alchemy creatures is too few. What's there to say about 5th level alchemy creatures? Therefore, if we feel that someone has the capabilities of a 5th level spellcaster, we'll invite a genuine 5th level spellcaster to test it out." After a pause, the grey-robed wizard shot Merlin a mysterious look, laughing quietly. "What's more, there's one good thing about not facing an alchemy creature. If a middle grey-robed wizard is willing to take on this task, then Wizard Merlin would not need fear for his safety. A middle grey-robed wizard would make their moves in an appropriate manner. Once you surrender, they would stop immediately. After all, you were able to defeat a 4th level alchemy creature, and are already eligible to become a grey-robed wizard in Fort Udon, so you're considered as one of our members. Initially, Merlin still harbored some doubts about facing a 5th-level spellcaster. If his darkness tide was useless, then he might be in danger. However, now that he heard what this grey-robed wizard had said, his worries were thoroughly put to rest. He just had to wait for the right time to show them everything he had, and see how far he was from the standard of a 5th-level spellcaster. After Merlin had waited for a moment, the grey-robed wizard who had gone to invite a 5th-level spellcaster finally returned, but there were no other spellcasters following behind him. This grey-robed wizard shook his head lightly, and said helplessly, "Wizard Merlin, Wizard Sakvara is currently preparing a potion. I'm afraid that it would take 2 or 3 days to complete, so for the time being, we invite you to stay in Fort Udon. Wizard Sakvara will naturally come after that. He would still have to wait for 2 or 3 days." After muttering to himself, Merlin ultimately nodded. He could use this time to make some preparations. "All right, I'll wait for 2 or 3 days in Fort Udon." Thereafter, a grey-robed wizard warmly brought Merlin away from the Great Hall. "Wizard Merlin, the place that we've arranged for you is a space we prepared expressly for visiting spellcasters. Just wait there for a few days, and once Wizard Sakvara has finished preparing the potion, we shall inform you." Merlin bobbed his head, following which the two of them arrived at a residence with low ceilings. Although it was no castle, the surrounding environment was decent with many rooms. It looked like it was indeed prepared for visiting wizards. "All right, I'll leave first. After 2 or 3 days, I shall update you." The grey-robed wizard finished speaking and left directly. Merlin gave his surroundings the once-over and was very satisfied. Thereafter, he entered an empty room. The decor inside was relatively simple, and it was completely spotless. Someone must have cleaned it every day. This residence with low ceilings contained many rooms, but Merlin had observed that almost all of them were empty. This meant that there were very few wizards from the outside who visited Fort Udon. Even the number of wizards who wanted to join Fort Udon must be very few. Buzz! Buzz! Merlin was sitting in the middle of the room when something vibrated at his chest and a scorching heat began to emanate from it. The mind power duplicate within the bell space has reached its limit again? Merlin was momentarily stunned, but after some calculations, he realized that it had been a long time since he left the dark magic region and came to the Kurdmansler Islands. It was normal that his mind power duplicate would reach its limit during this time. Thus, Merlin hurriedly extended his mind power into the bell space. As expected, the mind power duplicate in the bell space had reached the limits of the bell space and needed to leave the bell space. Fuse! Without the slightest hesitation, Merlin immediately fused with the mind power duplicate in the bell space. He had practiced this many times, so it barely took him a while before the mind power duplicate's mind power was completely fused with his own. Merlin's mind power began to expand greatly, and he felt exhilarated. "Not bad, my mind power has grown immensely once more. Although it's not at the peak of 3rd level mind power, it's nearly there. Perhaps I'll reach that point after fusing a few more times with the mind power duplicate." Merlin perceived this growth in his mind power and was pleased. Between 3rd level and 4th level mind power, there was a complete leap in the upgrade. The quantitative change would induce a qualitative change. The improvement would be huge, and the required amount of mind power was also colossal. Therefore, even though Merlin had the bell space, and his mind power was growing at an incredible rate, it was not easy to reach the stage of 4th level mind power. After all, Merlin had only been a spellcaster for a few years, while those wizards from spellcaster clans had begun their mind meditation since young. Hence, their mind power had gradually increased bit by bit through meditation. Merlin, being able to grow at such a pace, had already surpassed many spellcasters who had begun their mind power meditation since young. There would have been such a great increase in his mind power if he had not just constructed the 2nd level spell, Darkness Tide, and used up a huge portion of mind power to stabilize it. Even so, the strength of Merlin's current mind power was enough to construct a 2nd level spell. Of course, it would not use up more mind power than Darkness Tide had. When Merlin was in the dark magic region, he had already chosen a few 2nd level spells of different types which he was satisfied with. These spells were relatively stronger ones, unlike the merely average spells in the never-ending book. Now, what Merlin had to do was to carefully choose which spell he should construct first. I'm in no urgent need for offensive spells as I have Fiery Collapse and Glacial Finger for now. These are comparable to 4th level spells, so at the moment, offensive spells can't directly increase my powers. The speed spell Light Breeze is suitable for my current situation. In an unfamiliar place like the Kerdmannsler Islands, it's likely that I'll run into some danger. If I have Light Breeze, then my chances of escaping when danger happens is greater. Merlin carefully thought about it for a moment, before finally focusing his gaze on the defensive spell Earth Veil. This spell would provide a more complete defense and was much stronger than Guardian Monument. Although it was merely a 2nd level spell, and its defensive capabilities could not compare to Merlin's robe, this would only be temporary. Once Merlin found some lava soil, he would immediately be able to cultivate the Pandora Demon ability, Fuse Earth. With the enhancement of the Pandora Demon ability, Fuse Earth, Merlin would be able to completely combine it with Earth-type defensive spells. At that point, Merlin's Earth Veil would become extremely formidable. Therefore, constructing Earth Veil now was also a way of preparing for the cultivation of Fuse Earth in the future. With his heart set on this, Merlin instantly initiated the Matrix. Begin analyzing the spell model of 2nd level spell Earth Veil. Beep. Analysis completed. 118,635 spell models have been newly constructed. Earth Veil's spell model could not be considered complex, so the Matrix quickly analyzed many spell models from scratch. Merlin began choosing among these for the best spell model in terms of the 3 aspects of stability, power, and compatibility. Currently, he was constructing a 2nd level spell, and beneath the spell model of the 2nd level spell were the 1st and 0 level spell models. Therefore, compatibility was evidently an increasingly important factor. Merlin had realized the significance of compatibility since the previous time he constructed Darkness Tide. Thus, when he selected a spell model, firstly, it would have a high compatibility, following which he would consider stability, before finally looking at power. If it was not highly compatible and clashed with the other spell models, then it would easily collapse. If that happened, even the most miraculous potions would be of no use. This spell model is just it. After a long period of selection and comparison, Merlin finally picked out a spell model which he was relatively satisfied. As such, Merlin quickly mobilized his mind power and began simulating Earth Veil, gradually constructing it in his awareness. Chapter 269, The 3 Major Factions. Chapter 269, The 3 Major Factions. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The process of simulating a spell model using mind power was a rather slow one. Merlin took 2 full days before he finally simulated Earth Veil's spell model in his awareness. Boom! The instant the spell model was simulated in his awareness, Merlin felt a violent tremor in his mind. Large amounts of earth elements swarmed into his awareness and were quickly turned into magic power by Earth Veil's spell model. It's finally done. Merlin let out a long breath. With the Matrix, he was very successful in creating spell models. Moreover, as long as his mind power was sufficient, it was completely safe to construct spell models. Now, Merlin possessed 2 2nd-level spells. After some time, as the mind power duplicate within the Bell space constantly increased his mind power, Merlin hoped to successively construct other 2nd-level spells in a few months and ultimately become a 2nd-level spellcaster. It could be said that this was a terrifying pace of growth. After all, Merlin had only become a 1st-level spellcaster not long ago. Compared to those who needed 4 or 5 years to become a 2nd-level spellcaster, the possibility of Merlin becoming a 2nd-level spellcaster in such a short time was considered a very rapid growth. All of this was thanks to the Matrix. It aided Merlin in constructing stable spell models. Who knew how much time that had saved Merlin? Earth Veil was successfully constructed, but Merlin did not exit the room. Instead, he stayed inside. He still had to use elemental crystal stones to boost the transformation rate of Earth Veil's magic power. Curse it all! Donora had joined Grey Wing Alliance. It's harder for us to kill him now. A male wizard with long brown hair over his shoulders spoke somewhat furiously. Another female wizard with a tall build and delicate features frowned as well. Since Donora has joined Grey Wing Alliance, let's join Fort Udon. I've heard that Fort Udon is the strongest faction on the Kerdmannsler Islands. If we stay here on the Kerdmanslor Islands, we'll eventually have the chance to kill Donora. This female wizard also wore an icy expression, clenching her teeth as she spoke. This pair of spellcasters, a man and a woman, had just entered the residence from outside and was walking as they conversed. Hearing what the female wizard said, a hint of hesitation flashed across the male wizard's face as if he wanted to say something but eventually stopped. Would that be easy? Although Fort Udon is the strongest faction on the Kerdmanslor Islands, it's no match for Wizard's Tower and Grey Wing Alliance in terms of resources. What's more, although Donora is despicable, his spellcaster quality is excellent. If he joined Grey Wing Alliance for a longer period, I'm afraid that he'll be stronger than us. At that point, it would be harder for us to kill him. In the end, the male wizard expressed the apprehensions that he felt. After the female wizard heard what he said, she slowed down her steps and stopped, lowering her head in silence. Is there really no way? What other way is there? We can only wait. We can't join Grey Wing Alliance as we want to kill Donora and he wants to kill us. Hence, we can't join Grey Wing Alliance as he did. As for Fort Udon, I hear that they're very united. As long as one becomes a wizard of Fort Udon, one need not be afraid of running into danger on the Kerdmanslor Islands. It's better if we join Fort Udon for now, and then decide what's our next move. The male wizard seemed to have made up his mind long ago. It looks like that's all we can do. A pensive look hung over the female wizard's face as she appeared helpless. Just as they were about to choose a room, they seemed to discover something, and their faces revealed a slight shock. There's someone in this room? Wasn't it said that in recent times there isn't anyone who wants to join Fort Udon? Why is there someone here? The couple had inquired about the situation in Fort Udon when they were outside, so generally, they were sure that no one was joining Fort Udon recently. Hence, there should only be the two of them here. Creak! Just as they were frozen in bewilderment, the door of the room slowly opened, and out came a young spellcaster dressed in a black wizard robe. You two wizards are joining Fort Udon as well? The young spellcaster looked toward the couple and asked with a smile. May I ask who you are, wizard? The male wizard fixed a distrustful gaze on the young spellcaster who suddenly appeared, his eyes filled with caution. You can call me Merlin. Like you, I'm a spellcaster who wants to join Fort Udon. The young spellcaster was Merlin. After he had successfully constructed his second-level spell, Earth Veil, he had been using elemental crystal stones to increase the transformation speed of magic power in Earth Veil's spell model. It took him until now for Earth Veil's spell model to have sufficient magic power. After this, he only had to slowly accumulate magic power to fill up the spell model, and no longer needed to use elemental crystal stones as replenishment. Merlin overheard the conversation between these two spellcasters without missing a word, so he thought that he might as well open the door and come out. His intention was to ask these two for information regarding Grey Wing Alliance and Wizard's Tower. After all, Merlin had only heard about Grey Wing Alliance and Wizard's Tower from Wizard Jerson of Fort Udon. From Wizard Jerson's point of view, it was likely that he would not introduce these two factions in a fair and impartial manner. However, these two spellcasters obviously seemed to know a lot about Fort Udon, Grey Wing Alliance, and Wizard's Tower, so Merlin thought of understanding these three factions through them. So, it's Wizard Merlin. I'm Vadrak and this is Wizard Bella. We both plan to become Fort Udon's black-robed wizards. However, we've not made the final decision, so we were arranged to come here. Wizard Vadrak breathed a small sigh of relief, but after some thought, he realized that there could be no mishap happening here in Fort Udon. He had been overly cautious earlier. Merlin could also tell that they were first-level spellcasters who could meet Fort Udon's requirements. Barring anything unexpected, they would become black-robed wizards in Fort Udon. Wizard Vadrak, Wizard Bella, you seem to be very familiar with the Kerdmanslor Islands? Indeed we are. We came from a distant place and heard some spellcasters talking about the Kerdmanslor Islands, so we know something of the situation here. In reality, it's our first time here on the Kerdmanslor Islands as well. This time, it was Bella who spoke. Merlin felt a surge of enthusiasm. He looked toward the sky, which seemed a long way off from becoming dark, so he asked softly, since it's your first time here as well on the Kerdmanslor Islands, why don't we three take a walk around the island? I've been here for a few days but haven't left Fort Udon. All right, we wanted to take a look around too. We've heard about how the Kerdmannsler Islands are so prosperous, yet had never had the chance to come here. Now that we've arrived, it'll be good to see it for ourselves. Wizard Vadrak and Wizard Bella had no objections. They wanted to check out the island as well. Thus, the three of them quickly left Fort Udon. The island is huge, almost comparable to a small-sized landmass, and it's even many times bigger than the city we were staying in. Bella and Vadrak walked on the island and felt astounded upon seeing the size of the island. The Kerdmannsler Islands were formed by tens of thousands of big and small islands. The island they were currently on was the main island of the Kerdmannsler Islands, which was the biggest. The gigantic island stretched as far as the eye could see and was enormous. It was not that much different from a small landmass. This was also why Fort Udon, Grey Wing Alliance, and Wizard's Tower were stationed on this island. Other than its size, the island was filled with spellcasters peddling potion materials, alchemy materials, and even spells. One should not judge these wares based on how they were set out on the ground. In fact, some of these were very precious, worth over 10,000 elemental crystal stones. They cost such an enormous sum, yet no one dared to stir up trouble. This was because Grey Wing Alliance, Wizard's Tower, and Fort Udon had set the rules together. As long as one was on the Kerdmannsler Islands, one would receive the protection of the three factions, and no fights were allowed. If they discovered someone breaking this rule, the three major factions would join forces to hunt that person down. Once, there was a powerful 7th-level spellcaster who totally disregarded this rule of the three factions, and killed some spellcasters on the island. In the end, that spellcaster was cornered and killed by the masters of the three factions. Hence, a relatively safe environment was guaranteed on the island. In addition, there were countless mysterious, precious materials which came from the ocean, as well as materials which could only be obtained from the carcasses of sea beasts. Therefore, the Kerdmannsler Islands were able to attract many spellcasters despite its remote distance, allowing the entire place to become prosperous. Oh, right, Wizard Vadrak, you know the situation of Grey Wing Alliance and Wizard's Tower. Merlin gradually slowed his steps and inquired in a low voice. Wizard Vadrak shot Merlin a glance, looking pensive before he began to slowly say, Wizard Merlin, there's a large number of people in Grey Wing Alliance, and it's also rich with various cultivation resources. It could be considered a huge faction. As for Wizard's Tower, its numbers are not many, not even 50 people. However, Wizard's Tower only accepts spellcasters who are 4th level or above. It's been said that anyone who joins Wizard's Tower would even receive the legendary Pandora Demon ability. The founder of Wizard's Tower is enigmatic, and there are few people who know about the true circumstances of that mysterious founder, but the majority of Pandora Demon abilities within Wizard's Tower are contributed by that mysterious founder. As for Fort Udon, its numbers are not huge. It's not rich with resources and could boast of no top-notch spells or legendary Pandora Demon ability. Nonetheless, Fort Udon is worthy of being named the #1 strongest faction on the Kerdmannsler Islands. As for the reason, I believe Wizard Merlin knows already. Unity. The spellcasters of Fort Udon are incomparably united, and joining this faction is just like integrating into a large family. Previously, a spellcaster named Wizard Yarlan explained the situation of the Kerdmannsler Islands to us in detail. He had lived on the island for decades, and all that he spoke of was what he had experienced himself. At the mention of Wizard Yarlan, a strange change washed over the faces of Vadrak and Bella, and their expressions seemed to reveal a strain of sorrow. Chapter 270, Defenseless and Dissatisfied. Chapter 270, Defenseless and Dissatisfied. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In his mind, Merlin was still processing the information regarding Grey Wing Alliance, Wizard's Tower, and Fort Udon that Wizard Vadrak had just provided. In particular, he was coming to terms with the fact that Wizard's Tower had more than 40 spellcasters who were 4th level and above. This was even more than the Dark Magic region. Within the Dark Magic region, there were merely 30+ individuals who could build their own towers. This meant that Wizard's Tower, in terms of manpower, was comparable to a spellcaster's organization with an extensive background and ancient inheritances such as the Dark Magic region. Although the Dark Magic region was a small-sized spellcaster's organization, most factions would be no match for it. In the Dark Magic region's description of the Kerdmannsler Islands, it was still only a savage land where roaming wizards gathered, and sea beasts were bitterly fought and struggled against. However, now that Merlin had arrived on the Kerdmannsler Islands, based on what he saw and heard for himself, the Kerdmannsler Islands had already become stronger. By itself, Wizard's Tower was already a powerful faction which was not inferior to the dark magic region. On the other hand, Grey Wing Alliance and Fort Udon were the other two formidable factions which were no weaker than Wizard's Tower. If these three factions joined forces, the power of the entire Kerdmannsler Islands would be on par with a medium-sized spellcasters organization. As for large-sized spellcasters organizations, they did not form merely on the basis of having a large number of members. At least one great wizard was required to establish a large-sized spellcasters organization. For instance, although Sterling House was not a spellcasters organization, due to Great Wizard Sterling's presence, it could feasibly be compared to those large-sized spellcasters organizations. Of course, this was all due to the Great Wizard Sterling's presence. The Kerdmannsler Islands were similar to Sterling House, only Merlin did not know if there was a great wizard on the Kerdmannsler Islands. Wizard Vadrak, the three major factions of the Kerdmannsler Islands are powerful indeed, and there are countless other factions, which mustn't be underestimated even though they might not be comparable to the three major factions. Now that the Kerdmannsler Islands have developed to their present powerful state, can this be maintained if there's no great wizard to oversee things? Merlin lifted his head and looked toward Wizard Vadrak. Great Wizard. Wizard Vadrak mumbled softly to himself for a moment, then a mysterious smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He said in a low voice, Wizard Merlin, in truth, there's a great wizard on the Kerdmannsler Islands, only not many people know of this. Even I'm unclear about the specifics. Perhaps you can ask the people at Fort Udon. Merlin felt a shiver deep within his heart. He did not think that the Kerdmannsler Islands would really have a great wizard. If what Wizard Vadrak said was true, then the entire Kerdmannsler Islands had unwittingly developed into an enormous faction that was comparable to large-sized spell-casters organizations, just like Sterling House. Even in terms of overall capability, the Kerdmannsler Islands were far more powerful than Sterling House. After all, there were a few 9th-level spellcasters in the three major factions of the Kerdmannsler Islands alone, and Sterling House was only supported by the Great Wizard Sterling without any 9th-level spellcasters at all. There were not even many 7th-level spellcasters in Sterling House. The reports and information the Dark Magic region and other spellcasters organizations had on the Kerdmannsler Islands were far too outdated. Things were different now, and the Kerdmannsler Islands had become a colossus. The main island was bustling with noise and movement, and the hubbub of spellcasters peddling their wares on the street evoked a fondness in Merlin as it was just like when he was in Blackwater City. However, Vadrak and Bella were somewhat downcast, and their spirits could not be lifted. This seemed to be related to the Wizard Yarlan who was mentioned in the earlier conversation. Merlin did not inquire about this Wizard Yarlan. It must be something difficult for Wizard Vadrak and Wizard Bella to talk about, and something inappropriate to bring up. Since both of them had lost their good mood, and Merlin had learned of some information regarding Grey Wing Alliance and Wizard's Tower from Vadrak, he asked Wizard Vadrak and Wizard Bella, the two of you are tired, so why don't we head back to Fort Udon and rest? Wizard Vadrak and Bella nodded and began turning back. However, they had only taken a few steps when a commotion was heard behind them. The expressions of Vadrak and Bella changed as they spun around, their eyes glaring straight ahead. Donora! Wizard Vadrak's gaze was fixed on a spellcaster wearing a light-colored wizard robe and a wide-brimmed black hat as he yelled through clenched teeth. Vadrak? Bella? The face of the spellcaster who was called Donora clearly went blank in the instant he saw Vadrak and Bella, but this was swiftly followed by a darkened expression. Heh, so it's you guys. Seems like you haven't joined any factions. Good. You guys have been following me from the start and had nearly caused my death a few times. Now, it's payback time. A vicious expression emerged on Wizard Donora's face, following which he turned to another tall wizard and said, Wizard Hit, there shouldn't be anything preventing me from making a move here, right? The tall wizard eyed Merlin and the rest, and a cold smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Rest assured, the Kerdmannsler Islands rule which bans fights don't apply to us of the three major factions. You're now a spellcaster of our Grey Wing Alliance. It's not a big deal if you kill a few wizards. That's perfect. With that, Donora brandished an arm fiercely, and thick strands of fire element began rapidly fluctuating over his body. Flaming ray! Wizard Donora lifted one hand, and a fiery beam of flame erupted. Its speed was extremely quick, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached Vadrak. Bang! Vadrak reacted quickly as well. An Earth-type defensive spell materialized before him, but it was only a first-level spell and was shattered by Flaming Ray right away. Moreover, the blaze was pushing through without stopping and was burning on Vadrak's body. Snap! Thick ice crystals immediately formed on Vadrak. This was a spell he casted on himself to freeze the flames on his body. Second-level spell? You've already successfully constructed a second-level spell? Vadrak dispelled the ice crystals. Even though the flames on his body were gone, his face was still rather drained. It had only been one attack, and yet, he was already injured. Wizard Donora's Flaming Ray was obviously a second-level spell, far stronger than Vadrak's first-level spell. Heh. Back then I was chased down by you two all the way here to the Kerdmanslaer Islands. I could construct second-level spells long ago, only I didn't have time, being chased all the way by you. HMPH, don't think that I was afraid of you. If I intended to avoid getting tangled up with you two lunatics, you think I would have come all the way to the Kerdmanslaer Islands? However, you're foolish indeed to have followed me here. It's your death wish. Donora's expression twisted in fury. It seemed like he had been pathetically hunted down by Vadrak and Bella the entire way here, which was why he harbored so much hatred. Donora, damn you! A sharp light glinted in Wizard Bella's eyes, following which she rushed forward as a violent burst of wind elemental fluctuations emerged around her. Whoosh! 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 Blades of wind covered the entire ground, speeding murderously toward Wizard Donora. It's useless. This time I've joined Grey Wing Alliance, and handed over a precious alchemy material I've taken from that old fool Yarlan. Not only did I win Grey Wing Alliance's interest, but I also received a robe that can withstand third-level spell attacks, ha ha. Wizard Donora roared heartily. Despite the wide-ranging wind blades crashing into him, he was under no threat at all. The robe he was wearing could almost keep up with the robe Merlin had exchanged for in the dark magic region. Grey Wing Alliance had the most resources. Before this, Merlin did not quite believe that. How many resources would be required of various spellcasters, and could a faction with such a brief heritage possess all this? However, now that he had seen the robe that Donora was wearing, Merlin was astounded. He faintly suspected that he had underestimated Grey Wing Alliance. Wizard Bella immediately came to Wizard Vadrak's side and supported him, slowly retreating. Although they seemed to hate Wizard Donora to the extreme, they were in danger in these current circumstances. Donora, do you still remember how Wizard Yarlan treated us? He guided us to construct spell models, and explained to us how to prepare potions. He was basically our teacher, yet you shamelessly ambushed him. For someone like you, not even 10,000 deaths will pay off your sin. Wizard Bella's chest was heaving ceaselessly, and her ashen face revealed that her fury had reached its peak. It was not surprising that when Wizard Bella and Vadrak saw Donora, they would become so furious. They had hunted Donora all the way to the Kerdmanslaer Islands with everything they had. It was just that Donora's talent seemed superior to theirs, and he had given an essential alchemy material to Grey Wing Alliance, winning their attention, and was bestowed a robe with powerful defensive capabilities. Vadrak and Bella were no longer a match for Donora. Now that he understood the truth, Merlin stared at Donora, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Donora currently wore a stormy expression, glaring at Wizard Vadrak and Bella. He was filled with a raging murderous intent. Die! Donora extended both arms once more, and the scorching flames surged out. The blaze transformed into two rays which flew toward Wizard Bella and Vadrak respectively. Vadrak drew in a deep breath, and yelled toward the heavens, Donora, we're just about to become members of Fort Udon. You dare to kill us? Fort Udon? You've joined Fort Udon? Hearing Vadrak mention Fort Udon, the surrounding spellcasters were visibly excited. On the Kerdmanslaer Islands, Fort Udon was definitely considered the most powerful faction. Based on the reactions of these people, one could tell that Fort Udon had such colossal influence. Donora's face shifted with uncertainty. However, when he saw that Wizard Vadrak and Wizard Bella were not wearing the robes of Fort Udon, he laughed coldly. Heh, you're still not members of Fort Udon currently. So, what if I kill you? Donora paid no mind to Vadrak's words and continued channeling the flaming ray that was reaching out towards Wizard Bella and Wizard Vadrak. In their current situation, they would be hard-pressed to defend against such a powerful second-level spell. Wizard Yalan, Bella, and I are useless. We have no way to avenge you now. Vadrak and Bella exchanged a glance. Their faces were rather pale, and their eyes were filled with a defenseless and dissatisfied look. Chapter 271, Fort Udon's Dominance I. Chapter 271, Fort Udon's Dominance I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Crack! Wizard Vadrak and Wizard Bella had already closed their eyes in acceptance of their demise, yet the scorching flames did not reach them. Conversely, they felt a chill and they could not help but shiver. Thus, Wizard Vadrak and Wizard Bella opened their eyes to find that an icy gust of air had appeared before them, immediately freezing Donora's flaming ray. They were saved. Heh, Grey Wing Alliance is getting bolder and bolder these days. You dare act against members of my Fort Udon? At this point, a spellcaster with an aged appearance slowly walked out from the crowd. He eyed Wizard Bella and Wizard Vadrak as he spoke in a raspy voice. It's a spellcaster from Fort Udon? Looking at this aged wizard, the opposing spellcasters from Grey Wing Alliance felt that the situation had become somewhat troublesome. On the Kurdmansler Islands, Grey Wing Alliance possessed tremendous power. However, if there was anything Grey Wing Alliance was afraid of, it would be Fort Udon. It was tricky to handle people from Fort Udon, because fighting against one of them would result in the other spellcasters of Fort Udon to be unsparing and unrelenting in their combined retaliation. This was Fort Udon's best characteristic. They were extremely united internally, and Grey Wing Alliance would not want to provoke them. They've yet to become spellcasters of Fort Udon. With a gloomy face, Donora was unable to stop himself from protesting in a low voice. The aged wizard remained calm and coldly said, since they've already decided to join Fort Udon, they are wizards of Fort Udon. What? Those from Grey Wing Alliance now dare to openly attack us wizards from Fort Udon on this island? As soon as he spoke, a few spellcasters rushed out from behind. They were wearing black robes just like the aged wizard, only theirs were marked with a symbol indicating their rank. They were expert black-robed spellcasters, on the level of third-level spellcasters. Bordeaux, all of you at Fort Udon mustn't be unreasonable too. These two aren't in Fort Udon. If you still want to stick your nose in, HMPH, then don't blame me if I don't hold back. From behind Donora, out walked a tall spellcaster with a scraggly beard who had a dangerous air around him. Vla? The expression of the aged wizard, whose name was Bordeaux, shifted slightly upon seeing the spellcaster with the scraggly beard. He knew that this spellcaster who looked extremely dangerous was called Vla, a formidable wizard. Vla was a 4th-level spellcaster in Grey Wing Alliance. Wizard Bordeaux knew that Vla was a 4th-level spellcaster, and that even if they all joined forces, they might be no match for him. Nonetheless, Wizard Bordeaux still gnashed his teeth and laughed coldly. Wizard Vla, it's not like you don't know how Fort Udon is like. If we simply watched without doing anything, then in the future, what else would there be left for Fort Udon? We've never abandoned a fellow comrade. Wizard Bordeaux's inspiring words made Merlin's heart trembled slightly. Although he had previously heard that the wizards of Fort Udon were extremely united, he had never seen how this unity looked like in real life. Currently, Bordeaux and the other spellcasters were demonstrating something authentic. Even if they were aware that they would not win, they still did not abandon their comrades. In the world of spellcasters, comrades are hard to come by. For instance, in the case of Donora and Wizard Yalan, the latter had given Donora so much assistance, teaching him in his cultivation. However, Donora killed Wizard Yalan in the end. In the world of spellcasters, this was the common realistic and cruel occurrence. Conversely, it was the absolute unity of Fort Udon, the somewhat unquestioning defense of comrades that was rarely seen. Bordeaux, I wonder how you'll save them today? Bind. Wizard Vla barked out a cold laugh, his eyes tinged with fury. Thereafter, he cast a wind-type binding spell, restricting the movements of Bordeaux and the other spellcasters in a flash. Although Wizard Vlar was rather enraged, he was not brazen enough to kill Bordeaux and the other wizards from Fort Udon. However, Bella and Vadrak were different as they were not officially spellcasters of Fort Udon. Therefore, Wizard Vlar fixed his gaze on them, his eyes filled with cold murderous intent. "Donora, go on." Seeing that Wizard Vlar had made his move and bound Bordeaux and the other spellcasters, Donora gradually began to relax. When he looked toward Bella and Vadrak once more, his face broke out into a cruel smile. "Vadrak and Bella, give it up, and die." Donora attacked once again, and he cast Flaming Ray a few consecutive times. The scorching flames filled the air and thundered toward the two wizards. Donora had learned from his last attack and left no chance for Bella and Vadrak to survive, going straight in for the kill. Vadrak and Bella exchanged a glowering glance at Donora, but it was of no use. They saw that even the wizards of Fort Udon were restricted, and were unable to help them at all. "It looks like there's really no hope this time around. Bella, it's all my fault, being unable to avenge Wizard Yarlan, and unable to protect you." Vadrak shook his head and looked toward Bella with a profound expression, resolutely facing the furious flames which covered the entire sky. "Earth Veil." Following the command of an icy voice, the wide-ranging flames crashed into Bella and Vadrak. However, their bodies had been covered in a veil of dirt-yellow light. Under the protection of this veil of light, no matter how furious the flames raged on, they were unable to hurt Bella and Vadrak. Who did this? Seeing that he had not killed Bella and Vadrak, Donora's face darkened even further as he scanned the crowd. It was not only Donora but even Vadrak and Bella were full of astonishment. They exchanged a glance, each feeling a trace of elation that they were not yet dead. "Who is it that saved us?" Bella and Vadrak were searching for this person as well. They had closed their eyes earlier as they awaited their deaths, so they did not see who it was who had cast the spell and saved them. "You're such a failure as a human being that you're starting to disgust even me." A figure in black strolled out from the crowd leisurely. "Wizard Merlin? It was him who saved us." So, Wizard Merlin is actually a second-level spellcaster. Earth Veil isn't easy to construct. Wizard Yarlan had mentioned before that Earth Veil is very complicated, and who could construct it must be a confident and powerful spellcaster. After seeing that it was Merlin, Bella and Vadrak were taken aback. Before this, they had thought that Merlin was just like them, merely a first-level spellcaster. However, it seemed now that Merlin was not as simple as they thought. He must surely possess significant capabilities to be able to construct such a complex second-level spell like Earth Veil. "Who are you?" Donora stared at Merlin rather apprehensively as he questioned. Merlin only shook his head lightly in response. Initially, the matters between other spellcasters were of no concern to him. What happened to Bella and Vadrak was unable to move him. Nonetheless, what Donora had done evoked a sense of loathing even in Merlin. Wizard Yarlan could be considered Donora's tutor, yet Donora ambushed and killed him. An act like this caused Merlin to feel repulsed, and a desire to kill was born in him. Dark Light Realm. Merlin did not bother babbling with Donora and cast the first-level darkness-type spell. Instantly, rays of light began to distort, and Donora's surroundings turned into pitch-black darkness. He was thoroughly lost in the illusion of Dark Light Realm. Frigid Ice, freeze. Merlin did not plan on killing Donora. On the Kurdmansler Islands, Grey Wing Alliance was a colossal force, so teaching Donora a lesson and killing him were two entirely different matters. Therefore, Merlin did not wish to cause further trouble and immediately used frigid ice to freeze one of Donora's arms. The ice poison of frigid ice quickly penetrated the flesh, and Donora's one arm was crippled from then on. "My arm, you crippled my arm?" Merlin dispelled Dark Light Realm, following which Donora recovered his senses. Immediately, he discovered that one of his arms had no feeling left in it. One arm, to a spellcaster, did not make much of a difference. After all, a spellcaster used spells by relying on the simulation of spell models in their awareness through mind power. Even without both arms, the casting of spells would not be much affected. As such, losing an arm would be more akin to utter humiliation. From that point onward, preparing potions and researching alchemy would be rather inconvenient. Although Donora was enraged, he did not act rashly. He still had not lost his wits. Merlin had cast Dark Light Realm earlier, and he knew that he was no match for Merlin at all. Dark Light Realm was a very complicated spell among the darkness-type spells and had the power to challenge those beyond its level. Having cast Dark Light Realm, Merlin could have easily killed Donora, but he did not, indicating that he had qualms about the fact that Donora was a spellcaster from Grey Wing Alliance. Therefore, Donora could only clench his teeth as he glared at Merlin, but did not dare attack him. Besides Donora, the 4th-level spellcaster, Wizard Vlar, also narrowed his eyes, sizing up Merlin. "You're not a spellcaster from Fort Udon. Who are you really?" Wizard Vlar's face was cloudy as he asked coldly. Merlin shot a glance at Bella and Vadrak, and a smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He said serenely, "I'm like them, someone who's about to become a member of Fort Udon. Which is to say, you're not yet a member of Fort Udon." Wizard Vlar turned the topic around, and a cold light shone in his eyes. He said icily, "A roaming wizard who's a nobody dared to attack a wizard of my Grey Wing Alliance. HMPH, I can't kill Bordeaux, but why can't I kill you?" With that, violent fire elemental fluctuations abruptly surged around Wizard Vlar's body. "Oh no, Wizard Merlin, escape quickly." "Vlar, you dare? They're all about to become wizards of my Fort Udon. If you dare to kill them, even if you hide in Grey Wing Alliance, Fort Udon will surely make you pay a heavy price." Wizard Bordeaux was still bound. Now that he saw Vlar was about to attack Merlin, he immediately roared out. "HMPH, how overbearing is your Fort Udon to battle with my Grey Wing Alliance over a few mere spellcasters who aren't even members of Fort Udon? Ha ha, Bordeaux, I'll kill them. What can you all do?" Wizard Vlar roared in laughter, and his body was instantly shrouded by raging flames. Following that, flames rained down from the sky like a violent storm, whistling as they swept toward Merlin. Chapter 272, Fort Udon's Dominance 2. Chapter 272, Fort Udon's Dominance 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The raging flames filled the entire sky like a sea of fire. This was the 4th-level spell that Vlar had cast. Merlin drew in a deep breath. At this point, his robe had no way of withstanding this, and even the 2nd-level defensive spell Earth Veil, that he had just constructed, would be unable to block a 4th-level spell without any enhancements. Therefore, Merlin could only actively attack. Pandora Demon Ability, Glacial Finger. Merlin extended one pale finger and stabbed it toward Wizard Vlar. In an instant, an icy gust of air flew out and formed ice crystals everywhere it passed. Crack! Crack! Countless ice crystals were formed, with some even enclosing the flames in mid-air, which then fell to the ground and shattered into smithereens. This ability was even able to freeze and seal a 4th-level spell in ice. It must not be a spell, not one that Merlin, a wizard who was not even a mere 2nd-level spellcaster, would be able to cast. Pandora Demon Ability. This is Pandora Demon Ability. You actually have Pandora Demon Ability? Astonishment washed over Wizard Vlar's face. A Pandora Demon Ability possessed a strange and unfathomable power, and wizard levels were completely irrelevant if one had Pandora Demon Ability. In Grey Wing Alliance, Wizard Vlar had personally witnessed a 2nd-level spellcaster who had cultivated Pandora Demon Ability easily defeat a spellcaster at the peak of the 3rd level, as well as contended against a 4th-level spellcaster. Thus, Wizard Vlar knew very well the power of Pandora Demon Ability. Seeing that Merlin had utilized his Pandora Demon Ability, he was immediately on his guard. Just as Wizard Vlar was about to cast a defensive spell, turbulent darkness elemental fluctuations abruptly surged around Merlin. "Darkness Tide!" Merlin softly commanded. In an instant, the surrounding light darkened, and an endless flood of darkness element rushed forth just like a tide, which completely surrounded Wizard Vlar and the rest. Darkness Tide, after the enhancement of Darkness Heart, was able to easily trap a spellcaster like Vlar, whose mind power only just reached the 4th level, in the illusion. Wizard Vlar was not even able to put up the slightest bit of resistance. His entire body went limp as he was completely caught in the illusion. Crack! The chill of Glacial Finger rapidly froze Wizard Vlar's arm. Merlin repeated his previous procedure in punishing Donora earlier, and straightaway crippled one of Wizard Vlar's arms. This was because Merlin was rather apprehensive about Grey Wing Alliance, so he did not dare to kill anyone so rashly. Whoosh! Merlin dispelled darkness tide, and Wizard Vlar recovered his senses. His face was deathly pale, and he had lost all sense of feeling in his right arm. Just like Donora, one of his arms was crippled by Merlin. Vlar bit his lip furiously, and his face turned dark as he coldly glared at Merlin like a venomous snake. This glare made Merlin very uncomfortable. If he was somewhere else, he would have killed Vlar long ago. However, they were on the Kerdmansler Islands, so Merlin still had many other considerations. "Vlar, what's wrong? Is it an attack by someone from Fort Udon?" A boorish voice rang out, and a few spellcasters came from behind in loud heavy steps. It was a spellcaster whose face bore the mark of 3 shallow scars, making him look rather sinister. This scar-faced spellcaster, upon seeing Vlar's drooping arm, swept his gaze across Merlin, Bordeaux, and the rest, one by one. "Heh, Captain, if you've come any later, I might be dead." Vlar licked his lips. After seeing this scar-faced spellcaster, a trace of glee had dawned upon his face. It was them who did it. The scar-faced spellcaster questioned coldly in a low voice. "Captain, it's not like you don't know how the people of Fort Udon are like. The damage caused to Donora and I were all thanks to some guy named Merlin." Vlar glared at Merlin with vicious hate as he narrated everything that had happened to the scar-faced spellcaster. "Very well, you're the one who harmed Vlar? Regardless of whether or not you're from Fort Udon, you have to pay the price of harming Vlar. Since you've crippled one of his arms, I'll cripple both your arms." An overbearing force suddenly emanated from the scar-faced spellcaster. It was a force belonging to a 5th-level spellcaster. The scar-faced spellcaster was actually a 5th-level spellcaster. "Ugly bastard, you're acting big in front of us wizards from Fort Udon. Heh, come on then, let this old man see how much you've grown in these past few years." A sharp voice rang out from the crowd. Soon, a wizened wizard, wearing a grey robe and a torn hat over his head, slowly walked out. Behind him were a few other grey-robed wizards. Merlin squinted slightly. He recognized the robes they were wearing. These were the robes worn by spellcasters from Fort Udon. As they were grey ones, it meant that these were spellcasters who were above the 4th level. In particular, the wizened old man who spoke seemed very shriveled and scrawny as if wind might carry him off, but the force emanating from his body was more terrifying than the force of the scar-faced man. Upon seeing the wizened old man, the scar-faced man's face changed slightly and appeared extremely unpleasant. He asked in a low voice, "Waller, is your Fort Udon really going to cover up for these people?" "Cover up? They're all about to become members of our Fort Udon. You know as well that every member of Fort Udon is our comrade. If you say that we're covering up for our comrades, then so be it." "What, you have something to say?" Wizard Waller spoke carelessly as if he was not concerned in the slightest. The face of the scar-faced man sank even further. This was Fort Udon, who did not fear anything in the slightest. It did not matter if they were facing Grey Wing Alliance or Wizard's Tower. Even if it was over a mere 1st-level spellcaster, for as long as it was a member of Fort Udon, the faction would hold nothing back. This was Fort Udon. They were unlike spellcasters and were more like a bunch of idealistic lunatics who got together. One idealist might have no way of surviving in the world of spellcasters, but if a group of powerful idealists assembled, then their power would be immense, causing a headache for any other faction. "Let's go!" The scar-faced man knew that with Waller's arrival, they would not be able to take advantage of the situation today. The people of Fort Udon were a bunch of lunatics. If those formed Grey Wing Alliance really attacked, they would immediately suffer the attacks of stronger spellcasters from Fort Udon. Perhaps Grey Wing Alliance would retaliate for their sake, but by that time they might be long dead. The scar-faced man led the others from Grey Wing Alliance away with their tails between their legs. Only then did Merlin truly witness Fort Udon's strength and dominance. It was not surprising that Fort Udon was named the #1 strongest faction of the Kerdmansler Islands, for they were indeed more powerful than Grey Wing Alliance. It was not their strength which was greater than Grey Wing Alliance's, but it was due to their characteristic of being unafraid to stir up trouble, and to say nothing of starting a war with another powerful faction in order to save a wizard of Fort Udon. As long as it was to rescue a wizard from Fort Udon, no matter how massive a ruckus was created, Fort Udon would support it with all their might. Therefore, it might be that Fort Udon seemed unreasonable and tyrannical to outsiders, but members of Fort Udon felt an incomparable sense of affection and security. The wizened old man, Waller, walked toward Merlin, Bella, and Vadrak. After taking in the measure of Merlin and the rest, he smiled and said, "All of you are about to join Fort Udon. In truth, you need not fear. With Fort Udon behind you, you don't have to fear anyone on the Kerdmansler Islands." Although that ugly bastard earlier appeared fierce and vicious, he did not dare to really kill all of you. He had previously suffered at the hands of Fort Udon. Merlin bobbed his head, and Bella and Vadrak wore expressions of gratitude. "All right, you all can follow me back to Fort Udon." Wizard Waller waved his hand lightly, and the crowd of spellcasters from Fort Udon gradually made their way back to Fort Udon. In a short moment, the group had hurried back to Fort Udon. Wizard Waller smiled at Merlin. "Wizard Merlin, you're only a first-level spellcaster, it's really too unbelievable. That Vlar is a shabby one, but he's still a fourth-level spellcaster. You might try your hand at defeating that fourth-level alchemy creature, for there's hope you might become a grey-robed wizard." Wizard Waller did not know of Merlin's situation. He was unaware that Merlin had already defeated the fourth-level alchemy creature, and was now waiting for the fifth-level spellcaster in Fort Udon to finish preparing his potion in order to accept Merlin's challenge. Merlin only smiled in response to Wizard Waller. Following that, Wizard Waller sent Merlin and the rest to their residence, before saying in a meaningful tone, "On the Kerdmansler Islands, it's tough if you don't join any factions. It's the same even for those powerful roaming wizards. It's best if you receive your evaluation early and join Fort Udon. Then, you'll be official members of Fort Udon, and on the Kerdmansler Islands, no one would dare attack a member of Fort Udon." Wizard Waller's tone revealed his absolute confidence and assurance. Besides, Merlin, Vadrak, and the rest had witnessed Fort Udon's dominance with their own eyes today. "All right, you can all rest here. I'll take my leave first." Wizard Waller spoke warmly, and having sent Merlin and the rest back to their residence, he turned to leave. Swish! Just then, a grey-robed wizard ran into him from outside the residence. "Huh? Wizard Waller, you're here too. Why aren't you on patrol? What are you doing here?" This grey-robed wizard evidently knew Wizard Waller, and without even waiting for Wizard Waller to answer his previous question, he spotted Merlin and hurried toward him. A smile broke out across his face. "Wizard Merlin, follow me quick. Wizard Sakvara has completed his potion preparation and is now waiting for you to complete your evaluation." Merlin nodded. He calculated the days and realized that he had waited for 2 days. Wizard Sakvara had indeed completed making his potion and accepted his challenge. Others might not know of Wizard Sakvara, but Wizard Waller knew him very well. Hearing that Merlin was about to accept Wizard Sakvara's evaluation, he immediately guessed the reason. His eyes almost popped out of his head as he said in disbelief, "What did you say? Wizard Merlin is going to challenge Wizard Sakvara? Wizard Waller, if you're interested, you can tag along and watch. If Wizard Merlin succeeds, what a shock it'll be to the entire Fort Udon." The grey-robed wizard's face was shining with an ecstatic glow. Chapter 273, Gold-Lined Robe. Chapter 273, Gold-Lined Robe. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the glorious-looking Golden Hall, many grey-robed wizards had been waiting. Their leader was a middle grey-robed wizard who seemed friendly and kind. Even if he had to wait for a long time, he did not reveal any impatient gestures. Soon, Merlin arrived at the hall followed by Wizard Waller, Vadrak, and Bella. They wanted to gain experience from this event. "Dear Wizard Sakvara, sorry to have kept you waiting." Merlin bowed slightly to Wizard Sakvara. As a fifth-level spellcaster, Wizard Sakvara deserved a bow from Merlin. However, Wizard Sakvara was an amiable person. He smiled slightly as he said, "It's all right. I also made you wait because I was making a potion before this. Wizard Merlin, let's start. I'd like to see what made you, a first-level spellcaster, think you can challenge me." Merlin nodded, then both entered the translucent room where runes were up all over the place. In this place, attacks from spellcasters of 7th level and below would not be able to cause any damage to the room. Merlin and Wizard Sakvara exchanged glances, and the latter reminded Merlin, "Wizard Merlin, I heard that you possess a Pandora demon ability? However, even if you have one, you would have only cultivated it for a bit, basically to the standard of a 4th level spell. In addition, I also have a Pandora Demon ability. However, this is to test if you truly have the ability of a 5th level spell caster, so be rest assured. I won't use my Pandora Demon ability. Wizard Sakura had made it clear that Merlin's Pandora Demon ability would not be effective against his 5th level defensive spell, thus, it would be utterly impossible for Merlin to win against him with Pandora Demon ability. Moreover, Wizard Sakura also possessed a Pandora Demon ability, so Merlin should not seek to defeat him. Instead, it was sufficient for Merlin to present his best ability in front of Wizard Sakura. Merlin took a deep breath and nodded. It was his first time challenging a 5th level spell caster. Merlin knew his own condition the best. Although Fiery Collapse and Glacial Finger were both powerful, they were simply comparable to a 4th level spell. Stronger Pandora Demon abilities were able to compete with the top-class 4th level spell, where Merlin's Fiery Collapse and Glacial Finger were both categorized as the stronger Pandora Demon abilities. Of course, this was meant for the Pandora Demon abilities that were purely offensive. Meanwhile, the supportive Pandora Demon abilities such as Merlin's Darkness Heart and Fuse Earth could not be considered on the same scale, as the Pandora Demon abilities were gradually merged into the spells. If the spells were powerful, the extent of enhancement would be great as well, and the final strength of the spell would reach a terrifying level. This was the reason why the Pandora Demon abilities that could be integrated into the spells were considered the most precious Pandora Demon abilities during the Age of Malta Empire, the glorious period of spellcasters. Merlin also did not plan to challenge Wizard Sakura with his Glacial Finger and Fiery Collapse. His forte was not these two. Instead, it was his 2nd level Darkness-type spell, Darkness Tide, which he had constructed just recently. Darkness Tide, with the enhancement of Darkness Heart, could easily lead a 4th level spell caster into his illusions. Until now, Merlin had not cast the strengthened version of Darkness Tide even once before. If the strengthened version of Darkness Tide under the enhancement of Darkness Heart could make a 5th level spell caster fall under his illusion, or affect a 5th level spell caster even a little, Merlin would be successful in his challenge. Otherwise, he would barely stand a chance against a 5th level spell caster. Wizard Sakura, I'm about to start, Merlin said in a deep voice. Go on. Take your best shot, or you won't have the chance to do so, Sakura replied in a calm manner. Meanwhile, all spellcasters were staring at Merlin and Sakura closely in the hall, their gazes brimmed with anticipation. Darkness Tide. Merlin finally moved. He waved his finger and at once, the entire translucent room transformed into darkness itself. The situation in the room could not be seen from the outside. The crowd could only sense that endless darkness elements were gathering toward the room frantically. 2nd level spell? Although Darkness Tide is indeed powerful and is able to make a 3rd level spell caster fall into an illusion, is he able to stand against Wizard Sakura with just Darkness Tide? Many spellcasters were doubtful. Even those 4th level grey-robed spellcasters were full of questions. Only Wizard Waller, who was a middle grey-robed wizard, was looking ahead seriously. Almost all the spellcasters in the hall did not know that Merlin had made 3 casts of Darkness Tide. Then, he had cast the strengthened version of Darkness Tide following that. This was currently Merlin's strongest ability, the strengthened version of Darkness Tide. With the enhancement of Darkness Heart, even Merlin did not know how powerful it could get. Thus, after he cast Darkness Tide, he watched Wizard Sakura's actions closely. Wizard Sakura's expression remained calm, but he opened his eyes in a sudden movement when Merlin had cast the strengthened version of Darkness Tide. His immense mind power immediately surged. Not bad, Wizard Merlin. If I'm guessing correctly, you also possess a supportive Pandora Demon ability that's integrated into your spell. To enhance a Darkness-type spell so greatly, I can't think of any Pandora Demon ability other than Darkness Heart. Darkness Heart, huh? That's considered a stronger spectrum of the Pandora Demon ability during the most glorious times of spellcasters in the legends. To have Darkness Heart means that you're the person favored by darkness. At this point, Wizard Sakura could still speak so clearly, indicating that Merlin had failed. His strengthened version of Darkness Tide, even with the enhancement of Darkness Heart, could not make a 5th level spell caster fall into an illusion. After a pause, Wizard Sakura placed his gaze on Merlin. With a hint of a smile, he said, "Such a pity. If you are to become a 4th level spellcaster, the true effect of Darkness Heart will be expressed completely. It has been so many years. I still haven't seen anyone who is able to cultivate Darkness Heart. You're the first. In addition, you have a high possibility of becoming a 4th level spellcaster and bringing out the true power of Darkness Heart." Merlin nodded, but he still felt regret that Darkness Heart had not been completely integrated into his spell, as this was not the strongest form of Darkness Heart. Phew! Merlin immediately dispelled Darkness Tide and the room slowly resumed its initial condition. The spellcasters outside could see the situation in the room again. Following that, Merlin took a deep breath and said calmly, "I've lost." The door of the room opened wide. Merlin bowed to Wizard Sakura and walked out of the room. The spellcasters in the hall stared speechlessly at each other, full of questions. Since the room was filled with darkness elements, they did not manage to see Merlin dueling against Wizard Sakura at all. In the end, Merlin simply announced his loss, which was perplexing to them. Wizard Merlin. Wizard Sakura also walked out of the room. He scanned the grey-robed spellcasters around him, then said, "I've confirmed Wizard Merlin's ability. Although he has failed his challenge, his ability is infinitely close to that of a 5th level spellcaster. Such ability deserves to obtain a gold-lined grey robe among the novice grey-robed wizards." Gold-lined grey robe? Wizard Sakura, is Wizard Merlin really that strong? Other grey-robed wizards could not believe this. Even though they also wore a grey robe, their robes were not gold-lined. Everyone in Fort Udon was clear of the significance of getting a gold-lined robe. "It's my intention to do so. I'll explain the situation to the 7th level wizards." Wizard Sakura said to Merlin again, "Wizard Merlin, please give me some time. I believe that it wouldn't be a problem for you to get a gold-lined robe." Thereafter, Wizard Sakura directly left the hall, leaving behind many grey-robed spellcasters. Without exception, all grey-robed spellcasters shot an envious look toward Merlin. Gold-lined robe? It seems that Wizard Sakura wears a gold-lined robe as well. Merlin tried to recall his memory. He realized that Wizard Sakura's grey robe was indeed gold-lined. It was very much different from Wizard Waller, who was a middle grey-robed wizard. This gold-lined robe seemed to hold some special meaning. "Congratulations, Wizard Merlin. With Wizard Sakura applying for the gold-lined robe on your behalf, I believe that you'll get your gold-lined robe in no time." "Gold-lined robe, huh? We're just envious since we have no chance of getting one in a lifetime." Some grey-robed spellcasters congratulated Merlin. Only Merlin was confused about the situation, since he did not know what a gold-lined robe represented at all. Thus, Merlin could not help but ask Wizard Waller, "Wizard Waller, what's the use of a gold-lined robe?" Wizard Sakura also wore a gold-lined grey robe earlier. "You're both middle grey-robed wizards, why didn't you wear a gold-lined robe?" Wizard Waller shook his head helplessly. "How can I compare myself to Wizard Sakura? Without a doubt, Wizard Sakura can obtain a gold-lined robe. Even if I have become a 6th level spellcaster, I still won't be able to get a gold-lined robe. Wizard Merlin, you may not know the significance of getting a gold-lined robe, that it represents absolute strength. No matter if it was a gold-lined black robe or gold-lined grey robe, anyone who wears a gold-lined robe is considered the most powerful spellcasters among their level. These people are considered invincible. Wizard Merlin, if you obtain the gold-lined grey robe, despite being a novice grey-robed wizard, it means that you're invincible among 4th level spellcasters. No one can stand against you. It's extremely difficult to obtain a gold-lined robe. It's even better than becoming a middle grey-robed wizard or expert grey-robed wizard. Possessing a gold-lined robe brings about many benefits that you cannot begin to imagine in Fort Udon." After hearing Waller's explanation, Merlin only understood that the gold-lined robe symbolized a true genius, an absolute prodigy who contained endless potential. Fort Udon should emphasize fostering these people. Meanwhile, Wizard Sakura might have realized Merlin's potential, so he was willing to help Merlin to apply for a gold-lined robe. Although Merlin might stand out too much this way, the benefits he would receive were also immense. After thinking about it for a moment, Merlin still decided to wait patiently for Wizard Sakura to apply for the gold-lined robe. Then, he would see for himself what sort of benefits would be available to him. Chapter 274, Sincerity. Chapter 274, Sincerity. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. 3 days later, Wizard Sakvara personally arrived at the place where Merlin was staying currently. Wizard Merlin, follow me. Wizard Yumo, one of the 3 fort leaders, wants to confer the gold-lined robe to you personally. Wizard Sakvara appeared rather excited, even his tone was brimming with excitement. However, Merlin was slightly shocked. Fort Udon had 3 fort leaders and they were all 9th level spellcasters. Now, the superior 9th level spellcaster wanted to meet Merlin personally. This had greatly unsettled Merlin. After all, Merlin had not even met a single 9th level spellcaster in the dark magic region. Although there were 9th level spellcasters in the dark magic region, they rarely showed themselves in public. Even some of the 7th level spellcasters could not meet them easily, not to mention Merlin. Apparently, Wizard Sakvara saw through Merlin's hesitation, so he said to him, "Wizard Merlin, there's no need to worry about anything. Wizard Yumo is very friendly. He only wanted to meet you because I applied for a gold-lined robe on your behalf." Merlin took a deep breath and nodded. "Wizard Sakvara, please lead the way." Thereafter, Merlin trailed behind Wizard Sakvara and walked toward a mysterious castle. This castle did not seem to look indifferent, it had a great environment of lush greeneries which made people feel refreshed. However, there were no spellcasters on guard around the castle. Nor was the place protected by runic magic circles. Merlin could hardly imagine a fort leader of Fort Udon would live in such a loosely secured place. Wizard Sakvara smiled. "Wizard Merlin, are you surprised? Wizard Yumo indeed lives here. Not only Wizard Yumo, but the other 2 fort leaders are also the same. The places they live in don't have any security. Considering the fort leader's ability, what use is there for every spellcaster of Fort Udon to stand in front of them as protection should there be anyone who can threaten the fort leaders?" Merlin nodded absent-mindedly. Indeed, the fort leaders of Fort Udon were all 9th level spellcasters. Only the legendary Great Wizard could threaten them. Should their foe, the Great Wizard, was to attack them, it was afraid that the combined forces of the entire Fort Udon would not bring any effect to the result. "Oh, respectable Wizard Yumo, I've brought Wizard Merlin to you." When they arrived at the main gate of the castle, Wizard Sakvara did not push the door open right away. Instead, he respectfully called out toward the castle. "Wizard Sakvara, good job. Come in." An attractive voice came from within the castle. It sounded extremely kind and friendly. "All right, let's go in." Wizard Sakvara smiled to Merlin, then pushed the door open and brought Merlin into the castle. A nice fragrance of ink filled the castle. The decoration was refined and elegant. There were exquisite drawings hanging on the walls that could be identified as famous painters' work by one look. Other than drawings, there was some precious-looking pottery and a grey carpet, adding elegance to the overall place. The furniture was delicately picked, and the arrangement of the hall gave off the aura of an aristocrat's home. "Wizard Yumo, this is Wizard Merlin." Wizard Sakvara faced the front and said respectfully to a middle-aged man who was sitting on a chair. The man did not wear any robe. Instead, he wore a blue aristocrat's outfit and looked like a well-mannered aristocrat. However, Merlin knew that this man was indeed one of the fort leaders of Fort Udon. He was one of the strongest spellcasters, Wizard Yumo. Merlin bowed slightly. Wizard Yumo, who seemed more like an aristocrat, seemed to look no different from an aristocrat. However, his eyes were unimaginably deep. The eyes were the windows to a person's soul. No matter what the spellcasters tried to hide, their eyes would betray them in an instant. Wizard Yumo's glance gave off an incredibly threatening sense to Merlin. Wizard Yumo was more dangerous than any spellcaster Merlin had ever met. "Wizard Merlin, that's right. It's Fort Udon's honor to have you with us. Wizard Sakvara applied for a gold-lined robe on your behalf. Do you know what a gold-lined robe represents?" Wizard Yumo asked in a calm manner. Merlin nodded. "I know just a little. The gold-lined robe is the highest honor in Fort Udon. Anyone who has a gold-lined robe is considered the top tier among his peers." After Wizard Yumo heard the reply, he shook his head slightly. "That's wrong. Anyone who has a gold-lined robe isn't considered the top tier among his peers. They're the invincible presences among his peers, the one and only symbol. It's been so many years. Among the novice grey-robed wizard in Fort Udon, no one has ever obtained the gold-lined robe before. You're the first. Finally, Merlin realized the true significance of a gold-lined robe. It represented the highest honor of Fort Udon and the spellcaster of the highest potential in Fort Udon. Now, Merlin finally understood why he, a mere first-level spellcaster who had only defeated a fourth-level alchemy monster and obtained the identity of a novice grey-robed wizard, had called for Wizard Yumo's attention. The true reason lied in the gold-lined robe. The gold-lined robe was not easily conferred to others. There was only a small amount of spellcasters who had obtained the gold-lined robe in the entire Fort Udon. Wizard Merlin, I, Yumo, representing the entire Fort Udon, now confer you a novice gold-lined grey robe. From today onward, you're a grey-robed wizard in Fort Udon. Wizard Yumo wore a serious expression, then took a gold-lined grey robe from his ring. This robe was no different from the usual grey robe. The only difference was in the neck area where a unique gold line was weaved on it. The gold line represented the absolute identity and status of the spellcaster in Fort Udon. Merlin took this gold-lined robe from Wizard Yumo. There were some mysterious runic magic circles etched on it that possessed a strong defensive ability. However, this was almost the same as the robe that Merlin had exchanged for from the resource tower. It could barely block a third-level attack. Although the robe did not have any specialty, it brought a completely different meaning. Wizard Sakvara said to Merlin in a low voice, Wizard Merlin, there's one more thing that you may have not known. The spellcasters who have obtained the gold-lined robe can instruct all spellcasters of your level in Fort Udon at will. What? The gold-lined robe offers such a right? Merlin looked at Wizard Yumo in disbelief. To be able to order all his peers meant that Merlin could give orders to all novice grey-robed wizards of Fort Udon should he wear this novice, gold-lined grey robe. They were mostly fourth-level spellcasters. Even in the dark magic region, they were capable of building a tower for themselves and mentoring other spellcasters. The superior fourth-level spellcasters could easily be ordered by Merlin now just because he wore a gold-lined robe. Wizard Yumo nodded. That's right. Wizard Sakvara is right. Other than a great honor, the gold-lined robe also gives you a right to give orders to many spellcasters unconditionally. You have the novice gold-lined grey robe now, so you have the power to order any novice grey-robed wizards. The prestige gave Merlin a great shock. If he had such prestige in Fort Udon, he would have no issue in searching for lava soil. Wizard Merlin, sign the contract. Since you've been conferred the gold-lined robe, you're considered the core of Fort Udon. That's why you've to sign the highest level contract. Wizard Yumo took a golden contract paper out and glanced at Merlin calmly. Sign the contract. Merlin frowned and hesitated. He thought of the highest level contract, that he had signed with the dark magic region where he had agreed that he would never betray the dark magic region. The contract he was about to sign with Fort Udon would probably conflict with the previous one. Upon thinking of this, Merlin knew that he must get this point across clearly. Thus, he said, Wizard Yumo, I need to clarify something. I'm not a roaming wizard. I came from somewhere far away and I'm a member of a spellcasters organization called the Dark Magic Region. I've signed the highest level contract with them as well and have agreed to never betray the Dark Magic Region. So, I'm afraid I can't sign your contract now. Merlin initially thought that Fort Udon was a dispersed force and was not a spellcasters organization. He thought that no contract would be involved, but it seemed that he was wrong. Since the Kerdmansler Islands had been developed for so many years, the few influences on the islands had fostered a solid foundation. They also possessed many contract papers. After a few hundred years, it was highly plausible for the influences on the Kerdmansler Islands to improve to become spellcasters organizations. The Dark Magic Region? I've heard about it before. I even went to Fire City before, but I didn't think that Wizard Merlin would be a member of the Dark Magic Region. Wizard Yumo seemed a little surprised, but he thought for a while and continued. To be fair, this is no big deal since Fort Udon doesn't come into contact with the Dark Magic Region very often. Moreover, they are well separated from each other. There may never be a conflict between the two. So, the contract between Wizard Merlin and Fort Udon can be changed a little. How about this? The contract can be changed such that the contract will be nulled should there be a conflict between Fort Udon and the dark magic region. How does this sound? Wizard Merlin, surely you won't have any hesitation now after the contract has changed? Wizard Yumo directly changed the content of the contract. Should one day Fort Udon truly had a conflict of interest with the dark magic region, Merlin could simply ignore his contract with Fort Udon. This was the highest sincerity which Wizard Yumo had displayed. Since this did not conflict with his contract with the dark magic region, Merlin naturally did not worry about anything and began to sign the contract. Merlin was already familiar with the process of signing the contract, so he quickly did it. The contract paper was then kept by Wizard Yumo. With this paper, Merlin must not betray Fort Udon. After signing the contract, Merlin was officially a member of Fort Udon. Moreover, he was considered the core of Fort Udon, who possessed a gold-lined robe that represented the greatest honor and prestige. Chapter 275, Violet Flame Island. Chapter 275, Violet Flame Island. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wizard Yumo took his leave. Merlin had now become the member of Fort Udon and possessed the gold-lined robe that brought great prestige to him. Merlin's first thought was to obtain the map of volcanoes that Wizard Jerson had mentioned, which was only provided to the member of Fort Udon. The map of volcanoes was a piece of combined information that Fort Udon had spent many years of observations to collect, so it was highly credible. Should Merlin wanted to search for lava soil in the volcanoes, he would need the map. There were many spellcasters coming in and out of Fort Udon since it was a large castle. This was the only place that the members of Fort Udon could trade among themselves. In addition, there was also a large marketplace in Fort Udon. The place was rich in resources. There might be spells, alchemy, and potions. Due to the inheriting nature, Fort Udon's resources could not be compared to the dark magic regions even after a few centuries. However, since they had fought sea beasts all year round and survived in the middle of the vast sea, they had collected all sorts of strange materials and treasures. Thus, some things such as potion materials, alchemy materials, special potions, and magical casting tools were not something the dark magic region was capable of possessing. Give me a map of volcanoes. It needs to specify the characteristics of the volcanoes. Merlin said to a young female spellcaster who was about the age of 15. This young female wizard was naive-looking. For some reason, she had joined Fort Udon. Even though she was young, she was already a first-level spellcaster. After noticing the gold-lined robe on Merlin, the young female wizard immediately appeared nervous and anxious. She did not react to his words after a long moment as she stared blank-eyed at Merlin. Merlin frowned, then assumed a heavier tone. Give me a map of the volcanoes. Upon hearing Merlin's impatient tone, the young female wizard came to her senses and her face flushed pale as she quickly went into her room. Then, the female wizard held a large map and approached Merlin. She tried hard to explain what happened. I'm terribly sorry. It's my first time seeing a gold-lined spellcaster, so I was nervous. Merlin smiled but did not say anything. He now understood a little better of the status of gold-lined robe in Fort Udon. When he came here wearing his gold-lined robe, almost all spellcasters he met along the way showed admiration and respect from the depth of their hearts. Merlin took the map and inspected it closely. As expected, the map recorded many volcanoes with their respective characteristics. The details were quite specific, such as whether the volcanoes were active, when they had exploded in the past, and the time between successive explosions. This was the map which Merlin needed the most. Right, how many elemental crystal stones are needed for this map? Merlin asked the female wizard. He knew that the precious resources of Fort Udon were only made available to the members of Fort Udon, and it required elemental crystal stones to buy the item. Wizard Merlin, you have a gold-lined robe. According to the rules of Fort Udon, you have a limit of 10,000 elemental crystal stones. Even though this map costs 3,000 elemental crystal stones, it hasn't exceeded your limit, so you can just take it directly. Oh. I can do that. Merlin was surprised. Wizard Yumo and Wizard Sakura might have forgotten to tell him that. The limit of 10,000 elemental crystal stones was not a small amount to have. An average member of Fort Houdon surely did not have such prestige, it was unique to those who had the gold-lined robe. When Merlin kept the map and was about to leave, he suddenly saw a black-robed spellcaster beside him buying a bubble-like spherical object. Merlin inquired curiously, "What is this?" The young female wizard quickly explained. "This is a precious item obtained from the body of a deep-sea beast named Blue Dolphin. This bubble is also known as the Blue Dolphin's Bubble. Since the Kurdmansler Islands is surrounded by sea, we always encounter many strong sea beasts. In addition, there are many precious materials in the vast sea. The function of a Blue Dolphin's Bubble is to allow us to go under the sea. With a Blue Dolphin's Bubble, you can stay in water for up to 8 hours. As long as you're not in the deeper regions of the sea, you can completely roam around under the sea easily." Merlin was rather astonished at the Blue Dolphin's Bubble. To be able to stay in the water for 8 hours proved that the Blue Dolphin's Bubble was indeed a good item to have. After considering that he still had a few thousands of elemental crystal stones, he said to the young female wizard, "All right, give me a Blue Dolphin's Bubble." "Sure, please give me a minute." Thereafter, the young female wizard held a fist-sized bubble and handed it to Merlin. She explained, "The Blue Dolphin's Bubble can be stored for a long time, up to a few years. It's also easy to use. Just reach your hand into the bubble lightly, then the bubble will expand and enlarge, encompassing the spellcaster. One can enter the sea after that. However, you must ensure not to damage the bubble when you cast a spell. Otherwise, the immense pressure under the sea can easily crush the spellcaster should the bubble bursts." Merlin nodded. He had known since his previous life that the pressure under the sea was immensely large. Even the toughest metal alloy would be crushed easily under the deep sea, not to mention the spellcasters who had a weak body. The Blue Dolphin's Bubble cost Merlin about 3,000 elemental crystal stones. Even if Merlin possessed the gold-lined robe, he only had 4,000 elemental crystal stones now. Luckily, Merlin had many elemental crystal stones in his ring, so he was not concerned about using up his limit. After getting the map and the Blue Dolphin's Bubble, Merlin turned around and left. Upon returning to his room, Merlin quickly opened the map and searched carefully. There were too many volcanoes recorded on the map, most of them were active volcanoes. Only a small number of them were completely inactive or did not explode often. Firstly, Merlin looked for the volcanoes which were completely inactive, because it would be safer for him to search for lava soil there. "Yeah, I'll choose this island." Merlin finally picked an island called the Violet Flame Island. Merlin found that the dead volcanoes were more concentrated on this island. Hence, it was most suitable for him to search for lava soil there. The only downside to this was that the island was too far from the main island. It was located at the outermost region of the Kurdmansler Islands. Merlin was completely free now and could move around with ease in Fort Houdon. This was also one of his rights as a spellcaster with a gold-lined robe. However, Merlin had decided. He quickly left his room and approached the Violet Flame Island according to the route written on the map. "It has been so many days since sea beasts last came. We can finally relax for a little. Sadly, our third brother has died." A black-robed wizard shook his head as he heaved a deep sigh. "Yeah, it wasn't just our third brother. Crook as well. As soon as the sea beasts attacks the island, we must guard the island with our lives. However, if we do that, someone has to die." A few black-robed wizards revealed a helpless expression. Since the first day they had joined Fort Houdon, they had received many benefits. From first level to third level spellcaster, they had enjoyed the rich resources available in Fort Houdon. Most of all, every wizard in Fort Houdon were like brothers to them, giving them family warmth in which they had not felt for a long time as roaming wizards. Thus, they were contented with their lives. When the sea beasts attacked the island, they willingly came to the most dangerous outer islands to stand against the powerful sea beasts. However, the few months of killing had slowly tired them out. These sea beasts seemed to be endless. Every attack would end up in a massive number of deaths among the spellcasters. They were even concerned about what might happen to the island should they fail in protecting it. They did not want to leave Fort Houdon, so they had sworn to protect it. Someone's coming. Is it the wizards who were sent here by Fort Houdon? A black-haired wizard with a black robe looked far ahead and, in a blur, he could see a figure that was slowly approaching the Violet Flame Island. In the past few months, they had lost too many spellcasters on the Violet Flame Island, so Fortodon would usually send more spellcasters here as replacements. Let me check it out. From what I see, I don't think so. If he's the wizard sent by Fortodon as a replacement, why is he alone? Among the black-robed wizards, a grey-robed wizard appeared quite flashy. He squinted his eyes. He thought that this was not a spellcaster sent by Fortodon, so he was immediately on guard. It was important to note that they must be careful around the other two forces, Grey Wing Alliance and Wizard's Tower, when they fought the sea beasts on the Kerdmansler Islands. It was slightly better with Wizard's Tower since they only took control of the largest islands with rich resources. They would not be interested in the poor and dangerous island like the Violet Flame Island. However, the case was different with Grey Wing Alliance. They always watched Fortodon closely. They even wanted to fight for a poor and dangerous island like the Violet Flame Island. These three forces were in a heated competition, so the spellcasters on the Violet Flame Island did not dare to lower their guard. Wizard Beitan, you're being too cautious. Do you think that the people of Grey Wing Alliance dare to make a move now? Wasn't the lesson last time enough to teach them? If it is really them, we can directly eliminate them. I've long been annoyed at the bastards of Grey Wing Alliance. The black-haired spellcaster gave off an intense killing aura when the Grey Wing Alliance was mentioned. His expression gave others a chill down their spine. We should still be careful. I'll check it out. After saying that, the grey-robed wizard Beitan walked toward the blurred figure. Chapter 276, Spellcasters on the Island. Chapter 276, Spellcasters on the Island. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Phew! Merlin let out a long sigh of relief. He looked at the inverted triangular shape of the island and knew that this was the Violet Flame Island. I finally reached the Violet Flame Island. Merlin spent a staggering few hours walking from the main island to his destination. The entire group of the Kerdmansler Island consisted up to 10,000 of islands and was spread quite extensively. Therefore, it took a long time to travel from the most centrally located main island to the most peripheral Violet Flame Island. If Merlin could fly, the journey would have been much faster. Yet, flying spells were 4th level or higher level spells. Though Merlin's current powers were enough to compare with the extremes of a 4th level spellcaster, still, he could not cast flying spells. On the Violet Flame Island, lush greenery could be found everywhere. There were also whiffs of fresh fragrance accompanied by the briny sea breeze, which made people feel refreshed. How picturesque, the scenery here on the Violet Flame Island is so beautiful. Even Merlin could not help but praise the scenery on the Violet Flame Island, it was indeed breathtaking. If anyone was asked to stay on this island forever, many would jump at the idea. Who's there? At that moment, a grey-robed spellcaster descended from the sky, his razor-sharp gaze staring at Merlin. A grey-robed spellcaster signified spellcasters of 4th level or above, who already had flying spells. However, when the grey-robed wizard saw the gold-lined grey robe on Merlin's body, he shuddered and faltered to the ground. A respectful expression etched on his face as he bowed to Merlin apologizingly and said, Beitan didn't know you're here, Sir Wizard. Please forgive me. As a Fortodon spellcaster, Wizard Beitan naturally recognized what a gold-lined grey robe meant, but personally, he had seen too few wizards with gold-lined robes. Moreover, from the back of his mind, he did not recall anyone among the beginner grey-robed wizards who owned a gold-lined robe. Don't tell me you're a newly arrived wizard at Fortodon. Countless thoughts flashed across Wizard Beitan's mind, but his expression remained respectful, not giving himself away. Wizard Beitan, you can call me Merlin. Merlin said with a smile. Wizard Merlin, the fort leaders sent you here? Wizard Beitan asked cautiously. He knew that in Fortodon, wizards who would hold the gold-lined grey robe held great power and influence, no matter which wizardry level they were. Once they obtained a gold-lined grey robe, nobody except the 3 fort leaders had the power to deploy these spellcasters. That was why Wizard Beitan popped the question. After all, at that moment, the Violet Flame Island lost a large number of spellcasters. For a long time, Fortodon did not seem to have responded by sending spellcasters to back them up. Yet, Merlin shook his head and said, the fort leaders didn't send me here. I'm here for some personal matter. Upon hearing that, there was a slight disappointment on Wizard Baton's face, but he recovered soon enough. Wizards with gold-lined grey robe, does one know how distinguished their statuses are? Absolute freaks in Fort Udon. These wizards were highly prioritized for training by even the fort leaders, so why would they send Merlin to the unknown dangers on a mere Violet Flame Island? After recognizing this fact, Wizard Baton's emotions recovered too. Hence, he said to Merlin, Wizard Merlin, it's your first time here on the Violet Flame Island. Allow me to introduce you to the spellcasters on the Violet Flame Island. Merlin nodded. He intended to look for lava soil on the Kerdmanslayer Islands. Some help from these spellcasters, who had spent all their time on the Violet Flame Island, would definitely make his quest for lava soil easier. Thus, Merlin followed behind Wizard Baton, walking toward the depths of the island. Come, keep drinking. On a place like the Violet Flame Island, nobody knows exactly when they would die. These few years at Fort Udon can be considered the most comfortable days of my life. I wouldn't bother dying now, it's been worthwhile. An alcohol-smelling, messy-haired, plump spellcaster roared in laughter. His laughter flowed with the breeze, drifting in all directions of the island. Fatso, why are you making so much noise? There was a chuckle, and then Wizard Baton returned. The plump spellcaster stared wide-eyed and exclaimed, Wizard Baton, you're back. The person following behind you. The plump spellcaster was shocked to see the gold-lined grey robe on Merlin. He instantly sobered up. He stood up and yelled out with a serious look on his face, gold-lined grey robe. I didn't realize you're here, Sir Wizard, please pardon me. As the plump wizard stood up, the many spellcasters who were resting on the beach followed suit, rising to their feet, one after another, looking at Merlin curiously. Though it had been long since the spellcasters joined Fort Udon, a good majority of them had never seen a gold-lined grey-robed spellcaster with their own eyes. So the sight of Merlin's arrival piqued their curiosity. This is Wizard Merlin, he's here because of some private matters. Wizard Baton introduced Merlin to the spellcasters on the beach. At the same time, Merlin sized up those spellcasters. He realized that the spellcasters here were not really weak. Many of them were third-level spellcasters, a small proportion being fourth-level spellcasters. However, some of these spellcasters looked gloomy and dispirited as if they had just gone through a big war. Merlin looked at the endless stretch of sea and seemed to have figured why. Recently, there had been many sea beasts attacking the Kerdmanslayer Islands, as frequent as once every 3 to 5 days. Thus, whether it was Fort Udon, Grey Wing Alliance or even Wizard's Tower, they were all battling with numerous sea beasts on the islands that they control respectively. As for the Violet Flame Island, it was situated at the outermost part of the Kerdmanslayer Islands, so they had surely experienced multiple attacks from sea beasts. Merlin made sure to be down-to-earth and started chatting with Wizard Baton and the rest. Wizard Baton sounded reluctant when he asked, Wizard Merlin, I seem to recall that among Fort Udon's novice grey-robed wizards, no one was granted the gold-lined robe. So, have you just recently arrived at Fort Udon, Wizard Merlin? Merlin nodded. He found no reason to hide. Therefore, he explained briefly, I'm indeed a newcomer at Fort Udon. I was lucky to have been spotted by the fort leaders, so I've been granted the gold-lined robe. The plump spellcaster who was standing beside him immediately shook his head, proclaiming loudly, Wizard Merlin, you don't have to be humble. It's not easy to obtain the gold-lined robe. Which spellcaster with gold-lined robe is not a full-on freak? All are capable of challenging beyond wizardry levels. You're a novice gold-lined grey robe, which means that the fort leaders acknowledge you. Among all fourth-level spellcasters, you have a near-invincible presence. We've been in Fort Udon for so many years, how can we not know these? The plump wizard gave a mysterious chuckle, then continued saying, wizards who own a gold-lined robe, I may have heard of them, but I've never met one in person. Today, I've met you, Wizard Merlin, and my hand is beginning to feel a little itchy. How does that sound, Wizard Merlin? Can you be my eye-opener as to how powerful gold-lined robed spellcasters truly are? Fatso! Wizard Baton quickly yelled at him. He shook his head helplessly, Wizard Merlin, don't mind him. Fatso's always like that, wanting to battle everyone he meets. However, when it comes to killing sea beasts, Fatso's really skilled at it. Even my own life was saved by him once. Merlin did not mind at all. He could see that this plump spellcaster was not seeking trouble but purely wanted to battle a gold-lined robed wizard. Yet, Merlin did not give in to the plump wizard's wish for a match. With his current powers, beating 4th-level spellcasters would not be a problem at all. Even if the plump spellcaster had some truly special skills, he would definitely still not be his match. Merlin came to the Violet Flame Island with the aim of finding lava soil, so he did not wish to complicate issues. Thus, he steered away from the topic and started inquiring about the whereabouts of lava soil. Wizard Baytun, do you guys know if there's lava soil on the Violet Flame Island? Lava soil? Wizard Baytun paused for a moment. Only then did he realize that the purpose of Merlin's arrival at the Violet Flame Island was to look for lava soil. Wizard Merlin, I believe you've made your research. The volcanoes here on the Violet Flame Island were basically all extinct volcanoes, so safety wouldn't be an issue. However, whether there's lava soil inside, no one can say for sure. If Wizard Merlin wants to look for lava soil, why don't I be your guide and show you where on the Violet Flame Island to look for lava soil? Merlin shook his head gently. Wizard Baytun held a very high position on the Violet Flame Island, and he was a very important person. How could Merlin let him look for lava soil? Wizard Baytun, that won't be necessary. The Violet Flame Island is not huge, I can look inside those extinct volcanoes one by one. As soon as he finished speaking, Merlin rose to his feet. He did not hesitate any longer, waving farewell to Wizard Baytun and the rest. Watching Merlin's figure slowly disappearing from sight, the plump wizard took a few wobbly steps to the front of Wizard Baytun and muttered, Baytun, this Wizard Merlin looked as though he wasn't even a 4th-level spellcaster. How could he have obtained the novice gold-lined grey robe? Novice gold-lined grey robe that signified the most invincible of all 4th-level spellcasters. Wizard Baytun gently furrowed his eyebrows too. Of course, he could see that Merlin was not really a 4th-level spellcaster. Yet, the gold-lined robe was definitely real. Moreover, gold-lined robes were only in the custody of the 3 fort leaders. Every one of those gold-lined robes was granted personally by 3 fort leaders. Hence, Wizard Baytun sounded reluctant when he answered, maybe Wizard Merlin has qualities that are truly special. Our 3 fort leaders' judgments couldn't be wrong. Alright, Fatso, you're always drinking, don't you stir any trouble. Keep an eye on any movements on the sea. The sea beasts haven't appeared for almost 7 days, I fear that. Watching the tranquil surface of the sea, Wizard Baytun felt his heart sink a little. Volcanoes, I finally found them. In the deeper regions of the Violet Flame Island, a young man donned in a gold-lined grey robe looked at a towering volcano in front of him, and let out a long sigh of relief. The person in the gold-lined grey robe was Merlin. It took him half a day's search to finally locate a volcano. Thus, he took out his map hurriedly and checked. It confirmed that this was indeed one of the relatively larger extinct volcanoes that was marked on the map. I shall go in and have a look. Maybe I can find lava soil. Merlin's expression sparkled with anticipation. He then swiftly climbed up to the crater of the volcano. He descended along the steep, rugged rock walls, slowly sliding into the extinct volcano. Chapter 277, Sea Beasts Incoming. Chapter 277, Sea Beasts Incoming. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At the huge volcanic crater, sunlight gradually dwindled. Not only that, the surrounding air was extremely dry, pervaded by a pungent smell of sulfur. Merlin gently picked on the layer of rock. He saw that there were cracks all over the parched surface. This volcano had indeed not erupted for a long time and belonged to the extinct group of volcanoes. The lower he descended into the volcano, the dimmer the lighting. Merlin could only maintain full focus all the time, observing the conditions around him. While he was sliding down, he did not find lava soil either. Lava soil could only be possibly formed in the volcanoes after enduring extremely high temperatures, and immense pressure for a long period of time. It was a slow, gradual process of several hundreds of years. Thus, the formation of lava soil was not really that easy as it was not found in every volcano. Footprints? Somebody was here? Merlin's expressions changed. He saw some footprints in the volcano, and they were messy footprints of varying sizes. This indicated that a lot of people came to the volcano. Momentarily, Merlin's heart sank a little as he thought of a possibility. Since he was able to figure out that the extinct volcano was very safe, how could the other spellcasters not think of it too? Lava soil may not be an especially precious treasure, yet it was still a very important alchemy material. Even when sold, it could garner a huge return of elemental crystal stones. It was highly probable that these extinct volcanoes were already explored by the other spellcasters. Even if there were any lava soil, they would have been reaped. At the thought of that, Merlin quickly slid down the volcano. No, there's nothing. People have already gone through this place, I can't even find anything valuable. Merlin's expression looked dismal. Inside these extinct volcanoes, there were not only lava soil but some especially hard rocks too, which were also very unique alchemy materials. However, this extinct volcano did not even have anything valuable. By then, it was clear to him that this extinct volcano had already been fully scavenged by someone else. I shall continue looking in other volcanoes. Merlin already had a bad feeling about it. No doubt that extinct volcanoes are safe, but at the same time, the valuable items in extinct volcanoes were very likely to have been reaped by other people. Yet, Merlin was not about to give up just yet. He still wanted to go and have a good search. Thus, according to the marked locations of the volcanoes on his map, Merlin started his search one by one. The bright sunshine showered down on the beach, making people listless. Many spellcasters narrowed their eyelids, casually picking themselves a spot on the beach, and enjoying the warmth of the sunlight. These kind of days are really boring. I miss those days where the sea beasts attacked instead, when there was a chance at scoring riches too. TSK, everything on the sea beasts' bodies was a treasure. Hey, Fatso, you still miss the days where the sea beasts would attack? Last time out, you were almost devoured by a unicorn leopard seal. If it weren't for Wizard Baytun, you would have died already. It's true that the sea beasts are loaded with treasure, but would you even have a chance of getting any of those then? The spellcasters were already very familiar with each other, so during their leisure, they would often make some small jokes. It had become a part of their formula of living on the boring island. Boom! The group who were still enjoying the fuzzy sunshine moments ago suddenly felt the entire island shudder. At the same time, a distance away out on the sea, a huge wave had risen. Behind the waves was an enormous bunch of blackness, all of which were giant-sized sea beasts. Not good, the sea beasts are back again. The group of spellcasters who were still on the beach immediately became vigilant. One after another, they focused their gaze on the sea wave far away. The huge wave of blackness contained an overwhelming number of sea beasts, striking a feeling of despair in their hearts. How can there be so many sea beasts? That was the question in every spellcaster's mind. It was the first time that there was such a massive invasion of sea beasts on the Violet Flame Island. Upon seeing the highly organized sea beasts that were approaching them along with the sea wave, everyone felt their hearts sink. Perhaps this time, none of them would survive. From the moment they stepped onto the Violet Flame Island, they had in fact already readied themselves for this. Yet, when it came to facing reality, most of them still felt heavy-hearted, even beginning to feel a little scared. Then, Wizard Baytun lifted his head. There was a glitter of grit in his eyes. Send a notification to Fort Udon. It's possible that the Violet Flame Island won't make it through this, but every single wizard of Fort Udon on the Violet Flame Island will fight until the very end. Upon finishing his statement, Wizard Baytun's body glowed with intense elemental waves. No, I can't believe there's no lava soil. Inside an extinct volcano, Merlin, whose face was layered with ash, shook his head in disdain. Once again, disappointment was written all over his face. This volcano was already the 18th one that he had searched in, yet he still could not find lava soil. It was a known fact that there were only 24 volcanoes on the Violet Flame Island in total, and all of them were extinct volcanoes. There are 6 volcanoes left. The hopes may not be high, but since I'm here on the Violet Flame Island, I'll still search through them. Merlin mumbled softly. He knew the chances were not great, but he refused to give in. Only 6 more extinct volcanoes to go. No matter what, he would only settle after he had gone in for a search. Boom! Just when Merlin was about to leave the extinct volcano, the entire volcano seemed to have shaken violently. Shortly after, a huge amount of soil and dust fell from above. What's going on? Is the volcano about to erupt? Merlin's expression changed. If it was to be a volcanic eruption, it would have already been too late for him. He would be flooded by the sweltering hot lava. However, it took only a moment for Merlin to realize that it was not a volcanic eruption because he was inside the volcano, and he did not even feel a single breath of heat. In addition, that shudder seemed to have originated from afar. Deep in his heart, Merlin slowly loosened up. He did not dare to stay in the depths of the volcano, so he quickly made his way to the crater. Standing on the crater high up, Merlin finally saw that far away in the middle of the sea, a huge wave was sweeping toward his direction. Within the waves was a dense group of sea beasts, which looked like ominous dark clouds. Sea beast invasion? Merlin guessed it instantly. That was indeed a sea beast invasion. The Violet Flame Island belonged to the outermost stretches of the Kerdmannsler Islands and was often hit by sea beast attacks. Only this time, the sea beast's attack scale was way too large. With the combined powers of Wizard Beitan and the rest, he feared that even they could not hold them off. I shall go and have a look. Merlin could not pretend like he had seen nothing. He was part of Fort Udon now, so he was obliged to contribute to Fort Udon. Not to mention, he kind of liked the camaraderie in Fort Udon too. Swoosh! Thus, wind elements emerged on Merlin's body, encasing his figure as he dashed toward the beach in a haste. Kill! Wizard Beitan waved one arm with force, officially giving out the order. He already saw some sea beasts that had crept up the beach. Swoosh! 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 One after another, wind blades of the most rapid of speeds rained down onto the pitch-black body of a sea beast, with skin that looked like old tree bark. However, these sharp wind blades simply could not slice open the old tree bark-like skin of these sea beasts. All it could do was inflict sharp pain onto the beast, causing them to become enraged. It was simply not enough to kill the sea beasts. Oh no, these sea beasts are at least 3rd level and above. There are still many 4th level sea beasts. We don't stand a chance at killing them all. Even the usually open-minded plump wizard's expression changed too. Conversely, he cast flame spells, enveloping an entire sea beast. The high-temperature blaze sent the sea beast into torturous howls of pain. Still, if he intended to end this sea beast's life, it would still take a long time, and the plump wizard was given no time to care for the others too. Yet, this particular beast was only one of the numerous sea beasts. There was still a multitude of countless sea beasts behind. Furthermore, there was still a bigger threat, a 4-legged, enormous sea beast with 2 ugly lumps on its head and a huge mouth which was filled with rows of sharp teeth. When it opened its mouth, it spat a type of gooey, acidic liquid. If that touched the body of a spellcaster, the victim would corrode and die almost in an instant. Even 3rd-level defensive spells would not be able to shield that and would succumb to corrosion. Only 4th-level defensive spells were capable of blocking it for a short while. Wizard Beitan, we can't hold off all these. We're not able to defend against these sea beasts. How long until the reinforcements from Fort Udon arrive? One of the 4th-level wizards raised his voice as he threw the question at Wizard Beitan, but not before he killed a sea beast with great difficulty. How much longer? A bitter smile etched on Wizard Beitan's face. He shook his head helplessly and said, from Fort Udon's main island, even with the quickest speed, it would still require half a day's time to reach here. Half a day? The remaining spellcasters went silent. Currently, there were so many sea beasts, much less half a day. Even if help was scheduled to arrive in half an hour, they could not hold on until then either. Beitan, are we about to die? The plump wizard cracked a slight smile. His body had been stained with fresh blood, emitting a pungent bloody smell. It was hard to tell apart which were from the sea beasts, and which were from his own body. Fatso, you're afraid of death? Wizard Beitan did not answer his question but threw back another question instead. Ha ha, when I was a fugitive back then and had sought refuge in the Kerdmannsler Islands, if not for Fort Udon's adoption, I would have died a long time ago. Me, afraid of death? I'm just a little unsatisfied, that's all. Unsatisfied that my archenemy is still out there, and that I haven't exacted revenge. When mentioning his archenemy, the plump wizard's facial expression was incredibly wicked, one that would make people shudder. Wizard Beitan did not speak but lifted his head and took a glance at the other surviving spellcasters. They had lost several more men and were left with less than 20 people. There's still somebody? Suddenly, from the edge of Wizard Beitan's eyes, he saw a figure dashing from afar. Chapter 278, A Show of Strength on the Island. Chapter 278, A Show of Strength on the Island. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Quick, hurry up, the people on the Violet Flame Island can't hold any longer. In the vast blue sky, 10 or more spellcasters' bodies were flashing with intense wind elements. They were using their quick pace possible to fly toward the Violet Flame Island. Spellcasters who could fly were at least 4th level wizards. From the color of the robes that they were wearing, one could tell that they were grey-robed wizards from Fort Udon. Additionally, they were not any grey-robed wizards, they were middle grey-robed wizards, 5th level spellcasters. More than 10 5th level spellcasters hurriedly rushed toward the Violet Flame Island. This alone was enough to tell how precarious the situation on the Violet Flame Island was. Leading the way was a slightly stout-looking brown-haired spellcaster. His facial expression was rather serious, and his eyes looked worried sick. Some of the other 5th level spellcasters saw how anxious the brown-haired spellcaster looked and gently shook their heads. The brown-haired spellcaster was Wizard Besetter. Wizard Beitan on the Violet Flame Island was Wizard Besetter's younger brother. Hence, when he received Wizard Beitan's message, in an instant, Wizard Besetter requested Fort Udon's high-ranked officials to let him lead some 10 other middle grey-robed wizards to the island. The only thing was, everybody knew the Violet Flame Island was very far away. Even if they tried their best to rush the journey, it would still require half a day's time to reach there. It was feared that by the time they arrived, the spellcasters on the Violet Flame Island would have already been completely wiped out by the sea beasts. Beitan, you got to hold on. Wizard Besetter's eyes gazed at the direction of Violet Flame Island as he mumbled softly. Swoosh! The figure in the distance started becoming clearer in view. Wizard Beitan's expression changed slightly as he immediately recalled that a few days ago, there was a spellcaster who had just arrived on the Violet Flame Island, who then left to search for lava soil. Wizard Merlin, leave now, it's very dangerous here. Merlin abruptly halted his steps and gently scanned his surroundings. He saw the barbaric scene on the beach. There were dead bodies of spellcasters and carcasses of sea beasts everywhere. A foul bloody stench permeated the air. Wizard Beitan saw Merlin freeze in place, so he sounded more pressing as he exclaimed, Wizard Merlin, you own the gold-lined robe. You're a spellcaster who's highly valued by even the fort leaders. You can't die here. Wizard Beitan did not realize at all that right behind him was a gigantic sea beast with 6 eyes on its head, creeping toward him. Beitan, watch out! Wizard Beitan, move away fast. That's a ruthless 6-eyed venomous beast. Some of the spellcasters anxiously shouted upon noticing the 6-eyed venomous beast behind Wizard Beitan. This 6-eyed venomous beast could match the powers of a 4th-level spellcaster. All of its 6 eyes could expel black venom, and when touched by those, one's death would be inevitable. It was one of the most terrifying sea beasts among the wave of invading sea beasts this time around. Who? The 6 eyes on the venomous beast's head immediately started emitting odd illuminations. Shortly after, it forcefully ejected puffs of poisonous mist, which began shrouding toward Wizard Beitan in an instant. The poisonous black mist moved with great speed. By the time Wizard Beitan realized it, it was already too late. He did not have any time to even cast a defensive spell. Tranquility was expressed on Wizard Beitan's face. He gently closed his eyes, accepting that the mist was about to consume him. The venomous mist shrouded him and was ready to devour Wizard Beitan at any moment. K-A-chak. Yet, at that moment, a sense of coldness made Wizard Beitan feel chilly all over his body. Then, the poisonous mist that he braced himself for did not latch onto his body. Wizard Beitan immediately opened his eyes, but all he could see was the puff of pitch-black venomous mist frozen into pieces of ice crystals. These ice crystals encased the poisonous mist, falling onto the ground in succession. Wizard Merlin? Wizard Beitan looked at Merlin in surprise, albeit knowing that Merlin was a spellcaster with the gold-lined robe. He was acknowledged by the fort leaders themselves and was an invincible presence among 4th-level spellcasters. Nonetheless, one had to witness Merlin in action with their own eyes to really feel the astonishing experience. Wizard Baytun, leave these sea beasts to me. The fort leaders have given me the gold-lined robe, it can't just be a decoration, right? Merlin flashed a confident smile on his face. He was not someone who could be easily touched, but in Fort Udon, observing Wizard Baytun, the plump wizard, and the resolve of the others had really warmed his heart. The camaraderie in Fort Udon made even Merlin feel very comfortable. Though he had only just met Wizard Baytun and the rest and had only chatted briefly, it still left a huge impression on Merlin. If he had not encountered them, he could have just walked away. However, since he was there, Merlin simply could not be a bystander, especially after viewing the situation moments ago. This wave of sea beasts may have come in large numbers, but none of them could equal a 5th-level spellcaster's power. As long as there were no sea beasts who could match a 5th-level spellcaster, Merlin was confident that even him alone was enough to take care of all those sea beasts. Darkness Tide. Merlin's confidence stemmed from Darkness Tide. With the enhancement from Darkness Heart complemented by Darkness Tide's very own illusion effects, Merlin's Darkness Tide was capable of plunging even 4th-level spellcasters into a realm of illusion. These sea beasts were not like the two-headed infant that Merlin had encountered before either, because none of them had especially strong mind power. Therefore, Merlin's Darkness Tide could cast these evil beasts into illusions pretty easily. The lights started twisting, and darkness fell instantaneously. It was just like strong continuous water currents, almost completely engulfing a huge half of the beach. The affected zone was entirely pitch dark. Besides Merlin, no one else could see what was happening clearly. It's Wizard Merlin who has acted. Spellcasters who were left on the Violet Flame Island was about 16 people, and these 16 were among the strongest spellcasters. Except for a few black-robed spellcasters, there were a good 13 grey-robed spellcasters. It also meant that a majority of them were 4th-level spellcasters, and only these mighty 4th-level spellcasters were capable of holding on until the end. After seeing Merlin in action, they slowly gathered, their eyes gleaming with expectation. The plump wizard wiped off the fresh blood on his cheeks, a weird expression flashing in his eyes as he muttered, "A spellcaster with gold-lined robe, the strongest of all Fort Udon 4th-level spellcasters. Let's see if he can hold off these sea beasts solo." Solo? Even a 5th-level wizard won't be able to accomplish that. However, a holder of the gold-lined robe can't exactly be conjectured with common sense. These wizards may find it hard to believe that Merlin could hold off the endless wave of sea beasts alone, but they were quite convinced with Fort Udon's gold-lined robe. In Fort Udon, spellcasters with gold-lined robes were a rare sight, but all of them were unimaginable geniuses, often capable of creating all sorts of wonders. Therefore, they held a degree of anticipation for Merlin. He's using darkness-type spells? Turns out that Wizard Merlin is also a spellcaster skilled at darkness-type spells. If that's so, then no matter how large a troop the sea beasts were, I'm afraid they would still not cause Wizard Merlin any harm. Wizard Baytun could be considered a knowledgeable person, who had seen many things. He knew the specialty of darkness-type wizards. With the engulfment of a single darkness-type spell, if it succeeded in casting the enemies into a realm of illusion, there would be nothing left but to await their eventual slaughter. Thus, once these sea beasts were hurled into the realm of illusion, a larger number would not have that much of an impact. As for Merlin's confidence, it had indeed stemmed from Darkness Tide. The overwhelming Darkness Tide concentrated countless darkness elements, enveloping a big half of the beach. The sea beasts which were still brutal just moments ago fell silent, and one after another, their eyes expressed a kind of sluggishness. Success! The sea beasts were all plunged into an illusion, with only Merlin unaffected. He could also see in the dark, observing the state of the sea beasts. Darkness-type spells were especially devastating when used by darkness-type wizards who had Darkness Heart. Unless one's mind power was super strong and was unaffected by the illusion realm, otherwise, encountering a darkness-type wizard would only mean a dead end. Every type of spell had their own uniqueness. Merlin also happened to have cultivated Darkness Heart, so now, his darkness-type spells were incredibly powerful. Nonetheless, to exterminate these sea beasts, merely plunging them into illusions alone was not even close to enough. These sea beasts were not like those spellcasters. Their bodies were very strong and resilient. Merlin's first or even second level spells would, sadly, only eliminate a small proportion of sea beasts with bodies that were not as tough. Still, there was a large proportion of sea beasts which had extremely tough bodies and were able to withstand Merlin's first level and second level spells. By that time, it would require spells with greater damaging power. Merlin's wizardry level was quite low, but he possessed the hugely destructive Pandora Demon abilities. Pandora Demon ability, Fiery Collapse. Merlin did not hesitate for a second as Fireball from within his body, and the magic power from Furious Flame spell model were almost drained to half. Then, a blaze of white flame spiraled upward fiercely within the pitch-dark space. It burned ferociously and looked as though the entire dark space had now turned into an ocean of flames in the blink of an eye. Within the white flames, there was the occasional smell of burning flesh. The remaining 10 or more spellcasters watched with their eyes wide open, mouths agape. They could clearly feel the dangerously high temperature transmitted within those streaks of white flames. Even if they cast 4th level defensive spells, it would still be difficult to shield these flames. After about half an hour, the magic power in Merlin's body was completely exhausted. Fiery Collapse consumed way too much fire-type magic power. Based on the current Fireball and Furious Flame spell models in Merlin's body, the two mere spell models, of which one was a 0-level spell, the other a 1st-level spell, it was logical that he could not hold on much longer. Therefore, Merlin had no choice but to gradually cease his casting of Fiery Collapse. Luckily it came at a time when the sea beasts were mostly incinerated into ashes by his Fiery Collapse. Who? Merlin reached out a hand and waved, dispersing darkness tide. Thus, the darkness-type elements dissipated swiftly. The actual conditions on the half of the beach that was initially covered by darkness too slowly came into everybody's view. Chapter 279, Idea. Chapter 279, Idea. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. On the beach, a foul stench of burnt flesh emanated in the air. When the dark elements dissipated, what unfolded in front of everyone was an atrocious, hell-like scene. On the open beach lay charred black torn limbs. The sea beasts which invaded like torrents earlier were already nowhere to be seen. Nevertheless, the carcasses which were left on the beach only belonged to those especially giant-sized sea beasts. Slightly weaker sea beasts had been disintegrated into ashes by Merlin's Fiery Collapse. Powerful, that's really powerful. Gold-lined robe holders are powerful like this, huh? The plump wizard stared at the scene before him in awe. Back then, he even asked for a friendly battle with Merlin. Now, it seemed he was lucky that Merlin chose not to accept his request. Any Fortodon wizard would know of the strength of individuals with gold-lined robes, but they did not imagine them to be so powerful. Those sea beasts earlier may not match the powers of a 5th-level spellcaster, but still, they came in large numbers, up to several hundreds of them. Now, these overwhelming amount of sea beasts which almost tipped the Violet Flame Island to extinction had shockingly succumbed to Merlin's own hands. There and then, the spellcasters had an actual feeling of how powerful a gold-lined robe was. Spellcasters who could own a gold-lined robe possessed unimaginably powerful strength. Merlin gently shook his head instead, smiling at Wizard Baitan as he said, "Shame, the carcasses of all these sea beasts are incomplete. Now, we're not able to use the sea beast carcasses to trade for elemental crystal stones. It's already a great fortune that we get to survive this, what more can we ask for? Wizard Merlin, this time, we really owe you our gratitude. If it wasn't for you, I'm sure that we would have all perished. It's just, the other spellcasters on the Violet Flame Island are dead." Wizard Baitan looked at the surviving 10-plus spellcasters whose expressions were rather gloomy. There was a total of 100 or more spellcasters on the entire Violet Flame Island. However, after the first wave of sea beast attack, a great half of them had perished. After a moment's silence, the look on Wizard Baitan's face quickly recovered. Soon after, he told the remaining 10-plus spellcasters, "Let's clean up the island first." Currently, it was a horrible mess on the Violet Flame Island. They would first need to provide the spellcasters who were sacrificed a proper burial. Thus, under Wizard Baitan's lead, everyone started cleaning up swiftly. Wizard Basetta, that's the Violet Flame Island up front. High up in the skies, a group of spellcasters harnessed wind-type spells, flying toward the Violet Flame Island hastily. Wizard Basetta's eyes froze into a narrow gaze, but soon after, there was an indescribable expression in his eyes. He muttered, "Why isn't there any movement on the Violet Flame Island? Didn't Wizard Baytun return a message saying that there was a huge invasion of sea beasts? How can it be so quiet?" Indeed, it was too quiet on the Violet Flame Island at this point in time. Gazing from afar, the place looked rather peaceful, not as though it was under a large-scale attack from the sea beasts. Could it be that all the spellcasters on the Violet Flame Island are dead? This possibility crossed many of the spellcasters' minds at the same time. For that reason, their expressions looked rather downcast. Wizard Basetta became more nervous, and the wind elements on his body became more intense too. His speed increased as he hovered out of the group, taking an extra initiative to fly toward the Violet Flame Island. Swoosh! Wizard Basetta landed on the beach. He saw that there were remnants of torn limbs on the beach and burn traces on the surrounding trees. A thick bloody stench was still emaciating in the air, which all pointed to a recent, intense battle on this stretch of beach. "No, Baytun, you can't be dead." Wizard Basetta's facial expressions were somber. He looked at all four directions around him, as though imagining Wizard Baytun's figure, but the surroundings were silent with only the occasional wind howls. Whoosh! After a moment, the other spellcasters had landed in succession too. They also saw the terrible mess on the beach. One of the wizards shook his head helplessly, advising Wizard Basetta, it seems that every spellcaster on the Violet Flame Island had perished. Even their dead bodies were consumed by the sea beasts. Upon witnessing the scene, any spellcaster would have had the same kind of thought. On the beach, there were only a bunch sea beast carcasses, with not a single spellcaster corpse. This alone made it difficult to explain the situation, as those wicked sea beasts would devour any spellcaster's corpse given the chance. Die, those sea beasts will all have to die. Intense fire elemental waves surged ragingly on Wizard Basetta's body. The surrounding temperature seemed to hike up in an instant, his body emitting a strong vengeful aura. "Let's move, those sea beasts couldn't have gone far. I want to kill them all and avenge Baytun." Just when Wizard Basetta was about to take flight toward the vast sea, a few figures emerged from his back. Who? These spellcasters were at least 4th-level spellcasters, so their senses were rather sharp. When they detected people around them, their mind powers immediately locked at the few spellcasters behind them. Basetta. Baytun, you're not dead? When Wizard Baytun and Wizard Basetta saw each other, joy washed over their faces. Both of them were blood brothers and had joined Fort Udon at the same time, so their brotherhood was a deeply bonded one. However, Wizard Basetta's talents were much better than Wizard Baytun's, so he was already a 5th-level spellcaster while Wizard Baytun was still a 4th-level spellcaster. Seeing that Wizard Baytun was not dead, Wizard Basetta was delighted. He smiled as he asked, "Baytun, the message that you sent us earlier informing that there were huge quantities of sea beasts attacking the Violet Flame Island is the reason why I led this group of people and rushed here. I didn't expect that you've taken care of the sea beasts." Wizard Basetta's sights turned to the massive amount of sea beast carcasses on the beach, and could not help but feel puzzled too. The few sea beast carcasses that he saw were strong sea beasts that were capable of taking on a 4th-level spellcaster. Wizard Baytun shook his head instead. These sea beasts were not handled by us. In fact, the sea beasts that attacked the Violet Flame Island today had never seen before strengths and overwhelming numbers, almost several hundreds of them, all strong sea beasts. Among them were several 4th-level sea beasts, and there was even a peak 4th-level sea beast like the 6-eyed venomous beast. With the defensive strength on the Violet Flame Island, how can we be capable of taking down such enormous sea beasts? Oh. Besides you guys, who else is on the island? Wizard Basetta was well aware of the defensive strength on the Violet Flame Island. Hearing that there were several hundred strong sea beasts attacking the Violet Flame Island, he knew that with the Violet Flame Island's defense alone, it was difficult to hold off those sea beasts. It's Wizard Merlin. Wizard Baytun gave a slight smile as he introduced Wizard Basetta to Merlin. "Wizard Merlin, this is my elder brother, middle grey-robed Wizard Basetta." Wizard Basetta. Merlin bowed gently while Wizard Basetta's eyes narrowed. Soon after, he noticed the gold-lined robe on Merlin, and his expressions changed slightly, which became serious. "Wizard Merlin, these sea beasts were all killed by you?" Even though he knew that gold-lined robe holders were very powerful, Wizard Basetta was still skeptical. He cannot imagine that someone who was not a 5th-level spellcaster alone could possibly be capable of killing off so many sea beasts. In addition, even for a 5th-level spellcaster, it would still be arduous to defend against so many sea beasts. At least Basetta admitted that he definitely could not do it himself. Merlin did not give an answer, and it was Wizard Baytun who replied instead. Basetta, Wizard Merlin is a spellcaster who's proficient in darkness-type spells. Darkness-type spells. Wizard Basetta was immediately hit with a realization. Nonetheless, darkness-type spells were usually very difficult. Roaming wizards or wizard clans would normally not construct darkness-type spells. However, once the construction was successful, darkness-type spells would indeed be a nightmarish spell for those who had weak mind powers. For darkness-type spells, a huge number would basically mean nothing at all. Yet, Wizard Basetta still exclaimed, "Gold-lined robes." As I remember, the gold-lined robe for novice grey-robed spellcasters has been vacant for about 10 years, and there was never any novice grey-robed wizard who was granted the gold-lined robe. Wizard Merlin must have just joined Fort Udon. TSK, a newcomer to Fort Udon can also be granted the gold-lined robe, seems that it's well deserved. Wizard Basetta may be a 5th-level spellcaster, but he was still very impressed and respectful toward gold-lined robe holders. Alright, Baytun, since there are no longer any issues on the Violet Flame Island, I shall return to await further orders. This time, Wizard Basetta had led so many grey-robed wizards forth to this place with the main purpose of providing backup to the Violet Flame Island. Now that there are no more problems on the Violet Flame Island, he would naturally return to report to the higher-ups in Fort Udon. Hold up. Wizard Baytun's expressions looked serious as he held Wizard Basetta back and spoke in a low tone. Basetta, when you go back this time, you must clarify and emphasize to the higher-ups in Fort Udon about the severity of the situation. The sea beast invasion this time is definitely not a one-time occurrence. With the mere defenses on the Violet Flame Island currently, there's no way we can hold them off. They need to send at least middle grey-robed wizards here. Middle grey-robed wizards? Basetta's expression looked solemn too. He had understood from Wizard Baytun's descriptions how terrifying the sea beast attack earlier was. Without 5th-level spellcasters, they could not possibly hold them off. At recent times, the sea beast attacks experienced by the entire Kerdmansler Islands were becoming more and more frequent. Defenses must be reinforced, otherwise, there could be a second or a third time attack of sea beasts. Alright, when I'm back this time, I'll explain to the higher-ups in Fort Udon in detail about the situation. Baytun, if it can't be helped, you should follow me back to the main island. There's not much danger there. Before he could finish talking, Baytun started shaking his head in disapproval, letting out a long sigh. Basetta, when I came to the Violet Flame Island at the start, I had the intention of striving in such a harsh environment to increase my potential so that I could advance into a 5th-level spellcaster. I'll not leave the Violet Flame Island as long as I haven't become a 5th-level spellcaster. Basetta was well aware of Wizard Baytun's demeanor, so he could only respond with a nod. Soon after, he led the group of people off the island. At that moment, Merlin also came forth and said to Wizard Baytun, "I'm going to leave too. Initially, I intended to scavenge lava soil from the extinct volcanoes on the Violet Flame Island, but it seems now that things are not so easy anymore." Lava soil? Wizard Merlin, there's definitely no lava soil on the Violet Flame Island. However, if you really need lava soil, I do have an idea. Wizard Baytun looked at Merlin calmly, a mysterious smile etched on the edge of his lips. Chapter 280, Nameless Island. Chapter 280, Nameless Island. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Oh. Don't tell me you have lava soil, Wizard Baytun? Merlin's eyes lit up instantly. If Wizard Baytun really had lava soil, then things would be much easier. Yet, Wizard Baytun shook his head and said, "How would I have lava soil?" "Still, you can try the idea I mentioned, Wizard Merlin. The volcanoes on the Violet Flame Island are all extinct. Who knows how many spellcasters have already visited them, so anything valuable would have already been reaped cleanly. If Wizard Merlin wishes to find lava soil, I'm afraid searching in extinct volcanoes alone won't land you what you want. Wizard Merlin, you can try entering volcanoes that are not very active. A certain amount of danger is there, but it gives you a better shot at obtaining lava soil. Merlin frowned. Dormant volcanoes may indeed provide higher chances of getting lava soil, but at the same time, it meant a certain danger too. Unlike extinct volcanoes where the danger was close to none. As if noticing Merlin's hesitation, Wizard Baitan chuckled. He said, "You don't have to worry, Wizard Merlin. Although those dormant volcanoes do pose a certain danger, I happen to know a few dormant volcanoes that were rarely ever visited by spellcasters. In addition, they haven't erupted for several decades. If Wizard Merlin doesn't spend too much time inside of them, there shouldn't be any danger." After hearing Wizard Baitan's words, a smile slowly etched on Merlin's face. "Wizard Baitan, where are the specific locations of these few dormant volcanoes?" "Wizard Merlin, those volcanoes are at a comparably secluded area, they're not on the Violet Flame Island. Otherwise, they would have been scavenged by spellcasters too. If Wizard Merlin really needs to, let me lead you there." "I shall trouble you then, Wizard Baitan." Merlin did not hold back on courtesy either. Lava soil was extremely important for him, so he would not let go of any chances of obtaining it. It's better to act swiftly on this matter. "Let's go now." Soon after, Wizard Baitan exchanged a few words with the plump wizard. Then, he brought Merlin along and quickly left the Violet Flame Island. The sea was vast. All Merlin could do was sit on a small boat, traveling through the sea waters between the islands. Although Wizard Baitan was a 4th-level spellcaster and also had wind-type flying spells, he did not waste his magic power. Instead, he sat on the small boat with Merlin, rowing it toward an island a distance away. They were rowing the boat slowly. However, Merlin did not dare to lower his guard. His mind power was covering the surroundings all the time, checking for any movements in the nearby waters. After all, they were now at the outer reaches of the Kerdmansler Islands. There were many sea beasts, which could attack them at any moment, so Merlin had to be prepared. "Wizard Baitan, since you discovered these few volcanoes, why have you not looked inside?" Merlin inquired Wizard Baitan in a calm voice. Throughout the journey, Merlin had learned that these few volcanoes that Wizard Baitan found were not even recorded in Fort Udon's map, so very few people knew about its location. Wizard Baitan took a glance at Merlin and did not hide the fact either. Instead, he smiled and said, "Originally, I happened to come across that nameless island by chance, and the discovery of this small island was accidental. This nameless island was not even included in the range of the Kerdmansler Islands, so it can be considered alone out at sea. At that time I had an emergency, so I did not stop for long. In addition, I was worried because those few volcanoes were quite active, and that if I had simply entered them, there would be a danger. Thereafter, I returned to Fort Udon and unknowingly, several decades had already passed. When I went back to that nameless island, I still did not find those few volcanoes showing any signs of eruption. Only at that time, I was already a 4th-level spellcaster and had already built a reputation in Fort Udon. Whichever type of resources that I needed was provided to me in an endless supply, so why would I risk going into the volcanoes again?" Merlin nodded. Venturing into the volcanoes was dangerous, but the precious herbs, or alchemy materials in them was considered an immense wealth for wizards who were 4th level or lower. For spellcasters above the 4th level, the items within the volcano were really nothing and were not worth the risk of entering the volcanoes. Even lava soil was not considered precious, but it was rare. In the eyes of the other spellcasters, lava soil was merely a scarce alchemy material. However, lava soil was of utmost importance to Merlin. It was required for the cultivation of fused earth, so even if there was a danger, he still had to get his hands on it. After Wizard Baitan finished explaining, he did not utter another word. He also did not inquire Merlin as to why he needed lava soil for. This, on the other hand, subtly made Merlin relaxed. "Who?" A sea breeze blew past, and the small boat sped up immediately. Soon, they floated to a small desolate island. "We're here. This is the nameless island." Wizard Baitan stepped on the shore. He examined the surroundings and could feel a sort of familiarity. Merlin was checking the surroundings too. This nameless island was already over the outermost borders of the Kerdmansler Islands, hence it no longer belonged as a part of the Kerdmansler Islands. On the vast sea, there were really too many islands that were similar to this particular nameless island. Nevertheless, some nameless islands were often old nests of sea beasts, so extra caution had to be taken. Wizard Merlin, you didn't find anything out of the ordinary, right? Wizard Beitan had extended his mind power too, examining the surroundings thoroughly. He did not find any sea beasts hiding there, hence he reaffirmed this with Merlin. Merlin nodded and said, nothing out of the ordinary. It seems that there are no sea beasts on this small island. Still, we better be careful. Wizard Beitan's mind power covered the surroundings time after time. There was a wary look on his face. Swoosh! Suddenly, darkness ray projected toward Wizard Beitan, who was walking in front. It also emitted a foul smell. Frost! Merlin, who had been observing the happenings around them from the beginning, cast his glacial ice finger in response. The traces of chill encompassed Darkness Ray and froze it in place without difficulty. Darkness Ray dropped into the thick bush. After giving it a close look, to Merlin's shock, he found that it was a small insect that looked like a cricket. Its entire body was pitch black like ink, its wings were tiny but fine, and underneath its mouth were two long fangs. Though it was small-sized, it looked very menacing. Beitan did not know what it was either. After all, out in the vast sea, there could be a variety of strange creatures. A never-before-seen insect appearing on this nameless island was not really breaking news. Be wary, Wizard Merlin, I think you should use defensive spells. Wizard Beitan had already cast defensive spells earlier. Merlin only shrugged it off with a smile. He did not cast any defensive spells. Without enhancement from Pandora Demon ability Fuse Earth, his defensive spell, Earth Veil, was only a second-level defensive spell which was marginally stronger. Perhaps casting the enhanced version could render it closer to a third-level spell. Nonetheless, whether it was the black robe from Dark Magic Region or the gold-lined robe from Fort Udon that was on him, both were able to block third-level spells. The robe's defensive effects were much better than Merlin's Earth Veil. Therefore, for a person like Merlin who had two robes, he only needed to pay extra attention. Casting spells would not be necessary. The two walked past a thick bush. During that period, they were again met with some unique but weird insects. These insects looked small-sized, but their exoskeletons were very tough. Any typical first or second-level spells would not do any damage to these odd insects. Only third-level or higher spells could harm these insects. Luckily, Merlin had Pandora Demon abilities while Wizard Beitan was a fourth-level spell caster himself. Therefore, their journey was nothing short of surprises but was overall a rather safe one. Wizard Merlin, there will be 3 volcanoes up in front. They are at a distance not far away. Wizard Beitan pointed at the 3 volcanoes some distance away. They were almost completely covered by lush greenery. If it were not for Wizard Beitan's confirmation, a typical person would not have noticed that there were 3 volcanoes there. Nevertheless, such secluded volcanoes were in fact good news for Merlin. It was precisely for their secluded locations that not many discovered their existence after so many years. This meant that when Merlin entered the volcanoes, his chances of finding lava soil would be greatly increased. Wizard Beitan, just wait outside for a moment. Let me go down there and have a look first, to see if there's any lava soil. Merlin's eyes glimmered with expectation. Wizard Beitan nodded in response and said, all right, I'll wait outside. Wizard Merlin, don't you linger too long either. If there's no lava soil, leave at once. After all, nobody could tell when these 3 volcanoes would erupt. Noting Wizard Beitan's serious expression, Merlin gave a nod. Thereafter, he inhaled deeply, then dashed toward the first volcano. Who? Merlin breathed a sigh of relief inside the dark volcano. He slid down to the base of the volcano effortlessly. The air inside the volcano was inexplicably dry and hot. This made Merlin a little more alarmed. Usually, extreme hotness and dryness in volcanoes indicated that they could very easily erupt. It also indirectly proved that this volcano was not a fully extinct volcano. Merlin did not spend much time observing what was down there at the base of the volcano either. Instead, he directly used his mind power to search at the base of the volcano. This particular type of volcano, which had erupted previously but had then become dormant for several centuries or even up to thousands of years, were the most likely to form lava soil. It's so hot. Merlin gently touched the rock wall at the base of the volcano, feeling the waves of pulsating heat. This isn't right. Why is only this part of the rock wall hot? Merlin immediately realized something was amiss. Thus, he turned around and carefully checked that area of the rock wall which was boiling hot. Under his scrutiny, he instantly found the difference of that part of the rock wall. The rest of the rock walls were very dry and hard, and only this part appeared rather soft. Moreover, when he wiped off the dust on that rock wall, he could vaguely make out a kind of fiery red hue on it, which looked just like burning flames. Merlin experienced heartfelt happiness. He immediately recalled some of the characteristics of lava soil, and it looked similar to this part of the rock wall. Ha, I finally found it, and looks like there's quite a lot of lava soil here. Merlin's face beamed with joy. He then unsheathed his sharp dagger in haste, and slowly started slicing the hard rock wall, cutting off lava soil from it. Not long after, the rock wall surrounding lava soil was dislodged while lava soil was as though imprinted onto the hard rock wall. All that was left was to carve out lava soil from within. When the sharp dagger in Merlin's hand had only just sunk into the rock wall, Merlin felt a gentle vibration. At first, it was not obvious, but soon, the vibration became more and more prominent, even accompanied by sounds which were likened to growls. What's going on? Merlin frowned. By that time, even the entire rock wall was trembling slightly. Pieces of gravel started falling from above too. The entire volcano was wrapped in a hot and unbearable atmosphere. The temperature seemed to have risen significantly in a short period of time. Could it be? Merlin abruptly looked at the base of the volcano. In the darkness, he could vaguely see flares glimmering. Suddenly, Merlin's face turned pale.